shit, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11. What a fucking liar, dude. Liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking weaselly lying liar, dude. What a fucking... Holy fucking... What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MVs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. It's a wonderful day. It's yet another sunny day here in California, Los Angeles, and we're live, and we have each other, and that's what matters. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm already tired. I'm already fucking tired. It's Friday, January 20th, 2023, 11:16, and I'm live and alive. I'm already stoned. That's good. That's a good way to approach it. I'm tired because I had a big morning. You know, I fucking started off the morning early. I went to sleep at like a reasonable hour. Started off the morning early by working out and, you know, getting the deed done. Getting my daily regimen out of the way. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Now, of course, before I do that, there is something I must admit. Time to explain something that is very profoundly important. And that is that today is Friday. Here, right? And you know what that
Friday,
means.
Then it's Saturday,
you know what that means.
It's Friday, then.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the motherfucking weekend. Oh my God, it's the freaking weekend. Does that mean anything for me? Absolutely not. But for a lot of you, it means a lot. It means like, you know, you have a little bit of autonomy, a little bit of freedom to do whatever the fuck you want to do and to have fun. It's Friday, baby. And we got immaculate, I'm talking immaculate Friday vibes. Nobody can fuck it up. Yes, sir. It's the freaking weekend. Baby, I'm about to have me some fun. My cat died, dog died, mom died. Yeah. Folks, it's Friday. And just like every other day of the week, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life. Okay? That's right. Last night, I had a good streak of VALO. Later on in the broadcast, very late night, you know. Late night VALORANT session. Here's the VALO update. What is this? Game saving clear. Hasan practices high elo habits.
Could alt us onto it. I think the best place after his Viper goes down.
I'm gonna knife. So I knifed that site. And when I realized that Viper wasn't on site,
all right, we gotta go now.
Ready? Go.
I thought she would be sneakily hiding behind this.
Oh,
Bitch.
that's good. You checked that. Oh my goodness.
That's such a rat fucking spot. Holy
Oh
shit.
man.
That's right. Dude, seeing you and Ryan Higa is crazy. He's actually a legend. Bro, I'm actually a legend. Okay. All jokes aside, a total ledge. An absolute fucking ledge, man. Absolute ledge. Yeah, the VALO session is whatever. Okay, that one is okay. It was a lot more chill, a lot more vibey, a lot more cozy. I think a lot of people appreciate that. They noticed it. Even when we were losing, I wasn't like fucking malding or anything. You know? But that's not what you're here for. You're here for the motherfucking One Piece update. I have not watched Cutie's Master Baker show. I've seen like bits and pieces of it, but it seems like it was an absolute banger. Anyway, regardless. One Piece. I think we're in the Ennis, what is it? The Ennis lobby? Ennis lobby arc. I'll tell you this much. I loved Water 7. Water 7 was great. Water 7 was sad. Water 7 is incredible. I fucking love that. I mean, it's not even, I'm not in the Ennis lobby yet. We're doing Bullet Train right now. We're doing Bullet Train, baby. That's what we're doing. Right. Get your dick strapped. Because you're not likable. What? Bro, are you okay? It's Friday, man. Like, it's 11:21. I'm just like 3 minutes in. Really wanna you really wanna carry yourself with this kind of negativity for the rest of the day? I mean, actually. That's not gonna hurt my feelings. I am very confident in the types of things that you're trying to, criticize me over, but you should definitely, you should definitely try to fix your own mentality a little bit, It's kind of sad. Yes, Keg W. Okay. I touched a nerve, huh? No, not really. It's just like, I feel bad about your existence. It's just sad. It's so crazy. I'm not going to ban that person. I hope that I believe that person has the capability to be better. That was so weird. It was like a cry for help, I think. Anyway, let's move on. Love when people are like, dude, you're not a likable person. I mean, there's like 40,000 people that tune in every day. Meanwhile, you can't even spend quality time with your parents. The fuck do you mean? Like, how are you gonna sit here and be like, you're not a likable person? Anyway. So I don't know if it's the train track part. I don't know if the train part of One Piece is still like a part of Water 7, the train arc, or is it like Enies Lobby? I'm not entirely sure. It seems like it's still a part of Water 7, but it's good. It's really good. I have grown to love Frankie. I like Iceberg still. He's very cool. It's just sick. I don't even hate like Monster Mommy or whatever, Monster Grandma. So it's really good. That's all I got. Did the Klabauterman change the way you felt about Usopp at all? No, because I don't like Usopp because he's weak. And the Klabauterman actually, like, I totally understood why Usopp had this emotional connection to the ship. I understood it before the Klabauterman. I understood it as like Usopp, like in my mind, I thought it's because it's his girlfriend's ship as well. So I just, the reason why I don't like Usopp is not because he was like hyper obsessed with the ship. The reason why I didn't like Usopp was because he's weak. You know what I mean? Which is kind of fucked up when you think about it, but yes, I have seen Hunter x Hunter. Yes, it's great anime. You see the new Pleasures collab? No, dude. I will not be getting this Vibram 3-eye boat shoe. Started watching last week. Such a great show. Thanks for these updates. Really got me excited for anime again. Hearing you talk about this with absolutely no context makes me want to stuff you in a locker. I mean, I'm in a part of my life where, you know, being an adult and all, that's it's probably not going to happen. You know what I mean? Also, at this stage, the way I look, I probably am more likely to be the one who stuffs others in the locker. You know what I mean? It's funny to consider that though, like a Twitch chatter being like, oh, I'm gonna stuff you, Twitch streamer who's 6'4", 255 pounds, into a locker. Did you like that Oda made the only American character obsessed with making weapons? I did like that, yes, but he's still kind, I think, so. Anyway, especially with this fucking hair, I feel like I'm definitely like stuffing nerds into a locker. Anyway, let's blast off. Conservative, grifter, drama, continues. Benchbird did a 47-minute video on this. Anyway. I got the Immaculate Blast Off meme from Lil Bear. Don't worry, I know. I got it. I got it. It's gonna I'm putting that all on there. Interesting person stays standing conservative grifter drama continues. Ben Shapiro v. Crowder. We didn't even get to like a lot of the stuff that I was gonna cover yesterday. George Santos and more. It's Friday. And the vibes are immaculate. There you go. Okay, that's a good blast off. In Turkey, we have a saying. Afyonum patlamadı. Which is perhaps impossible to fucking explain. Afyon is hashish, and it's what you say when you're like not awake, when you're awake but you're not fully awake yet. Okay, it's a very old school statement. Like it's a very old school colloquialism that I don't even understand really, but that's how I feel right now. Afyonum patlamadı, which means like I'm not fully awake yet. But if you do a direct translation of it, even in Turkish, it doesn't make sense at all. People just understand what it is. It means like you have not, your hashish has not exploded yet. Your poppy seeds have not exploded yet. No, I'm not phoning it in. I'm just like weirdly tired. I don't know how to describe it. Like, I feel like my brain is not at maximum capacity. Anyway, here it is. Here's the blast off. Andrew Tate, prison stay extended. Conservative grifter drama continues. Ben Shapiro v. Crowder. George Santos updates and more. It's Friday and the vibes are immaculate. Get in now. I'm a little bummed out. I'll admit it. There's a couple things that are on my mind that are making me a little sad at the moment. Number one is that I had a really solid week of dieting, and yet my weight has not moved, and I track everything. So like, and I got blood work done recently, and I haven't gotten the results yet, but like I'm worried that like I have some thyroid issue or something, you know what I mean? Because like I'm tracking pretty aggressively, and I stayed under like I had one day where I just basically like did intermittent fasting, where I under ate by like 1,000 calories. I just had one meal that day. Tracking with scale. Yes. I'm not only tracking my food, but I'm also weighing it, right? And honestly, like, it's just weird. It's just, I thought I'd be cutting. And for some weird reason, it's just not, I don't know. It's just not it's not cutting. My weight is not going down, and it's very frustrating. We're getting old, dog. I know, but for me to be at a deficit, I need to eat at 2,300 calories a day. Okay? I have 4 very active days and 2 days off that. 1 off day and 2 days where I'm like lightly active or very active cardiovascular wise. Like I just do like basketball or something. That's pretty solid. I know that I'm sedentary outside of that, which is not great, but 2,300 calories on top of that is pretty effective. Now, not only that, but not only is it 2,300 calories, but I also underate this week to just like test something, you know, to see if almost like calories don't matter, bro. Of course it matters. Crazy. All right, blast off. Let the people know that we're live, by the way. There's 2 issues I have right now. One is that like I'm eating food that I enjoy eating, but I'm like, you know, staying under. I'm not like starving myself or anything. I never feel like super hungry or anything, you know? but I'm eating. I'm eating less than I should be, right? Or I'm eating at a deficit, and I'm still not losing weight, which is annoying. I'm also on top of that. You won't really see it in a week, brother. It takes a while to see results. Brother, I've been doing this for years, okay? I know. Anyway, and then the other issue I have that's really fucking annoying. What is this? Bro, don't send me your own shit, dude. Is your body fat changing though? That kind of change you can't really track. Because like the machines that you use, like the in-body machines and shit are awful. So you have a better shot understanding your body fat percentage by just eyeballing it than like an in-body machine. Those things are just, you know, dog water. It's good if you want to like track it, but it's actually it's not even good for tracking because it's so inconsistent. Because it depends on how much water weight you have, how much water retention you have in your body. You know what I mean? Those things are terrible. Dude, I found out I had a T level of 221.14. I just started TRT after not being able to shred. Or despite going to the gym 5 to 6 times a week, hoping to cut down now that I got some hormones in check. We'll see. But yeah, no, I'm working with my doctor. We'll see what happens. I don't feel bad though. I feel like if my testosterone levels were low, I would feel it. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain things that you could like. I'm still horny as fuck, is what I'm saying. So I don't think my T levels are low, is what I mean. What's with your Gorbachev bruise? It's a triple whammy. Anyway, I haven't even gotten to the second part though. The thing that's really annoying is my rotator cuff. My rotator cuff is busted on my left side and not very great on my right side. I am double jointed, as you guys know. I have hyperlaxity, which means that my joints are weaker, which means whenever I'm doing any sort of push exercise or even pull exercises as well, my shoulder is like pulling out of its socket and I'm not keeping my back muscles. Locked in, okay? And I'm hyperextending. Every time I do like any sort of push, I'm hyperextending. My shoulders are way further than they're supposed to be, okay? And it's absolutely fucking annoying. You're getting old, brother? No, this is a consistent problem I've had since I was a kid because it's just genetics. And, you know, I do a lot of shoulder stability stuff. I do a lot of stability work. But it's frustrating because, like, now that I'm putting up more and more weight, I feel like I am more injury prone. You know? And it's annoying. It's really fucking annoying. I do band exercises all the time. You're crazy if you think I don't. I have too much shoulder mobility. I need less shoulder mobility, my friend. That's my problem. I have so much shoulder mobility that if I go up a certain weight when I'm doing cable presses, like cable flies, right? My shoulders go back. I'm hyperextended on my shoulders and not my chest. And then when I push forward, I'm hyperextended again on my shoulders and not my chest. It's like it's a weird thing because of how unfortunately, what's the word? I don't know. Elastic I am. I'm too stretchy. Do you usually gain weight, get cravings easily during the winter? No, as a matter of fact, I lose weight. I always cut during the winter. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm too stretchy. I'm too flexible. Fuck is this? Oh, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome? Is that the like medical term for it, I guess. Yeah, I have overly flexible joints. But I don't have like fragile skin. I do have stretchy skin though. A thin nose, thin upper lip, small earlobes, and prominent eyes. Wait, what the fuck? I don't think I have this, bro. What the hell is this? Let's see. I want to see a video. I want to see a photo of this shit. Chat is so stupid. Okay, that's crazy. My skin doesn't do that. But I can do this. And a bunch of the other stuff. Like. Wait. How do I show this to you? Look. You see? From over the, oh, there it is. Like my thumb is touching my thumb is touching my arm. And I can do this too. Like, look, is it pop it out of a sockets? Do you guys know that? Yeah, it doesn't hurt at all. It's just normal. Like it literally is a normal, it's not even a thing. Like I don't even think about it. Or like you can do these, right? Like some people can't do this. Like where they can only like manipulate their front, like these articulation points. But yeah, I'm hypermobile. This is just, it's normal. It just basically means that you have weaker joints. That's it. And it can be an advantage. It can be a disadvantage. It doesn't really matter. It's just what you make of it, I guess. Like, there are complications that come along with it, obviously. Because you can have like joint dislocations, which I've had throughout my life. Not great, not fun. You know? Please talk to your dog about your hypermobility. Dude, what do you mean? My doctor knows about all this shit. Also, did you know hypermobile is connected with ADHD weirdly? Wait, really? I have it too, particularly makes overhead pressing an issue. Yeah. Can you move your fingertips to the finger straight? Yeah, I just did that. I'm super weirdly flexible in the same ways and it blows people's minds because I'm a fat guy. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're fat or not. Yeah, you just, guys, if you have this issue, what, I mean, it can be an advantage when you're dancing or when you're doing some other shit, right? But if you have this as a like a genetic thing, you just have to make sure that you work out your muscles in a very particular way that improves your stability. Core stability and any kind of like muscle stability. That's it. My pussy is double jointed? Fuck yeah. It's great. I'm happy to hear that. But yeah, you're just more prone to injury if you don't train adequately. Okay, that's it. That's all it is. But it is what it is. Anyway, let's get started. Let's go. Let's get started. There's a lot to cover today. We got Steven Crowder continuing the saga. How to break through fat loss plateaus.
Here for Renaissance periodization. How to break through fat loss plateau.
He's gonna tell me that I need to fast.
Shuts down or decrease, make your metabolism a little bit slower.
How to maintenance phase. We got initial cows, raising cows slow. How do you do maintenance phase? Lifting weight, watching for low NEAT. This is a legit guy. He looks legit.
Artificial sugar drinks.
What is this? He became a meme at age 9. A decade later, this college football player has the last laugh. A deal with Popeyes? No fucking way. That's awesome. No shot. That fucking kid is now... Bro, that is awesome.
This is where our story started. The moment that made us a meme. We didn't ask for it, we didn't understand it, but don't worry, little man. We didn't let it stop us. Because the more we grew, the tougher we got. We learned to lean in, we turned the attention into motivation, and the motivation into championships. This is where our story started. And now it's where a new one begins. From memes to dreams.
Artificial sugar drinks don't trigger insulin in your body, so your liver stores it as fat. Ehlers-Danlos syndrome is a genetic connective tissue disorder, 13 subtypes. Chet, please stop spreading misinformation. The syndrome is not well understood and is not taken seriously. It can be very debilitating. I have EDS. It significantly affects my life every day. Being hypermobile does not mean you have EDS. I mean, I don't think I have like as stretchy as a skin as like people with like EDS. I'm just hypermobile. I have some of the symptoms. I wasn't saying that I have the syndrome, but I think that's what chat thinks being hypermobile is. But you're right. People don't take it seriously. Man, I have scoliosis. When I went to the doctor when I was a kid, you know what my doctor said to me? The worst part about having scoliosis is your height, okay? He said, your height will be impacted if you have scoliosis. And he looked up at me like this and he said, motherfucker, you're tall enough. You got no issues. Shut the fuck up. That's it. That was my experience at the doctor in Turkey as a child with scoliosis. He just looked up at me and said, you're tall enough. It's fine. Have you considered smoking again to lose more weight? Fuck no, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you insane? Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? Absolutely not. Yeah, let me just kill myself, dude. Fuck it. YOLO. I would do anabolic steroids before I fucking touched another cigarette. You psycho. To be fair, though, I think the other side of it was just that my doctor basically was like, scoliosis treatment is really fucking painful, and you need to like wear a back brace and shit, and people bully you. So considering that it's like not impairing your daily life, then you know you don't need to do anything about it. That was my understanding of it. Like, he was just having a bit of fun. He was doing just a bit of banter, you know? The brace is bullshit and doesn't actually address scoliosis? Okay, well, I don't know. Listen, motherfucker, when I was going to the doctor in Turkey, medicine had not improved to that degree, okay? Medicine hadn't gotten woke yet. Is your brother tall too? He's above average height. I think he's like, what is he, like 6 foot? I think. I don't fucking know how tall he is, but. Is your spine still fucked? Yeah. You know what helped me though? I'm not even kidding. Weightlifting. Obviously, like, there's varying degrees of like impairment from scoliosis, but weightlifting genuinely improved my life in so many ways, but especially my posture, which is now fucked up from Twitch streaming. But yeah, my posture, oh my God, I was always like this. walking around like this all the time because of it, because of weightlifting. How scoliosis in your joints impact your squat game? It's fine. Bro, no matter what the fuck happens, like, if you work within your boundaries in a healthy way and focus on making sure your moves, like, your movement is good, you can make improvements slowly but surely. And ultimately, you will become stronger. Did this motherfucker, Austinox said, recruiting soldiers for our cause. After 2 years, I cut the long hair. The bleach buzz cut. I'm begging you, please. Blonde as a look. Yes, you shoulda. I'm not doing a bleach buzz cut. This post made me pregnant. Don't tease us like this. Yes, shut up. It would be superior, I think. Blonde first, then the buzz cut. Lifting is a great alternative to heavy cardio or high impact if you can tolerate those. Lifting is good because it ultimately puts muscles in your body, which means you can eat more, okay? That's how I view it. That's how I've always viewed it. I like lifting because it allows me to fucking put more food in my body and not gain weight. It's a long con. Okay? The more muscular you are, the more muscle mass you have, the more you can eat without worrying, okay? That's a big deal for me, and I love that. Okay, what is this? Femboy Fridays are canceled indefinitely. Why femboy is a slur and what to use instead, a thread. Okay, I need you to understand something, okay? I don't care. Like, I just don't care. I saw another tweet, actually, that quote tweeted this with the photo. At any given moment on the internet, you can see a 14-year-old's opinion, and that should be a fucking crime. Yeah, I don't. Like, I think it should literally be illegal. Like, I want Chinese-style censorship, okay? I don't want to see a 14-year-old's opinion ever for the rest of my fucking life, okay? I'm 31. I'm about to be 32. I don't give a fuck about what your opinion on the discourses, okay? You have nothing in your life yet. Like, you break up with your boyfriend and then want to kill yourself. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, that's literally, you are so emotionally and mentally stunted and you have not fucking learned anything yet that, like, I am not interested in having a conversation with you. Like, the only time I talk to fucking my 14-year-old relatives is to be like, what are they watching? I want to understand, like, what kind of content they're consuming. You know, what are the youth looking at? That's it. And it's always Mr. Beast. The answer is always Mr. Beast, okay? From 8 to 14, it's Mr. Beast. MAGA in a nutshell, though. You're 31, you unk, not bro anymore. Are you talking about this? Yeah, this is what I'm talking. Exactly. No, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah. The fact that I'm at risk of seeing a 14-year-old's opinion at any point during my day is a human rights violation. It's true. It literally is true. I mean, this person is also like 19. You know, that's not any better. But it's also true. Like, it literally is. This 19-year-old actually has a true opinion on the likelihood that you can see a 14-year-old's opinion. And it's like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know about anything you're saying, okay? I don't care. Just, you're going to grow up. You're going to be a drastically different person by the time you're like 24, okay? You're going to look back at who you were at 14 and probably not remember half of it. But the things that you remember, you're going to look back and go, oh, man, I was so fucking cringe. Obviously the difference between a 14-year-old and a 19 is vast in terms of like comprehension, because like every year is like 10 fucking years at that point, which is why a lot of young motherfuckers in the chat constantly lose their shit whenever you talk about like age gaps and whatnot. But like, it doesn't matter. To me, you're all babies, okay? You're a baby. You're a child. And I don't mean like in a Taylor Swift sexy baby type way. You're just a fucking child, okay? Why does nobody talk about how weird that lyric is? That has like a permanent space in my mind. It occupies a permanent space in my fucking mind. I can't stop thinking about it. I heard it at the gym again today. I'm the problem, it's me. It's such a weird fucking lyric, man. The T Swift fans are going to get to you now. I'm pretty sure even Taylor Swift fans probably think that that's a weird line. Call Cutie and ask her. I already know. I did ask her. She said a sexy baby is like a marketing term from the 60s or something. And she was like, Taylor Swift was like talking about that. Yeah, it's about infantilizing women. Yeah. It's still weird. What's the lyric? What is it? What is it like? Everyone's being a sexy baby lately or something? What the fuck is the Taylor Swift lyric? Dude, it's weird as fuck, dude. Look, here. She says, sometimes I feel like everybody is a sexy baby. Sometimes I feel like everybody is a sexy baby and I'm a monster on a hill. That's what she says. Stop that. I will never stop. It's really not that weird. No, it's weird. Why are you a Swiftie, Hasan? I'm not. I'm not a Swiftie. What the fuck is this? I drove to New Mexico and recreated the Breaking Bad meme. What, did he just recently watch Breaking Bad or something? What the fuck is this? All right, let's get into it. Let's fucking get into it, okay? Let's get into it. We're going to talk about Andrew Tate's prison stay extending in a little bit, but before we do that, let's pick up where we left off, okay? Steven Crowder, for those of you who did not watch the coverage yesterday, decided to pop the fuck off randomly last week and say that, you know, he had a contract with someone and he was in a contract negotiations with a group. Okay, he won't name who, but like everybody understood it was Daily Wire, except for Jordan Peterson, who's stupid. And that he felt betrayed by this contract. Now, he said it was wage slave. He was like wage slavery. So much fucking, so much control over Steven Crowder. He was like, it's unacceptable. Turns out the contract was for $50 million over the course of 4 years as a starting point. Like that was like the starting point of the negotiation. Steven Crowder came back and popped off and said, oh, 50 million. Well, guess what? I actually want 140 million. And to be honest with you, I don't even understand what's going on at that part. Like I don't know if they're on meth, if they're on crack, like what the fuck's going on that like conservatives are just like running numbers. It's so crazy. Big Mike texted me and was like, dude, who's getting this kind of money? Like, what the fuck's happening here? It's unimaginable. Like, I mean, it's not a normal media contract. I'll tell you that much. Okay. You know, these like fat YouTube deals or fat fucking, mixer deals and shit that were like one-offs that'll never happen again. Like, those contracts are not that big. Like Steven Crowder, who is less relevant than myself as we looked at all of the, metrics. is not generating that kind of output. He's paid like 5 to 10 times more than he produces. Remember when Boring admitted it wasn't about revenue, not profit? Exactly. So some of the best parts about this, some of the best parts about the saga was when Jeremy Boring, the CEO of the company, the co-CEO of the company, alongside Ben Shapiro, I believe, came out and did a 50-minute video. We watched the 50-minute video. It was fucking nuts. He just basically revealed that most of the right-wing operations that Steven Crowder has been a part of has been funded by billionaires, like right-wing billionaires, PJ Media and all the like. He literally just said it. Like, he openly said it. He said two really important things in the video when he was responding to Steven Crowder leaking the documents. Two key parts of this was basically, Hasan, you're right, you know. Conservatives are running media operations where they just funnel a bunch of money into it because they don't give a shit. They value agitated propaganda. They value the type of propaganda conservatives put out there. And he also said, Steven Crowder, you need to be better at doing dog whistles. Like, we love when you paywall racism, like only clans, okay? We love that shit. But you need to be doing better fucking dog whistles because you can't be getting banned out here, homie. And to be fair, I mean, it's just, it was a wild thing to watch. Steven Crowder then turned around and then made another video saying, and he had recorded the conversation that he had with Jeremy Boring. I lost my fucking mind. I can't believe this is real. Us leftist creators are ironically the self-made men that these conservatives worship, and they get all the welfare incredible. Yeah, I mean, it's literally, it's like busy work for fucking losers who couldn't make it. You know what I mean? Like, they couldn't cut it in Hollywood. They couldn't cut it in entertainment. So they are now conservatives. And like, they know that there is just a fucking press out there. Like, they're just fucking minting. They're selling the $1 trillion coin so they can keep this thing going for conservatives. It's just like claiming HasanAbi is self-made. I mean, we in the Twitch space do not get the same kind of support that the conservative media ecosystem gets. Of course, I'm not like self-made. No man is self-made. Of course, I had profoundly privileged beginnings, especially with respect to working at the Young Turks. But considering that like my reach has now multiple times larger than TYT itself, like obviously, like, you know, it's not like Jank is fucking paying you motherfuckers to be in here, right? He doesn't even gift subs at the top of the hour so that you can avoid the ad break at the top of the hour, which is 3 minutes long, of course, because at the top of the hour, there is that 3-minute ad break. And if you get gifted a sub, you can avoid it. If you are not lucky enough to get gifted a sub, you can purchase a $5 a month subscription to avoid it. You can also, if you don't have $5, subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. The Blackfish Tully, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Jay's Musings, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Sammy Salami, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Has too many channel points. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Well, you got to stop believing in my Valorant gameplay if that's the case. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 5 gifted. So, anyway, please comment on Ben's fit. Is Cord Jagger with Henley okay? No, of course not.
Discuss conservative comedian Steven Crowder's attacks on Jeremy Boring and the Daily Wire. A runaway girl is kept from her parents because they supposedly misgendered her, and the cost is horrific. And Joe Biden says he has no regrets about storing classified documents.
Okay, this is like the entire thing. I wanna see just the. I don't give a fuck about his transphobic shit. Okay, I only care about the drama.
Him in very rough times. I had personally attempted to intervene.
Jesse W. Photo, thank you for the 5 gifted. Miss Melzy, thank you for the 5 gifted as well.
When very
like, these guys are all shitheads. These guys are all shitheads, but they're also friends. Okay? They're friendly shitheads. Like, they actually like one another, which is so odd to think about because, like, they're all such awful, disgusting people. But I guess, 838, not bad. I did not make up Jeremy Boring. That's literally his name. Yeah, they're not like they're not just like friends because you know they're transphobic together. Friends who are transphobic together stay together type thing. Like they just also, I guess, appreciate each other's company and shit. Like I don't know what the fuck you talk to one another about. You know what I mean? I just don't know. Like the conversation's got to be so mid. You know what I'm saying? Like the convos have to be awful. Like what do you talk about? Hunter Biden's penis. So crazy that Democrats are hiding that, huh? Kids these days, they're so woke. Crime in LA? I don't know. Okay, anyway, let's keep going.
I know that my business partner, Jeremy Boring, has made him sick to his stomach as well because we had always considered Stephen a friend. I was Stephen's first lawyer. I helped negotiate his contract with Fox News going all the way back. It's got to be at least over a decade. And Stephen and I had always been very friendly. I know Jeremy was even friendlier with Stephen, had counseled him in very rough times. I had personally attempted to intervene when Stephen was demonetized in June 2019 on YouTube. I actually sounded off so loudly that the people at YouTube reached out to me, and Susan Wojcicki, the head of YouTube, got on the phone with me, and I reamed her out over demonetizing Stephen. And
don't you find that a bit strange? That like YouTube, this tech giant that's supposedly communist, is you know demonetizing and silencing right-wing people, but like Ben Shapiro gets an audience with Susan Wojcicki? That's odd. That's really interesting. I'm just saying that is very odd that like these guys constantly complain about like tech monopolies, which exist by the way, and how fucking biased tech is. It's like a fundamental plank of like right-wing agitprop is like how big tech is always against us, Meanwhile, they have access, direct access to the fucking CEO, dude. Come on. He's not lying, chat. They're not censored. It's fucking bullshit. There are very clear-cut boundaries on things you can't do on this fucking platform. If you post the entirety of the Transformers movies, you're going to get banned, okay? If you are openly, aggressively fucking racist, then you're going to get banned. There's a reason why Ben Shapiro doesn't get banned, because he knows how to toe the line. He knows what to say. A small taco, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That's it. Ironically, Boring was telling Steven Crowder to also not, go overboard, paywall the racist stuff that he loves. He loves when Steven Crowder gets racist. That's why they wanted to hire him. Just don't do it so aggressively that you get banned. On the other hand, leftists are represented by Ludwig. Yeah, I mean, Ludwig would never get a YouTube contract if he was a leftist, as in, like, if he was making leftist content. He himself is progressive, okay? He has a lot of values that align with mine, but that's not his content. You know what I mean? Yes, I stole Jeff's comb, and I love it. I love this thing. It's so sick. It's so powerful, like the spring of it. Anyway.
I hope it made a difference. Look, I think that Stephen is an incredibly talented comedian. I also think that what he is doing to my friend Jeremy Boring right now is one of the most disgusting things I have ever seen in politics. It really is one of the ugliest things I've ever seen. In order to understand what's happening, I think you have to understand a couple of things. So, for those who missed the story, basically, we offered Stephen a term sheet, a non-binding term sheet. A non-binding term sheet is exactly...
It's gross. I'm sorry. Like, I don't even give a fuck about the all the awfulness that they pump out. I think the most offensive thing that these dipshits say is Steven Crowder is a talented comedian. Like, the entire rest of this is going to be like transphobic screed, and it's still the most offensive thing, okay? You cannot say that. You can't say that, man. That is like... It's like objectively untrue, like being a flat earther, but also simultaneously like gross and immoral to say. It's literally like it's more offensive than anything else he could say.
Exactly what it sounds like. It is a list of terms for a proposed negotiation for a contract. And then negotiation happens, then you come to a final contract. That is what a non-binding term sheet is. His agent had solicited us to make him an offer. This is when he was in his closing days with the Blaze. And so we sent him over a non-binding term sheet for $50 million over the course of 4 years with an additional 2-year option at $25 million. That is, as it sounds like, a lot of money. But we thought that Steven is worth it because Steven is, again, an incredibly talented guy with a very, very large...
It's just like I physically cringe every time I hear anyone say, Steven Crowder is an incredibly talented guy. Like, he's not even the best racist. You know what I mean? Like, what league is he in where he's good? Like, if we're talking competitive racism, like, he's not even the best. What is he talented at? He's like at best he's like fourth. Okay, he's not even getting a bronze medal at racism. Come on, man. He's got all those impressions. No, that's the point. He has nothing. His impressions are not even like good. When he tries to be racist, he's literally doing like old ass 1980s bits from other comedians who were mid back then. Okay, that's the worst part. He has one voice for every black person. Anytime he wants to talk about a black person, he's doing Chris Tucker voice. Okay, from Morgan Freeman to Barack Obama, it's always the same voice. Okay. He tries to talk about like black farmers getting subsidies from the American government. And he's like, oh, Hennessy. We're going to grow Hennessy on trees. I'm like, dude, really? Like, you could have, if you're spending this much time being racist, you might as well fucking put in some goddamn work to be like creative about it. You know what I mean? He is not even Silver 2, man. He's iron. Didn't you call him the LeBron of racism yesterday, or was that something else? No, I was saying, like, they hired him because they're hiring him because, like, that's why I changed it from LeBron to Steph Curry. Like, I was making an analogy about, like, why they hired him, and also putting that, like, racism clause in his contract is silly because it's like demanding that Steph Curry, like, stop shooting three-pointers. You know what I mean? Like, you're hiring him to shoot three-pointers. That doesn't mean he's like the Steph Curry or the LeBron of racism, though. No, it's not even slander. It's not slander. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's at that level in competitive racism. I'm simply stating that he is, that's what they hired him for. The analogy was more about the racism clause in the contract rather than like the actual talent that he demonstrates on a daily basis on the courts of racism. Okay? Do you understand? Give us top 3 races. Varg is probably up there. I'd say Kanye West is doing some good work. Late season. He's a late bloomer, obviously, but he was definitely clutching it big time. Okay. Rush Limbaugh's pretty good. Rest in piss. Kanye is Rookie of the Year. Eric Clapton is a pretty good racist. He's high up there. He's pretty good. Anyway. All right, let's continue.
Following. And if you want to hear the actual term.
I mean, Tucker Carlson is the GOAT at racism. Like, let's be real. Exactly. If you want to talk about the LeBron of racism, that's Tucker Carlson. Straight up. I mean, that's it. He is the GOAT at racism. Number 1. The numbers that he puts up with respect to like his racist agitated propaganda is unimaginable. You know what I mean? Like, he has perfected the craft. All right, let's continue.
Terms of the term sheet, all you have to do is go to the description on this particular video or head on over to YouTube, and you can see my business partner, Jeremy, suggested that if we had essentially offered him an enslavement contract that would have robbed him of all of his freedom and made him subject to the whims of big tech and all the rest of this kind of bullshit, And it's just not true. Jeremy, unlike Stephen, read the entire text of the term sheet on the air and goes through it piece by piece and explains exactly how it works. And in short, all the contract says is, we are offering you this gigantic sum of money. And if you
I can't believe he cursed.
start to lose money for the company and for yourself because you lose YouTube, for example, then we both lose money, so you lose some money. Because this is typically how contracts work. On this show, for example, if I lose advertisers and the revenue of the show goes down, then I lose revenue personally because the revenue of the show has gone down. So again, if you want the details, the legalistic details of all this, you can check out Jeremy's video. It is absolutely comprehensive and irrefutable because again, he reveals, I've never seen anybody else do this, he reveals literally the entirety of the what
If he was negotiating with the Daily Wire while he was still under contract with the Blaze, they could both be in some serious shit. No, they wouldn't. What the fuck are you talking about? No, I think like Mitt Orchard is right about this, by the way. This is another angle that I totally forgot about that I did not consider. And it also pairs with Steven Crowder not knowing what the Mug Club numbers are, what the Mug Club subscription numbers are. The Mug Club is not his. I think the Mug Club might be the Blaze's because Steven Crowder is under contract with the Blaze, which, as Jeremy Boring also pointed out, is funded by a right-wing billionaire. Just like PJ Media, which Steven Crowder used to work at, just like every other outlet that Steven Crowder has always been hired by. And when you're under the wing of like the Blaze or whatever, they probably take your whatever fucking paywall and they take the money under your and you know, all your Mug Club money goes directly to them. Why am I watching you? I don't know, because you're fucking bored. To get educated, to learn a little bit. I'm a sucker for Twitter political drama, so for anyone else with that same weak spot, I have a theory on Steven Crowder versus the Daily Blaze, Daily Wire. TLDR is actually about the Blaze. From all appearances on Crowder's Twitter TL, his email list was contractually jacked by the Blaze. Yeah, unlike Daily Wire. And this email list is really important because they sell it to fucking political campaigns. If you know anything about how, you know, Conservative Inc. works, big con, conservative media, independent or not, is regularly working with political campaigns. So it's a huge, huge deal to have the most bigoted, idiotic, anti-vaxxer dickheads and have like a massive fucking email list, okay? That data is very valuable to political campaigns. They pay like on the low end $500,000 for that fucking data, okay? And unlike the Daily Wire, who only sent him a term sheet he found unacceptable, he never put the Blaze on blast. I'm presuming there must have been a solid non-disclosure disparagement clause in whatever contract he had with them. So Crowder has to try and scrounge back as much of his list as he can via his socials, and whatever number of contracts he got from that was probably amazing for a startup, but paled in comparison to the list he would have built over 10 years or whatever. Needless to say, this would feel bad. Steven Crowder, being a lifelong man baby, however, does not take life's injustices nearly as much in stride as the average 35-year-old man. Having literally no recourse against the Blaze, he instead channeled all of his anger into a fight with a new negotiating partner it looked like he wasn't going to reach agreeable terms with. As a former Mug Club member, oh my God, that's awesome. You were a Mug Club guy? I can confirm it brings you straight to blaze.tv to put your payment info in. After you sign up, you're supposed to get a Crowder mug that I never got. Thanks for reforming me, brother. I love you, Hassel. From Mug Club member to a 7-month subscriber, dude. What a fucking pipeline. Sheesh. Okay, this theory makes a lot of sense. He wanted to create a lot of hubbub, and he wanted to go crazy on the timeline in the most public fashion he could. He can't do it against the Blaze because he has contractual obligations. They will cook him, okay? He doesn't want to get held up with, like, legal trouble, even though the Blaze is not giving his email list back to him. Sam Cedar suggested that he was tampering because he was under contract while negotiating a new contract with a different entity. I mean, that kind of stuff is like, I don't care about that, to be honest. Like, what? talking to another company about like potentially moving over there, who gives a shit? Listen, Kings, if you have the opportunity to get more money from another company, you should do that. Majority Report showed a clip of a quarter pounder from December talking about how he was exhausted from being up all night helping Crowder fix his website, get new hosting, etc. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about non-compete stuff. Like, you know, suck my dick. Free market, baby. Free market, bitch. Okay. This would sort of explain the bizarre move of starting a public fight over a contract he hasn't even made a counteroffer to, let alone signed. He did make a counteroffer, by the way, which was $140 million. Poor Steven has developed a deep-seated hatred of contracts in the conservative media sphere, but he's unable to take his hatred out on the media company that really fucked him, unable to cry about the terms you signed. Next best thing is to cry about the ones you haven't. There's no real strategy or cause here, though Crowder has probably convinced himself otherwise. He signed away a lot more than he should have with the Blaze, and that realization has basically driven him out of his mind these past few months, culminating in this shit show. Yeah. Ultimately, it is additionally funny that Steven Crowder, who makes a lot of money, far more than he deserves, absolutely, by shitting on the working class and telling working class people that they're entitled and lazy, okay, is now finding himself at the throes of having no adequate labor protection and also not being able to negotiate, even though he has leverage. So that, my friends, is pretty fucking funny. Okay? I mean, it is. This guy literally talks about how great the Supreme Court is, how great the fucking lack of labor protections in this country are. Even if he doesn't directly address it in those terms, his job, as he is working in one of the many outlets that are funded by billionaires who pay him this money to say these sorts of things, his job is basically to undermine labor protections, to make arguments against labor protections. He's so anti-labor. He used to go and troll labor union organizers, and one time he got his ass beat, actually, by a union guy. Remember that. That's how deep this his disdain for unions goes.
What was supposed to be confidential term sheet that Steven decided to partially leak for his own benefit. And this is the part that's really ugly. Okay, so the part that's really ugly is the betrayal of friendship. So last night, Steven Crowder, in response to Jeremy reading the entire term sheet and saying somehow Steven misconstrued this and is using this to attack us and launch a website called Stop Big Con, as though we are in the pocket of big tech. We are in the pocket of big tech. We who have invested literally tens of millions of dollars building alternatives to big tech. We who put up people.
Ultimately, I think this kind of conservative infighting is fire, but like I suspect that Steven Crowder gets a lot more clout from like the idiots, because like, look, ultimately everyone is stupid, right? People are very stupid. Think about the dumbest guy you know. That guy, you know, think about the dumbest guy you know, okay? Think about the average intelligent person. That means 50% of society is dumber than that guy, okay? It's a George Carlin bit, but it's true. It's true. It's just like there's a lot of dumb guys out there, okay? I myself included. I'm a dumb guy. Now, because there are more dumb guys out there than there are smart guys, okay? Steven Crowder's rhetoric and commentary is going to be more appealing to the dumb guys than, oh, hoity-toity, look at me. I'm actually a very smart Ben Shapiro. Especially on the right, which is all about shapes and colors. You know what I mean? The entire fucking right-wing rhetoric hinges on, you know, triggering your lizard brain. So what I'm trying to say is I think Steven Crowder picking a fight with Daily Wire made him look really bad from our perspective. But like, there are a lot of stupid people out there who are probably saying like, oh, Daily Wire, you guys suck. You're behaving in big corporation, in big corpo ways. Meanwhile, our boy, Steven Crowder, he just wanted to be able to say the N-word and then, you know, not get banned by Daily Wire, and you fucked up. That's why I think like a lot of people like the Tim Pool watchers of the world and everyone else that's like looking at this right now in the conservative sphere is going to probably lend support to Steven Crowder. Even though on its face, I feel like, you know, crying about a $50 million contract, pretty fucking insane. Let's see what happens though.
Like Matt Walsh and Candace Owens and my show, we have been attacked by Facebook and have been attacked in the legacy media all the time and who are routinely demonetized. Well, yes, nailed it. We were in the pocket of big tech. This was Steven's line of attack. And supposedly, this line of attack came from that term sheet, right? The idea was that the term sheet was doing the work of big tech because the term sheet suggested.
Yeah, look, they're coming after Daily Wire. Look, all the Daily Wire personalities are now defending online defending Daily Wire. It's so obvious that what Crowder said was right. If we say nothing, then our silence is confirmation of what you already believe. If we defend ourselves and our company, then that is confirmation of what you already believe. It's almost like there's literally nothing we could do or say that won't confirm what you already believe. Oh, that's so sick. If this ends up taking down the Daily Wire, that'd be so fire, dude. I fucking love that shit. I suggest job application. Just get a job application. Get a job. That's all I'm going to say. Get back to fucking work. You got a problem, get to work.
That if he got demonetized from YouTube and we both lost money, that he would also lose money. What he apparently wanted us to do was continue to pay him extraordinary sums of money, even if the show was losing money, which is called a charity. It is not called a business. The hardest thing to do in the conservative movement or anywhere else is to, one, run a successful business, and two, make a difference. We here at Daily Wire do both things. In fact, we try to generate a profit so we can continue to make a difference. And it turns out when you lose money, you don't actually have the wherewithal or the resources in order to do things like spend enormous quantities of money making What is a Woman by Matt Walsh, or making The Greatest Lie Ever Sold by Candace Owens, or funding the investigative reporters who shift the Virginia gubernatorial race by uncovering what happens in Loudoun County, or put out good information each and every day to rebut the evils of the Biden administration. Or
I do love, like, every time they talk about their dubs, I'm like, wow, this is the stinker coalition. You know what I mean? Every dub that they talk about is just awful. Like, you don't understand. We make the shittiest documentaries you've ever seen. Okay? You don't get it. You know how hard it is to make a shitty ass documentary? It's very hard.
spend the
You know how hard it is to make a movie that makes $800 on release? You know how hard that is? We dumped $1 million into that. Gina Carano.
millions of dollars it takes to sue the Biden administration to stop the OSHA vax mandate or any of that kind of stuff. That costs money. And in order to make that money, you have to run a business. So you can't run a charity for your hosts. That apparently is what Steven wanted, but Steven decided.
You know how cops have like major they have to fund, like they have to put a pool of funds together that taxpayers, you pay for, by the way, that they know they're going to have to pay out in settlements because they can't stop themselves from like beating the shit out of innocent people. It's the same for it's the same for conservatives in the other way. They have like an offensive legal fund. I know this for a fact. I've talked to people at YouTube, okay, where Rumble, for example, sues YouTube regularly. They always lose. They always lose. Same with the Daily Wire and every other conservative outlet. They love holding people up in legal battles, specifically because if win or lose, they get the media out of it. They get like clout out of it. Like they're making it seem like they're doing something. Very strange thing. It's a very weird way to make money, I guess. I don't fucking know. I don't understand how else to describe it. This is what they do, though. This is like this is a part of their like media and business strategy.
Besides that, this is supposedly his story is that he was so offended by the term sheet he just had to speak out. He had to stand up for the little guy, right? Okay, there are a bunch of problems with this. I was willing to stay silent on all of.
I'm surprised that actually generates enough profit that is worth that cause. It doesn't. None of it is about profit. None of these companies are profitable. I don't think Daily Wire is profitable. I do not believe any of these companies are profitable. They are not doing it for profit. They're doing it because it's politics. They're doing it because people will give them money regardless, no matter what happens. That's why all of these outlets are they have insane burn rates. They don't care. They can keep paying people. They can keep overpaying these fucking racist assholes because their job isn't to make money as a media outlet. Their job is to make propaganda. Their job is to also then sell data, but like their job ultimately is to sell the idea of conservatism.
All this, generally speaking, and not get into the weeds and not get into Stephen's personal conduct until the point when he personally recorded a phone call with my best friend, Jeremy Boring, and then proceeded to release that publicly. That is disgusting. It is disgusting, and it is vile on a pure human level. Jeremy, again, has gone out of his way for Stephen more times than I can count. He has counseled Stephen personally. And Stephen decided in premeditated fashion that he was going to tape his friend and then release it to grow his email list. It is that simple. And I'll show you the timeline here because the case here is that, again, this term sheet that he got, he was so offended by it, he just had to speak up. He couldn't be held back any longer. He had to speak up on behalf of the little guy. Okay, I'm going to read you the timeline of what happened during this negotiation and when he decided to tape his friend, his supposed friend, Jeremy Boring. So here is the timeline here. October 5th, 2022 is when we sent Stephen the supposedly evil term sheet. So evil. So you would imagine that if the term sheet was that evil, October 6th, he couldn't have held back. How could you guys do this? It would be just October 5th is when we sent him this term sheet offering him $50 million over 4 years plus a 2-year extension for $25 million. You know, basketball player type money. On November 2nd, Stephen called up Jeremy and said, I want $30 million a year and a bunch of changes to the term sheet. I'm not going to redline the term sheet. I'm not going to edit the term sheet. I just want you to send me a brand new offer. On November 6th, 4 days later, remember, this is after he's already sounded off. He's got the term sheet. He's had it for a month. November 6th was election night. You'll recall, if you're a Daily Wire fan, Stephen Crowder appeared on our election night coverage.
Yeah, I think, it makes sense. I think it's because his contract ended with the Blaze on December and he wanted to like make waves. You know what I mean? He wanted to like announce his independence basically. And he had no way of announcing his independency by like shitting on the Blaze because he has an NDA. And a non-disparagement agreement, most likely, on top of that. Non-disclosure and a non-disparagement agreement, most likely. So he just came after the Daily Wire, the big dogs. Because it's so stupid. He was like, this is just about allowing racism to continue. Like, because Stephen Crowder was like, I am a bold truth teller. I'm here to just advocate for my way of making money, which is by being racist behind a paywall, but also by being racist in front of a paywall that will subsequently get me banned. Yeah, he is out there. He's fighting for something. He's fighting for what's right for him, which is the right to say unhinged racist shit, get banned, and then still be able to, make the $50 million contract.
Everything was very friendly. Everything was very chummy. Everything was great. November 14th or thereabouts, we decided that we couldn't meet his demands, that his demands were not rational in business terms, that he wanted too much money, and all the rest of it. So we let him know, no hard feelings. We're still friends, just like we do in every contract negotiation. As Tim Pool said on his show last night, we've had contract negotiations with Tim, and we disagreed, and we went our separate ways, and we still like Tim still likes us, and all the rest. Okay, so November 14th or thereabouts, we told Stephen that we couldn't meet his demands. Fast forward another month, December 12th, he registered the site Stop Big Con. Okay, that's when he registered it. Remember, October 5th is when he received the terms. November 14th is when we said we could not meet his demands. December 12th is when he registered Stop Big Con because he knew that 3 days later, he was going to be announcing that he was leaving the Blaze. He needed a plan, and attacking us was the plan. December 15th, he announced he was leaving the Blaze. A month after that, he texted Jeremy in friendly fashion to ask if they could talk. On January 9th, he called Jeremy and proceeded to tape him. without permission, without Jeremy's knowledge, he proceeded to tape a person who was supposedly his friend. And remember, this is all based on the passion of the upset that he had over a term sheet that was submitted to him on October 5th. It is a month. It's actually 36.
Yes, we know Crowder is a hypocrite. Delusional Colin Kaepernick compares slavery to $1 million contracts. We know. Yes, he has. Again, his entire job is about telling people that they suck, like telling workers that they suck and they're lazy and they're shitheads and they're entitled. You know what I mean? He's also done this whole like Colin Kaepernick bit, where Colin Kaepernick said that the NFL Combine is akin to a slave market. That's what he did. Loa, can I have a kiss? I'm a girl. My TTS donation was a scam. Perhaps I didn't read your donation because, it's better that we left it unread. You really think that was a good dono? Don't do that. Don't send a sad face. Now the whole chat's sending sad faces. Let's get back to the story.
After, January 17th is when he launches Stop Big Con. So just to get this straight, just to get the timeline straight, because this is what we would call a premeditated move in an attempt to grow your email list. This means 104 days elapsed between when Steven Crowder received the term sheet that we submitted to him and when he launched Stop Big Con. 104 days. And it means that 36 days elapsed between when he decided to attack Daily Wire and Jeremy by purchasing Stop Big Con and when he called Jeremy to tape him. So that means well over 3 months elapsed, again, between when he received this egregiously evil term sheet, which, by the way, is not egregiously evil. The term sheet is perfectly legitimate. It was the basis for further negotiation. There would have been moves on both sides, but there's nothing wrong with saying to a person who produces a show, one, you have to produce a certain number of shows, and if you don't, we're not going to pay you for the shows that you don't produce. And two, if your show begins to lose money, you also lose money. This is how business works. This is how the media works. This is how capitalism works. We are not communists. We do not pay people in order to not generate revenue. We cannot run a business and keep it functional.
That's right, baby. He's right. He's right. Except every single right-wing outlet is operating at a loss, and they're operating at a loss because their goal is not to generate money or turn profit. They are not publicly traded. Their goal is to do propaganda, and that's why Republicans will always pay handsomely for that. Okay? Yes, their job is to generate new school shooters. Their job is to create new LGBT drag brunch shooters. That's their job. Ultimately, it is profitable because it's profitable to those business owners that can continue tampering. With how society operates.
Employ 300 people and have the money to spend on all the wonderful projects that we like to do, on the $100 million we're going to spend on kids content, on the suing of Joe Biden's administration, we can't do any of that stuff unless we are a profitable company. We don't pay people just for the fun of it. So that means this is totally premeditated. It is an attempt to grow an email list by deliberately misconstruing terms of a perfectly legitimate non-binding term sheet for a person that I personally and Jeremy, have gone out of our way to help multiple times. A person who then claims that we are the big...
I'm very excited for the kids' content. That's going to be really funny. I can't wait to watch that shit. Once again, all of these media ventures, including the Daily Wire, yeah, they're generating revenue, but they're not turning profit, okay? If I, as a Twitch streamer, was not a profitable business for myself, I would not be able to continue doing this, okay? Because ultimately, if I can't sustain it, if I can, well, not profit, but like if I was not it would not be sustainable. Oh, well, I generated this amount of revenue. Meanwhile, I can't put food on my table. Well, okay, then I die. I have to do a different job. That's how it works. These guys don't have that fear. They don't. They don't have that fear because it's not about that. They can use the revenue to say, like, look how great we are. Look how big we are. Look how much reach we have. Ultimately, and then go back to the billionaires and get funding. But having said that, maybe Daily Wire is different. They probably do generate a decent chunk of revenue, and but I just don't think that they're turning a profit. Media is so expensive, dude. It's so fucking expensive. It's so expensive. Everything I know about the media pivoted after getting schooled by chatter. What? Every time someone uses lol in the chat, I just, like, it's always the worst fucking take I've ever heard. Like, it's always just the dumbest. Copega Daily Wire going down. Like, just go back to watching Forsen, bro. What the fuck are you doing here? Like, why are you here? Communists celebrating political violence here. Omega lol. Fucking, you're not getting saved, okay? Your brain is too rotted. I'm sorry. Go back to enjoying Steven Crowder's commentary. You absolute fucking loser. Jesus Christ.
Shills for YouTube.
Anyway.
Right? We're the ones who are shilling for big tech. So what's his claim on that? His claim is that we're shilling for big tech.
Like, my statement is backed by what Jeremy Boring, the CEO of Daily Wire, quite literally fucking stated, which is that every single one of these right-wing outlets are funded by billionaires. So they don't have the need to turn profit. Daily Wire is different is what he's claiming, but I don't think it's different, especially because they are funded by billionaires. We know that they're funded by billionaires. The Wilkes brothers that pumped all their funds into PragerU, that made PragerU basically, which is now owned by the Daily Wire, for the record. They are subsidizing the Daily Wire as well.
By saying that if you get banned from YouTube and we lose money because of that, then you also lose money. Well, I noticed that someone else makes the vast bulk of his living via the exposure he receives on YouTube, and his name is Steven Crowder. Steven has a bigger following on YouTube than I do. He has a massive following on YouTube. He's a YouTube superstar. He has 6 million followers on YouTube. He doesn't want to be banned on YouTube. By the way, he doesn't have to be demonetized in order to continue. The demonetization does not mean that he doesn't indirectly make money on YouTube. The exposure he receives on YouTube allows him to push people to Mug Club. He knows this. This is why he has a pissed off YouTube.
Yeah, dude, they're leaking it. They're leaking the thing. Oh my God, everything I've been saying, they're just openly admitting. It's so awesome. This is refreshing. This is refreshing. It's refreshing to see. These guys rely on getting banned because when you get banned, you get media coverage and your audience, like Republicans love that shit. They're like, oh, we're under attack. How do we support you? You just got banned for racism. How can we offer you support, Steven Crowder, is what like all these fucking hogs say. And then they're like, oh, go to Mug Club. Go to the subscription method. It's awesome. It's great.
YouTube segment, which is smart, right? He does the same thing on his show that I do on my show. Exactly the same.
The message, yeah, exactly. The message is always, the method is the same. Be racist, get banned, drive traffic to your, unfiltered, more unhinged and more racist content behind a paywall and, keep making money that way. That's it. That's it. That's how it works. Rinse and repeat. Now, for that reason, though, I understand Steven Crowder's side. Steven Crowder's like, brother, you can't put a clause in the contract about me getting banned when, like, whenever I get banned, your subscription numbers are going to pop off. The fuck do you mean? How are you going to tell me that one of my key elements of like generating revenue is also going to cut off my revenue? That isn't what Crowder said, though, lol. Of course, Crowder didn't openly say that, but it doesn't matter because that is what it is, you fucking idiot. What do you mean? But of course, if you're conservative, you're too stupid to understand. If you're conservative, you are literally too stupid to understand this, okay? I'm not saying you are, but if you're fucking defending Crowder here, you must be conservative to a certain degree. Holy fuck.
Same thing. You will hear me on the show when I discuss COVID. I'm about to say a bunch of things I can't say on YouTube. So head on over to Daily Wire Plus and subscribe and hear the rest of it.
Disagree equals conservative equals stupid. I mean, yeah, it is true for the most part. Yes. Now, this isn't the same for someone like myself, for example. When I get banned, I'm cooked because I don't have like a secondary mode of generating revenue. You know what I mean? I'm not like saying cracker on the platform and then getting banned and then going, hey, if you want to hear all of the fucking anti-white things I want to say, like come join the fucking mug club. You know what I mean? The HasanAbi mug club. And then I can say all of my unhinged shit there, you know? That's not how that works. But that is exactly how that works for Steven Crowder and the like. E-celebs weigh in on Steven Crowder. Tim Cass is doing shorts now. Okay.
Steven does the same thing. He says, I'm going to have my piss off YouTube segment in which he avoids saying the things that will get him permanently banned on YouTube, but directs people to his site. So is he a shill for big tech? Is he a shill for big tech? Because if he were really not a shill for big tech, apparently, he would just say whatever he wants any day. He would just say it any day. And if they knock him off, they knock him off. But he's not doing that because he's not a moron. Steven's not a moron. He apparently is just a bad person who tapes his friends and then releases the tapes for personal gain. I'm personally insulted by Steven's behavior here. I'm more insulted. It has nothing to do with me because he hasn't actually said anything about me. It has to do with you don't get to attack my best friend and suggest that my best friend is some sort of shill for big tech.
Aw, this is about friendship. Aw. It's about friendship. That's my friend. You came after my best friend.
Tech when we spend every day, literally every day in this business, attempting to fight big tech and to win. When you spend every day trying to bring good content to people who can't get it in a lot of other ways and build a business, who go out of our way to make offers to people for tens of millions of dollars so they can continue to promote, to provide the content that you want. Tens of millions of dollars to people like Steven Crowder. I don't see a lot of other people walking across the table to make this offer to Steven Crowder. The easiest thing to do in our particular industry is to attack your friends and make money off of that. The hardest thing to do in our industry is to win at business and to win against the left, and those two things are simultaneous. Because if you lose money, you can't keep operating and fight the agenda of the left. You know, it makes me nauseous to be talking about this, honestly. It makes me sick to be talking about this.
It makes him nauseous. Let's get to stuff that doesn't make me sick. A 14-year-old trans child wanted to play football the other day. Let's talk about that. How can we kill them? Like that's, let's talk instead about things that truly matter. How can we get this trans teenager to kill themselves immediately? The singular trans girl in the state of Utah deserves the death penalty. How do we make it happen?
I'm sad for Steven that he feels the necessity to plan for
Not gonna lie, I hate how convincing he sounds sometimes. I kind of get how people get indoctrinated by him. Yes, because we're all stupid. We're all stupid. We hear someone with convictions speak confidently and eloquently, and we say, oh my God, this guy's got it. He must be right to a certain degree. Conservatives also, on top of that, benefit from societal foundations being slanted in their direction, okay? All of the systems that we exist under throughout history and even in contemporary society have a right-wing slant. Progress is constantly fighting against that, okay? Sometimes bouldering against that. Sometimes losing against that change. And for that reason, if you can talk and come across confident and say, it's just pure, basic sensibilities here. It's common sense. Most people will still turn around and go, wait a minute. It is kind of common sense. That's how the shit works. That's why I always say it's like much easier to be a conservative commentator as well. Can you give an example of that in society currently? I mean, the greatest example I can give you, which is like almost cliche at this point, is the abortion ban, right? The criminalization of abortion in red states. That's it. That is like an objectively insane reactionary move that is undemocratic in every sense of the word. There you go. Most people are transphobic. That's another one. If you want to understand it from like social issues, most people are transphobic because we have rigid gender binaries that we have been taught since birth. Doesn't matter if it's antiquated. Doesn't matter if it's actually culturally irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, as a matter of fact. SF Dubs, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Ultimately, people just have that sensibility. We live under a capitalist system, so people believe that like hard work and meritocracy exists. So any kind of message that you cut against that is going to have to basically prove the point that meritocracy is a lie. But most people's starting point is that meritocracy is not a lie. You get it? Biology is not socially made. See, this guy's still talking about biology when we're not talking about biology. We're talking about gender. Gender has nothing to do with biology. Gender is a social construct. But a lot of people's starting position is this because it's been smashed together from the jump. Yes, Chomsky talks about this as well. The burden of proof is always on people that are going against the norms. That's why it's much more difficult to do leftist agitative propaganda because you have to look at the inherent contradictions and explain to people that they're mad at the wrong things when everyone who do get paid like a lot of fucking money, like Ben Shapiro, is working to tell you, no. Don't focus on the real reasons as to why you're angry or why you're fucked over at your place of work. Focus on the only 14-year-old in Utah, in the state of Utah, that is a trans girl that wants to swim at the swim meet. Does that move the needle? Does that change your life? Let's say that trans girl kills herself, okay? Did that dramatically improve your life in any meaningful capacity? Did you get any kind of material restitution? No. Are you going to sleep better at night? No. You didn't do anything. But these fucking assholes tell you every day that will improve your life. That's the thing you should be mad about. And they do it very successfully. Because people don't want to notice the sad truths of their existence, the cold, hard truths of their existence. They don't want to recognize that. It's easier to feel sedated. And in a weird way, when you have an outlet, when you have a decent vector of your anger, especially when you're a fucking loser and it's much easier to shit on those who have less than you. That outlet of your anger becomes an easy target. You can just rest easy knowing that you're just, I guess doing the right thing, trying to change society.
Months apparently to attack his friends, to try to grow an email list in the most cynical possible fashion and tape his friends on the phone and then release that public. Who does that? Who does that? Is that something you do? I mean, I'll just ask you on a personal level. Have you ever done that? Have you ever taped your friends? Is that a thing that you do?
Dr. Felipe 89, HasanAbi, to reinforce your argument further, I didn't learn the difference between sex and gender until med school, lol. Yeah, there you go.
You text your friend just so you can set them up on tape. And then you selectively release parts of the tape to try to make them look bad. It fails, by the way. And you lie about the terms that you are offered in order to grow your email list and look like the truest conservative in all the land. The man who's truly standing up, while, by the way, not being banned from YouTube. He explicitly says on his show that he does not say things on YouTube, so he will not be banned on YouTube. But when we say the same thing to him, apparently it's super bad. Or alternatively, this is one of the all-time planned attacks for monetization I have ever seen. And doing it by attacking a person like Jeremy, who's been extremely kind to Stephen, is just vile at the highest possible level. It's personally repulsive. It's absolutely repulsive. We'll get to more on this in just 1 second. First, if the past couple of years have taught us anything, it's that in a crisis-like situation, it can be very difficult to come by the she ran away from by according to bureaucrats, refused to return her to.
All right, and then they move on to some like random irrelevant shit.
Wokeness.
Let's hear from Candace Owens as well. This is
big
the last part of this and Brett Cooper. Brett Cooper had a take on it. She's the young Daily Wire employee that like Steven Crowder is basically talking about.
Same. All right, here we go.
How long is this shit?
Even though he's demonetized, negotiated for months. The first term sheet that I was given, I was like, no, I'm going to change this. I want this. I don't feel great about this. Could you answer this question? That's how negotiating works. And what I got after those 3 months of negotiating, I negotiated for about 3 months for both of the contracts. What I got, I believed to be very fair. And in case people get caught up in the details, I don't really know why this needs to be said, but my contract is not in the same structure.
I hate it. I hate every time we like watch a conservative woman. This chat like goes absolute bananas. Don't say I made you this way. I hate it. I'm sorry. It grosses me out. It pisses me off. I don't know if you guys are like joking or if you're being serious, but it's just like deeply, deeply frustrating. And no, don't say we learned it from you, Dad. I don't coom after fucking Brett Cooper, okay? You need to stop. Please, holy shit. It's not funny to hear the same, like, hear me out, I can fix her joke for the 7,000th time, okay? These people are fucking charlatans. They're awful. They're, like, objectively saying awful things and getting paid handsomely for it. And you're over here going, oh, man, like, I love her, actually. She's great. Stop. Please, get a new joke.
Is what was offered to Steven Crowder. Not in the slightest. And Jeremy said that in his video, and he said none of our talent has the same contract. At least in my opinion, that is true in my experience. So some of the concerns that Steven Crowder has, though he might be concerned with that, that's not in my contract. I fought for something
Makes me
different.
not want to watch it.
But again, The point is, I chose to sign and I chose to trade value for value in a capitalist society working for a business. Now, in my case, the value for me is that being at this young age, I am now 21, I have incredible mentorship at the Daily Wire. Like, I am growing a show and an audience with some of the greatest talent in entertainment and media that you could get. Like, that is not slavery.
Okay, it's boring. All right, we're gonna look at Candace Owens real quick. And then
story, and I got tons of tweets from people asking me about Steven Crowder. People were saying, you need to speak out for Steven Crowder. Candace, blink twice if you're under duress. All sorts of comments like that, and I had no idea what they were talking about. I obviously then went to Steven Crowder's YouTube page, and I saw a video that he had put up, and he was discussing a company who were essentially offering him what he thought amounted to a slave contract. And it was very heavily implied throughout that the company was the Daily Wire. He said it wasn't the Blaze. He said that there were ad reads, that the company offered him a lot of money, and that he wouldn't sell out. You know, it was this super, I'm a martyr and I'm not selling out to you. And the comments reflected that, yay, Steven, you're a hero. Before I even give you my feedback, let's just hear Steven in his own words.
Big tech is in bed with Big Con. The people you thought, the people I thought were fighting for you, a lot of it has been a big con. Now, I'm specifically avoiding naming names or going after individuals in this video because I genuinely hope that those I'm addressing, and you know who you are, have a change of heart. Don't sign these contracts.
Yeah, he's working real hard, man. He's working real hard to preserve the integrity of racists, okay, that want to do racism and still work within the conservative sphere. Thank God. This guy is a real labor leader, okay? He is going to start a fucking union amongst political commentators on the conservative side with the express reason, with the express purpose of like being able to serve you top of the hour ad breaks for 3 minutes. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. That's right. Twitch Prime is free, as long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month, or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Why have all the ad transitions been fired today? That was disrespectful. 10-10. See, that's valid. It's valid. Hasan's rejected FOIA request. Thanks for the gifted sub. You fucking idiots, dude. It's additionally better if I serve it to you exactly on the dot, which I did just now, and you still were not expecting it.
I now know what you are signing out there. I have the luxury of not having to. Let me go through this. If any of the major platforms issues a content strike such that Crowder cannot be monetized on such platform, the fee will be reduced by 25%. And then another 20% of it happens on Apple. And then another 10% of it happens on Facebook. And then another 10% of it happens on Spotify. And then if you get a strike, meaning a suspension, another 20%. Just to drive it home, you get hit by a car, you have a sick day, you could lose $100,000 a day. This is what's sent out to everybody.
All right, so you get the gist of this. It is a super predatory contract. And like I said, he never explicitly said the Daily Wire, but it was very clear that he was talking about the Daily Wire, because how many organizations do you know are big enough to offer him, Steven Crowder, what he should, or around the range of what he should be paid, that does ad reads? Obviously, it's not going to be Fox News. It's not going to be PragerU, their 501c3, or Turning Point USA. And he mentioned explicitly that it wasn't the Blaze. So to me, it was sort of like he said, the Schmaley Schmeier, but I'm not naming any names. And I'm going to tell you 2 things that I thought. First and foremost, to give something a name like the Big Con, obviously, it was mudslinging. And if this was the Daily Wire, which I wasn't entirely sure that it was, but as I said, it was heavily implied, then he also threw mud on me. He threw mud on Matt Walsh. He threw mud on Michael Knowles. He threw mud on every single person, Brett Cooper, that works for Daily Wire, by implying that we are signing these contracts and he is heroic for not signing it. And pulling out excerpts of the contract to say basically we're beholden to big tech, right? And I don't like that. If you want to rev up your engine and fire up your big truck, don't get mud on my car, right? That's my thing. If you want to go to war, keep me out of it. At least say this was a contract that was offered to me. He kind of makes this plea. And again, people were just on board with it. But I will also be honest that I was a bit disturbed. Like I said, heavy accusations that this is how the contract should be being handled. This would mean and imply that I was working for an organization that is not acting in the capacity of what I would like, how I would like them to act, right? Or acting in good faith toward the talent, and it felt predatory. So the first thing that I did was I reached out to executives here and was like, what is this? Are you guys going to respond to this? I want to know whether or not you're actually treating people poorly behind the scenes, because it matters to me. It's always mattered to me, okay? You can speak to any organization that's ever worked with me. I have a very good reputation. I maintain friendships with everybody. I do. I don't personally know Steven Crowder. To be honest, the first time I ever had any correspondence with him, he was a bit of a dick to me. You can bleep that out, whatever. But he offered me online to come on the show. I said yes. And an hour later, he lied and said that I canceled, and I never did. And then he corrected it and said, oh, we got confused. And I just thought that's pretty crappy that you publicly tweeted. At the time, I think he had more followers than me, that I canceled on your show, and I never did. But anyways, I never met him in person, and I think he's tremendously talented. And I laughed all the way through his election night coverage. So I didn't really have a horse in this race, and I wanted the Daily Wire to respond.
It's just kind of funny that, like, every single person from Steven Crowder to Donald Trump has just been mean to Candace Owens at some point in time. I really want them to address the 20% shit, because I want them to admit that they're trying to rein with him in with the racism. My friend, spoiler alert, but Jeremy Boring, in the video that we watched last night, very openly admitted that. Like, he very clearly said, we love your racism. We love your, like, piss off YouTube segment. It's fucking fire. The problem is, you know what not to say. You can say whatever you want behind the paywall, but you know what not to say in front of the paywall so you don't get banned. Verbatim. I'm not joking. I'm not even fucking paraphrasing, okay? He so clearly and so openly stated that. If everyone has been mean to you in every first interaction, maybe that says something about you. To be honest, though, it could be two things. It could be because Candace Owens is fucking annoying, okay? Sure. But it could also be because, like, everyone that she's surrounded himself with are fucking racist. And raging racist misogynists. So, like, yeah. So that could probably be another reason why they're just, like, fucking annoyed by her existence on top of everything else.
To it. I said, you have to respond to this. This makes us all look guilty. People are now thinking I signed a contract with this, like I sold my soul to the devil. This is the implication here. So Jeremy Boring, the co-CEO of Daily Wire, did in fact
probably a bit of both.
Give a response, actually a thorough response, a 1-hour response last night, which I watched later than my bedtime, I would say. And he went through the contract that they offered Steven line by line. Again, it was an hour long, so I absolutely cannot play it right now. It would cover the entire show, but you should take the time and you should watch it because he adds clarity and he expands. He goes through the entire contract. There could not have been more transparency. He goes through the entire contract that was offered, and it allows people to actually discern what really went down. And what really went down, according to Jeremy, and I'm very interested to see what Steven's response is that Steven became a free agent. He left the Blaze. The Daily Wire offered him a contract, a huge contract, by the way, $50 million they offered him. First, they said, we won't even talk unless you offer a big amount. But Daily Wire came back and offered $50 million. And then Steven's agent wrote back that They wanted $120 million. So basically, you wanted $120 million over the span of 4 years, which, by the way, pretty unrelatable. Okay, this was last year. I think Jeremy said this all went down in September of last year. And then Jeremy went back and said that there was no way that they could afford that. Months passed, and I don't know, Steven Crowder, new year, new me, popped up in January and was like, actually, it's new year, it's new me, and F you, Daily Wire. I'm not okay with the fact that you even offered me this contract in the first place. By the way, it was a term sheet, not a contract, okay? So Steven Crowder is relying on the ignorance of people who don't know how business work, okay? Who don't understand that this is how it works. They put an initial offer on the table, and then what happens is you go get your lawyers and they go over every single line, okay? So my contract with the Daily Wire took us 5 months to negotiate. Lawyers going over every single line. They got me a term sheet. I said, no way to this. Here's what
they are almost like literally saying the exact same shit. Like, I don't think that they're trained and coached to saying this, but it certainly feels that way because of how consistent they have been. It's awesome. It's so awesome. This is just awesome. I can't stop appreciating and enjoying the backlash and all this drama, especially as it pertains to like conservatives complaining about like the starting spark of this being a very famous anti-worker conservative complaining about worker rights, labor protections, as it pertains to like protections over being able to say racist shit without scrutiny. And also ends with him saying that a $50 million contract is slave labor. It's so good. It's like a perfect demonstration of every single thing that we say.
What I'm saying, they say, no way to this. And then I say, no, and you go back and forth. And this is just business negotiations. It's nothing personal, okay? And of course, if I did not believe in something that I was signing or I thought it was disadvantageous, we talk it out. And they explain their logic, and I explain my logic and what my fears are. This is totally normal in the capacity of contracts everywhere signed. And yet, by removing some crucial information in his initial video, and like I said, I felt the same way as people that watched it at first, it made it seem as though the Daily Wire was just trying to enslave Steven Crowder. It's just not fair what Steven Crowder did. I think that honestly, he was acting a bit like a child actor, and I think it's incredibly immature to not give people all of the information up front, right?
What's Crowder's exit ramp? There's no way he has a better deal lined up, and there's no way to the publicity from this is worth 50 mil. It's not. I think he realized that, he just wanted to be independent and not work with, like, The Blaze or not work with the Daily Wire, not work with a larger conservative media conglomerate that will, like, offer him a contract on top of the money that he's making, which is what he's used to, so that he can maintain his own, like, email list. I think that a big part of this argument, this back and forth, revolves around email lists and data that you can eventually sell to conservative campaigns. Because, like, if you have a fat email list, dude, if you have a fat email list full of fucking idiots, okay, full of the dumbest people on the planet that are, like, willing and able to go and shoot up schools or shoot up the Walmart or go and shoot up the ballot box, I guess, literally and figuratively, that's valuable to Republican operatives. That's like, at least at the minimum, it's like 500 grand, 250 grand a pop for each individual campaign. That is going to generate a lot of revenue for Steven Crowder. Do streamers have an email list of all their subs? No, I don't. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
To refuse to name
specific. What the
specific
fuck is a streamer gonna do with their subs, dude?
names and to
Sub-emails.
therefore sling mud onto every single person. And it's egocentric, right? It's going, this was my experience, and therefore it must be everybody else.
No, it's about the ownership of the IP, because in the contract they would all go to DW. Yeah, I mean, that's another component of it too, but I do think that the email list is like the main reason why he's doing what he's doing now.
Else's experience. And so I'm going to be the hero by saying that everyone's under duress and you can come to me so I can start my own company. At the end of the day, I think what happened, this is completely my opinion, by the way, so I'm not blinking twice, I'm not under duress, is that Steven Crowder became a free agent and he's feeling a little vulnerable right now, right? He's used to working for other organizations. He has some guaranteed pay. And he thought that Daily Wire were actually going to meet him at $120 million. They didn't, they declined. And he's still feeling a little shaky on that. It's scary to go out on your own. I thought about it. I thought about going out on my own. It's a lot of work. Maybe down the line I will. But it's a scary thing to go out, to step out on your own and say, I'm going to do this thing completely by myself. As Jeremy pointed out, Steven's not done that before, right? And so to do this, he pulled a move in which he was going to try to take a bunch of people that were subscribed to the Daily Wire and start his own company. So essentially saying, I'm the hero, I'm the martyr, follow me because I'm not like those guys. And then he was going to start his own shop. And that's what he's trying to do. And some people fell for it and said, I'm with you to the end, I'm Mug Club till I die, and didn't understand that really nothing happened here other than nobody wanted to pay Steven Crowder $120 million. So he turned to his viewers, who he thinks are stupid enough at least not to understand how business negotiations work, right? Like, this is like normal, you kick it back and forth, and they were gonna make up for his loss. So people that are upset by his video, the millions of people who watched it, are now going to give him $1, whatever it costs to be in the Mug Club, and they're going to become the $120 million that he feels that he deserves. First of all, I'm just going to say this, unrelatable. Unrelatable. People are trying to pay for bacon and eggs right now at the grocery store, trying to buy a steak once a week, and you're over here crying because somebody couldn't meet you at $120 million. And it is crying. I don't like it. It was a total bitch move. There are plenty of things that happen across all organizations in the conservative movement where I will say that I empathize with Steven Crowder and saying that sometimes you feel like a cynic, which is like, is everybody selling out? Are people doing this, people doing that? There are a lot of things that Daily Wire has done that I disagree with. There's a lot of things that Turning Point has done that I disagree with. There are things perhaps that PragerU has done that I disagree with. I have worked with all of these companies, right? But to do a total bitch move and go out to the public rather than trying to resolve these things and these slight differences behind the scenes, and to make it seem like you're the hero and you're the true one and you keep it authentic when really nothing happened other than you didn't like an initial term sheet. And all you had to do was tell them that and tell them what you didn't like and go back and forth with lawyers like everybody else. I think it's crappy. I think Steven is a little egocentric. He probably will do better on his own. I don't think he knows how to play on a team. And by the way, the last thing I'm going to say, because I'm going on Tim Pool's tonight, so I'm going to say it anyways later, is that I'm pretty sure, wasn't it Steven Crowder who also screwed over somebody he used to work with? Was it not Gay Jared?
This part is fucking spicy. This is a dagger. Candace Owens is she's not holding back. She's like, bitch, you got skeletons in your closet. You better shut the fuck up. I love this, dude. God, it's so good. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Oh my Lord, it's so good. What is the not gay Jared story? I have no idea. But Steven Crowder used to have a dude called Not Gay Jared. In his ranks. Oh, Jared said, for what it's worth, it should be noted that I resigned from Louder with Crowder via written 2-week notice on July 2018. I was not fired or dismissed from my role, nor was I forced out of the company in any way. My departure was 100% my decision. Why I decided to leave so abruptly is a different story, but it was my personal decision. What the fuck is this website, bro? Tuco.co.ke. What happened? Not Gay Jared. Here's everything. No. Distractify? What the fuck are these articles, man? Wait. God damn it. I hate it when that happens. I gotta fix all this shit now. There you go. I think it was wage theft, right? Basic stuff. As a right-wing commentator, media personality, Jared voiced opinions like topics on gay privilege during his appearances. In an infamous episode, he and Steven ventured so far as to hit up an Antifa protest with the hope of exposing some of the secret tactics and strategies of the radical left-wing moves. During his time louder with Crowder, Jared became involved in various sketches and talk show style discussions. I'm passing the torch, Jared announced. A very not gay Jared farewell. Reportedly he left the show because he and his partner were expecting a baby. He left because he's having a kid, wrote a Redditor. Wow, what an article, dude. I heard that Jared had gone full 1488, pondered another person. According to some rumors circulating on social media, it might have had something to do with the long-standing financial difficulties the show was facing. Several cast members weren't paid on time. Some, like Sven Computer, were reported to be owed as much as $10,000. Apparently, he owes someone named Sven Computer $10K in unpaid wages. It's been tearing the team apart. Not an endorsement of Owen Benjamin, one person tweeted. I don't know. When Jared left, Crowder prevented Jared from getting a job at CRTV or another job in comedy. I don't know if this is true or not, but Sven tweeted out a bear emoji. Owen talked about Crowder owing Sven money, and Jared liked the tweet. Many people think that could be Sven and Jared's way of confirming what Owen said, since they can't outright discuss issues with Crowder because of NDA. If you build a server base in a third world country to only watch your channel, could you farm views? I don't fucking know. I don't want to know this much. I don't want to know this much about Steven Crowder's work. Apparently, this is fake news, by the way. Google New York City employees who arrived at the office early this morning stood in a line to test their badges. If the light turned red, it meant you had been laid off. If green, you were safe. That's not true. Maybe some people experienced that because they had not checked their emails or something. But apparently, not that it makes it better, for the record. Not that it makes it any better, but layoffs are happening in the tech space pretty aggressively, as we all know. And Google did, from what I understand, email every single individual that was fired beforehand. But if you didn't check your email that morning, and nobody, a lot of people don't check their emails in the morning, you might have actually faced that. Faced that dire reality. What happened to Owen Benjamin? Did he start some far-right cult or some shit? Owen Benjamin, he just went full racist. Microsoft laid off a bunch of people. Speaking of tech layoffs, let's get to that real quickly. This is fun. Microsoft held an invite-only Sting concert for executives in Davos the day before the company announced layoffs of 10,000 employees. Remember, when they're cutting costs, they're not cutting it where it matters. Okay? They still got money in the budget for the Sting concert at Davos. Motherfucking Sting. They just don't have money for you. Wild. Wild thing to consider. Google has laid off a bunch of people. Microsoft laid off a bunch of people. Amazon has laid off a bunch of people. What is this? Read Dan Wright? Yeah, we did. I already talked about it. It's fake news, but it's okay. Of course, part of the reason why they are laying off a bunch of people is because and this is this is a relatively capitalist take, but they're laying off a bunch of people because in 2021 and in 2020, when COVID happened, the tech sector boomed because people couldn't move around. So everything they did online, they did it on the internet. So they hired a lot. They hired a lot. They overhired, I guess. Not that that's like a real thing. I don't think that there is such a thing as overhiring, okay? But from a company's perspective, the wild part about it is that, like, it's not like they overhired and then, you know, allowed staff to work less hours. They overhired and then they kept the same fucking hours for everybody else. What you're supposed to do in this circumstance is, you know, hire more people and then cut the hours, but still pay the same salary in a normal situation. But now they're able to fire people so that they can get rid of bloat, because they know that the remaining staff is going to work doubly as hard. Yeah, here it is. Between June 2021 and 2022, Microsoft's headcount increased by 40,000 people. Now, an increase in headcount makes sense. As you can see, year over year, as your company grows, you increase, and then your company downsizes a little bit to improve efficiency, which means making the smaller labor force, now reduced labor force, do the same amount of work for the same amount of pay, by the way. Why are there so many tech layoffs, and why should we be worried? A Stanford scholar explains. Over the recent months, tech companies have been laying off workers by the thousands. It is estimated that in 2022 alone, over 120,000 people have been dismissed from their jobs, some of the biggest players in tech. What explains why so many companies are laying large numbers off their labor force? The answer is simple: copycat behavior, according to Jeffrey Peffer, a professor at Stanford Graduate School of Business. He's saying it's mostly social contagion. Behavior spreads through a network as companies almost mindlessly copy what others are doing. When a few firms hire staff, others will probably follow suit. Most problematic is a behavior that kills people. For example, research has shown that layoffs can increase the odds of suicide by 2 times or more. Layoffs don't work to improve company performance, but it does improve to work stock performance. Academic studies have shown that time and time again, workplace reductions don't do much for paring costs. Severance packages cost money, layoffs increase unemployment insurance rates, and cuts reduce workplace morale and productivity. But if you can demonstrate, after you get over the initial hump of diminishing stock prices that come along with the original layoff, unless it's coming at the heels of a merger and acquisition, in which case then layoffs are expected and it immediately improves your stock prices. Over the course of the next quarter or in the immediate quarter, if the output remains the same, your stock prices will increase. That's how the stock market works. For over 4 decades, Peffer studied hiring and firing practices. The tech industry layoffs are basically an instance of social contagion. He says they're imitating behavior and not particularly evidence-based. I've had people say to me that they know layoffs are harmful to company well-being, let alone the well-being of employees, and don't accomplish much. But everybody's doing layoffs, and their board is asking why they aren't doing layoffs also. Love that. Do you think layoffs in tech are some indication of the tech bubble bursting and the company preparing for a recession? Could there be a tech recession? Yes. Was there a bubble in valuations? Absolutely. Did Meta overhire? Probably. But is that why they're laying people off? Of course not. Meta has plenty of money. These companies are still all making money. They're doing it because other companies are doing it. Don't you love capitalism? Capitalism is so sick. Like, this guy, his job is to explain capitalism. Like, this guy works for a capitalist institution, Stanford University. He is in the Graduate School of Business, okay? He has read the ancient tomes of capitalism. Okay, this is his job. And you ask this professor who is giving people MBAs, okay? And he's like, yeah, they're doing it on a vibes-based economy. They don't have to do it. They're just doing it because, you know, it's vibes. It's fucking vibes. Good system, dude. Microsoft has $100 billion in cash, but they still need to curtail their capex and opex to appease shareholders, even though they'll bring back everyone when the market rebounds. Yeah, they'll engage in mass hiring again. Just like you. Yeah, vibes based for the most part. What are some myths or misunderstanding about layoffs? Layoffs often do not cut costs, as there are many instances of laid off employees being hired back as contractors with companies paying the contracting firm. Layoffs often do not increase stock prices, in part because layoffs can signal that a company is having difficulty. Layoffs do not increase productivity. Layoffs do not solve what is often the underlying problem, which is often an ineffective strategy, a loss of market share, or too little revenue. Layoffs are basically a bad decision. Companies sometimes lay off people that they have just recruited, oftentimes with paid recruitment bonuses. When the economy turns back in the next 12, 14, or 18 months, they will go back to the market and compete with the same companies to hire talent. They're basically buying labor at a high price and selling low. Not the best decision. People don't pay attention to the evidence against layoffs. The evidence is pretty extensive. Some of it is reviewed in the book I wrote on human resource management, The Human Equation, Building Profits by Putting People First. If companies paid attention to the evidence, they could get some competitive leverage because they would actually be basing their decisions on science. There is no fucking science. It doesn't matter. Because when your shareholders are saying, Facebook is laying off motherfuckers, why aren't you? What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to do... You could sit there and explain to them that this makes no sense. We shouldn't do this. But they don't give a fuck. It's all fake is what I'm saying. All of it. Every part of it. Most of it is fake. Sometimes I feel like all of it is fake. And if everything is fake, then they might as well do the right thing by, you know, people who are generating the value, but they don't. You've written about the negative health effects of layoffs. Can you talk about this? We talked about that already. What's your reaction to some of the most recent headlines like Meta laying off 11,000 employees? I am concerned. Most of my recent research is focused on the effect of the workplace on human health and how economic insecurity is bad for people. This guy's a rugged Marxist. This guy's the Marxist that they're talking about in colleges. Retailers are preemptively laying off staff, even as final demand remains uncertain. Apparently, many organizations will trade off a worse customer experience for reduced staffing costs, not taking into account the well-established finding that it's typically much more expensive to attract new customers than it is to keep existing ones happy. Are there past examples of contagious layoffs like the one we are seeing now? After September 11, every airline except Southwest did layoffs. By the end of that year, Southwest, which did not do any layoffs, gained market share. A.G. Lafley, who was the former CEO of Procter & Gamble, said the best time to gain ground on your competition is when they are in retreat, when they are cutting their services, when they're cutting their product innovation because they have laid people off. James Goodnight, the CEO of the software company SAS Institute, has also never done layoffs. He actually hired during the last two recessions because he said it's the best time to pick up talent. My advice to a worker who's been laid off is when they find a job in a company where they say people are their most important asset, they actually check to make sure that the company behaves consistently with that espoused value when times are tough. How do you check that? There is no company that, every company says that. Not a single company abides by that. What the fuck are you supposed to do? You know what I mean? If layoffs don't work, what's a better solution for companies that want to mitigate the problems? One thing that Lincoln Electric, which is a famous manufacturer of arc welding equipment, did well is instead of laying off 10% of their workforce, they had everybody take a 10% wage cut except for senior management, which took a larger cut. So instead of giving 100% of the pain to 10% of the people, they give 100% of the people 10% of the pain. Companies could use economic stringency as an opportunity, as Goodnight at the SAS Institute did in the 2008 recession and in the 2000 tech recession. He used the downturn to upgrade workforce skills. Dude, how about top down? How about they make even larger cuts on the executive management? Through a FOIA request, I got my hands on Janet Yellen's 1996 memo offering a theoretical explanation of why the declined workers' bargaining power might allow for easier monetary policy. You can download the memo here. Okay, I'm not going to read this, dude. This is too much. So I work at Microsoft, and the last few days have been a nightmare. They're literally not telling us if they're done with layoffs and if our teams are safe. It's going to be perpetual work agony until potentially March, and we feel like we have to work harder simply because we are that more scared of losing our job. Couple that with seeing this, this is a fire headline. That stings. Microsoft hosts Sting concert before laying off 10,000 employees. But hey, you don't understand. That was for the executives at Davos, okay? Not you. The executives at Davos and all the other potential future clients, potential future shareholders, you know what I mean? Like the movers and shakers of the industry. They had to do a gathering for 50 people, dude. Anyway, even management at MSFD is pissed off. Microsoft is pissed off. They're not being told of what's happening in their own organizations. Well, such is the nature of a capitalist organization of the economy, where faceless, lifeless people who will never see the proverbial factory floor get to make decisions on your behalf. The people who are at the factory, the proverbial factory floor. Obviously, at Microsoft, there is no factory floor for the most part. All of that stuff is outsourced to the third world. But I mean, like, even when you're generating value as a wage laborer inside of Microsoft, in a white-collar job, you are still generating value for them, and your managers are not going to get any sort of understanding, any sort of clear understanding. And they can do that. They can do this all the time. They do it all the time. They can get away with it. Those guys are the bosses, you see. Google has laid off 12,000, Microsoft 10,000, Amazon 18,000, Meta 11,000, Twitter 4,000, Salesforce 8,000, 200,000 plus laid off in Texas beginning of 2022, and for no reason other than everyone else is doing it. Tech workers need a union. Vox did it, I guess, as well. Hate to hear about the layoffs at Vox. Solidarity and best wishes to those impacted. Vox Media is cutting 7% of workers as well. Or slated to cut 7%. Yeah, learn to code, by the way, they said. And at the time, one of the things that stuck out to me, at least, was like they just wanted you to learn to code so that your market value was lower as an individual worker. If everyone knows how to code, then you have more coders. Then it's much easier to just depress wages in that sector, even at a time when there's a massive tech bubble going on and executives and owners and VCs and angel investors are making out like fucking bandits. It is easy to explain why an increase in job insecurity translates into a permanent decline in the natural rate of unemployment, although each version of the efficiency wage model offers a slightly different rationale. In essence, unemployment serves as a worker discipline device because the prospect of a costly unemployment spell produces sufficient fear of job loss to motivate workers to perform well without constant and costly supervision. This is funny when you hear Janet Yellen say this, but it's like every fucking econ textbook has this baked into it. Everyone that has taken any sort of macroeconomic principles class understands that, like, the way that they write this shit in the classroom, in your textbooks, is to make you feel like you're just at the widget factory and not like real human beings. Labor is just simply a commodity. Labor is simply just another piece of the puzzle. And that's, they overlook the fact that those are individual workers. You, as a matter of fact, are going to be that person eventually. You're going to have a family. You're going to have children. You're going to have people that you're, taking care of. You're going to have bad days, good days. People get upset at this kind of thing, but then continue defending capitalism. Meanwhile, this is capitalism. What is this? Excuse me.
Silicon Valley is in chaos. Almost all of the major big tech companies are collapsing. For example, Meta was worth over $1 trillion in 2021, but just a year later, and their value has dropped by 2/3. And the other giants aren't far behind. Amazon, Meta, Twitter, Tesla, Netflix have all seen massive revenue drops. And the scale of these losses is unprecedented, especially considering big tech has been so unstoppable for the last decade. In fact, revenues and profits were skyrocketing.
Oh, this channel is Fallen Gun affiliated? Love that. That's fire. No fucking way. Are you serious? TikTok is worse than you thought. Stop watching TikTok's cringe videos because it's destroying society. Oh my God. How much do they make? Oh, dude, that's all like, it's all China shit, huh?
Rocketing. Silicon Valley was a billionaire factory, with some of the most prolific billionaires building their names and their bank accounts on the back of big tech companies. Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Jack Dorsey, all of them were created.
This is X's favorite channel. Bitch, what the fuck does XQC know about China? He probably watches this because it's like snappy editing and easily describing like complex ideas. This is how good propaganda is cut, okay? And then the 70,000 motherfuckers that watch XQC also are leaving with the same attitude. Like, oh yeah, it is probably like a Chinese conspiracy somehow.
By the massive tech boom of the last 4 decades. But then the bubble popped, and now the biggest names in Silicon Valley are seeing their revenue plummet, firing hundreds of thousands of employees, with the stock value of almost every big tech company falling dramatically. Which leads us to the question, how did it get this bad so quickly? Well, you see, tech was a growing part of the world's economy for years. Over the last decade, tech companies have only got larger and larger. And of course, there were ups and downs. For example, the dot-com crash of the late 90s proved the catastrophic consequences of overvaluing tech companies. However, over time, the industry always picked up again. It was a measured climb at first, but soon people forgot the mistakes of the past, and as the years rolled by and technology improved, the companies behind it grew richer and richer. But there were massive problems on the horizon for Silicon Valley, because the path wasn't all golden. For example, companies like Uber have coasted on their potential, hoovering up investments without a proper model for profitability. The same can be said for Twitter, and yet despite this, all of the giants of the industry grew to immense proportions on paper. For example, in 2018, Meta surpassed $500 billion in net worth, and Amazon were closing in on $1 trillion. But all of these companies had a similar problem. They just weren't worth what people thought they were. Their business models were shaky and in constant need of investment, or they just didn't make that much money to begin with. Their margins were always incredibly tight, and that's why almost all of these tech billionaires never look at the stock price.
That whole period is very interesting because the stock is not the company, and the company is not the stock. And so as I watched the stock fall from 113 to 6, I was also watching all of our internal business metrics. Every single thing about the business was getting better and fast.
Because they believed as their technology spread into every aspect of the world, the companies would always ride the
Moon is an insane xenophobic insult. Love it. That's extremely my shit.
wave of future potential. Their shaky business model just didn't appear to be an issue at this point. All these big tech companies were gaining more and more power. And
I just want to, guys, okay, listen, you're telling me all this stuff about Moon or whatever, but I just want to see like what he has to say about this, okay? I want to see what the fuck he's saying.
Seemed like they were untouchable because big tech had something invaluable, the eyeballs and data of the entire world. You see, ever since they started pulling in user data at the massive levels they do now, social media companies were then further driven to maximize their engagement, keeping people on their app for as long as possible, and often as possible became the most important thing, which is why we're all so addicted to our phones and our laptops. It makes all of these big tech companies.
I make over $380K a year with less than 5 years of experience. I'm good at what I do. After talking with many of my friends, they don't want a union for tech workers because they know that their high salaries from RSUs and stocks will be too normalized. However, I do support unions. I just don't know if it will be beneficial for people like me. Good luck. That's all I'm going to say. If you're such a fucking caked up bandit, you better be fucking gifting some subs.
Companies billions of dollars, allowing them to sell more and more ads and exploit more and more of your data. And over time, these companies perfected this process by manipulating psychology, making the apps so addictive that the entire world couldn't live without their smartphone. And during this process, they found out that anger and fear are some of the best ways to keep people engaged. And so as the algorithms were fine-tuned for engagement, they pushed more extreme and more provocative posts above everything else, putting them in front of everyone's faces constantly, all while censoring any information that didn't fit into Silicon Valley.
Oh, dude, yeah. They're censoring information that doesn't fit the neat Silicon Valley vibes and attitudes, you know what I mean? That's why the largest content creators in the political sphere on Facebook, for example, which is what the fuck this guy's using as an example, are Ben Shapiro and Daily Wire and numerous other right-wing operations. That's also the reason why in, on YouTube, like, these guys are thriving. Yeah, they love censoring opinions that don't benefit
this political narrative, which is why Twitter, Meta, and all these other companies became the breeding ground for social media addiction, censorship, and hatred. And as time went on, the cycle ramped up and the culture war worsened. And these changes in the online space were reflected in the real world, leading to riots, unrest, and collapse. It didn't matter to the tech companies though. In fact, this was in their interest.
Dude, if you think that social media is leading to unrest and riots and not like human beings' material conditions, the volatility that they experience under a capitalist organization of the economy, and it's just like someone saw on Facebook that you should be rioting and that's why they're rioting now, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that's crazy.
And instead of tackling the problems that they had caused themselves with their algorithms, companies started to then lean further on censorship.
Like, social media certainly leads to radicalization, right? I would say more effectively right-wing radicalization than left-wing radicalization. That's certainly what I believe. But that's also because the systems are right-wing. So it's easier and more effective when you're making propaganda that it's easier and more effective to make propaganda that is. So you think the January 6th insurrection was caused by a lack of good material conditions? First of all, just because an insurrection happened by like every fucking jet ski dealership does not change the reality that the volatility and all of the right-wing, all of the fucking right-wing agitprop that is completely outside of social media is not playing a significant role there. Big tech does not just encapsulate social media. I'm a software engineer. What? But yes, material conditions have allowed for the jet ski dealership owners to have a sense of entitlement that basically demands them to go to the fucking White House and go to the Capitol and break shit. So yes, material conditions still play a fundamental role in that. It doesn't just mean like poor people are rising up. It means that like upper middle class and like relatively wealthy people rise up too when they feel like they're not getting what they deserve.
censorship, suppressing all counter opinions in the name of misinformation. But this solution wouldn't work forever. Tech companies were going to pay the cost for their meddling in public discourse. However, for now, they had to deal with a much more conventional problem: competition. Over the past decade, China has exploded into the technology industry. Companies like Tencent, Huawei, and ByteDance have been eating into the Western market share on a global scale. In fact, Tencent has made numerous takeovers of Western companies like Riot, Epic Games, and even Ubisoft. And through these moves, they've undermined Western dominance in the lucrative gaming industry, with China owning some of the most popular games today like Fortnite and League of Legends. And China's also taking over with things like TikTok and Tencent's investments.
Why is he posting China's W's to be like, this is the reason? It's just like, I mean, you can watch this as like a pro. You can watch this as like a pro China video. China is dominating the tech sector, and they're dominating it so hard that like Westerners can't compete.
In Reddit and Discord. And then Huawei attacked hardware manufacturers, releasing cheaper alternatives loaded with Chinese data collection technology. Xiaomi did the same, but to even greater effect. Despite only being founded in 2010, they've gained over 12% of the market already.
It was so good that they literally had to ban it.
And ByteDance is probably the most sinister. I mean, China was well aware of the disruptive powers of social media long before the West had any idea, and they studied what the Western companies were doing with engagement and turned it into an art form, with TikTok exploding in popularity by playing on Silicon Valley's addictive business model. And by learning from Silicon Valley's successes and mistakes, TikTok has grown by 400% every single year, seizing Western social media companies' audiences from under their noses, which is why almost every major app has now adopted TikTok's short video model. And to put it plainly, this is a targeted.
Every social media does this. Every social media company does this. You just don't like it when China's doing it. That's it. I mean, it's just the truth. I don't like TikTok because it's... You don't like TikTok because you think it's like uniquely collecting data that like other social media companies aren't doing when they are definitely doing that. I don't like TikTok because it's brainwashing everyone in America in the most aggressive ways possible. It's brainwashing and changing people's like outlook, mindset, and overall nature of existence in a very, in my opinion, strategic way. I don't like TikTok because it's fucking stupid. It's like people watching on Skid Row as a hobby.
Attack on Silicon Valley. All these companies have incredibly close relationships with the CCP, which has given them enormous room to scale up, because no matter how profitable these companies are, they've always got the Chinese government behind their back, and this gives them a massive advantage over the West. They don't have to deal with pesky human rights laws, ethical.
Bro, this dude is literally, how is he a libertarian? It seems like he's just saying like a centrally planned economy by a nation state that like sets clear-cut goals for their corporations is absolutely dominating the Western world in every field. What the fuck? He's just saying like China, he's just posting China W's. I think it seems like you watch this and if you have like an anti-China slant, you're like, oh yeah, this fucking sucks. I can't believe they're doing that. But if you watch this and you're like looking at this in an unbiased manner, you're like, wait a minute. I mean, this seems just like they're just like beating us in our own game.
Impediments or even profitability. Instead, they can be safe in the knowledge that as long as they pull the party line, they can get away with virtually anything. And this isn't just within China, this is everywhere. They get government backing abroad, as all of these Chinese big social media sites are practically a third party of the Chinese government. And as they work in tandem, these companies have become an unstoppable force. And so whilst the Western tech companies are always at each other's throats, China's tech giants have been allowed to build them.
Genghis when stronger imperialism, Libers, I want that. I mean, look, you can have an issue with many of the ways that this works. Ultimately, I care more about the material conditions that people are existing under, okay? If it's improving people's lives in a meaningful way, if it's building infrastructure, if it's making it so that like literacy rates are going up, if it's making it so that like healthcare is better, even though China is not very good at healthcare, let's be real, holy fuck. Possibly 33,000 people are dying every day is the speculation from Western media at the moment. 1 billion people have COVID in China currently, and the Lunar New Year is upon us. As a matter of fact, the Year of the Rabbit. I myself, of course, have Chinese relatives. I will be celebrating. But, you know, I don't believe that the 33,000 people are dying every day. But, like, you know. But COVID is a big issue in China. It is a big issue in China for sure at the moment. I don't know why I got into that. Oh, I was saying that the Chinese healthcare is not great. China's tech relies on tons of stolen research, though. Bro, are you fucking insane? Whose chat are you in? Do you think I would ever give a single solitary fuck about IP? Bro, I don't care. Why do you care? Are you Mr. Apple? Like, this is something I will never understand. Is your dad Mr. Hewlett Packard? Are you Mr. Packard, dude? What are you saying? This is such like a weird way that consent is manufactured amongst like Westerners, where they literally are just like, but China's stealing the IP. First of all, it's not like a surprise that China is stealing the IP. Every fucking capital owner knew that that was going to happen and still made the decision to shift manufacturing to China. Okay? They've been know. They know. This is just propaganda for you to fucking get mad at for no reason. So why the fuck has manufacturing not shifted over to other countries? Why? They know IP's being stolen. Why the fuck are they, still making Apple iPhones in China? Also, why the fuck do you care about, why do you, I just don't understand. Why do you care about IP? Like, why do you care about IP? I will never understand. Do you think that, like, you're going to invent the new iPhone or something one day and you're scared that China is going to steal it? At that point, what, your value will go from like $10 billion to like $9.5 billion? Is that what you're worried about? Would you care if someone in China was copying your merch? Dude, this guy is so good. This is so funny. He got me. Guys, he fucking owned me, dude. I love when guys come in here and think that they got me on this. No, I don't give a fuck, idiot. And they do it all the fucking time anyway. The only time I care is when they steal someone's fan art. Like, somebody just steals someone's fan art and puts it on fucking, Redbubble or whatever. And it's like, the fuck are you doing? Don't steal fan art. I hate that shit. Wow, this is what you look like right now, Buster. You know it. Since we moved to a stock reward system instead of like a pension, it now matters a little more. Yeah, okay. I don't care. I don't care about this shit, okay? I don't. The only thing I would care about is if like the Chinese nationals were trying to avoid the top of the hour ad break, not by subscribing, but by other means. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. And I want, people in China to also see, or also avoid those ads rather by subscribing for $5 or for free. Just kidding. You'll never see an ad if you're watching from China. I don't even know if you can sign in without a VPN from China. But if you're signing off on your VPN and you're like in a Western territory, or if you're in like North America, you're going to see an ad at the top of the hour. MP Sharky, thank you for allowing 5 Chinese nationals to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour with 5 gifted subs. That's another way to avoid them. If you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Monopolies and peace, which is why every day China gains a little more ground on the West, because for every user and customer that China gains, Silicon Valley gets weaker, and this new threat has been awful for big tech's bottom lines, and the true consequence.
Yeah, I don't think this is the reason why they're laying off.
Have only just begun today. But before we continue, I want to tell you about the video. These problems were still on the horizon, but they hadn't affected the numbers yet. Apps like TikTok were only just getting started and massive growth was still expected. And by the end of 2016,
Which doesn't care about Albanian ad viewers, probably because we were invaded by the Ottomans for 500 years and we deserve as much. Well, technically, they don't really serve that many ads in Turkey either, so don't worry about it. Just another point of proof that Albanians are Turks.
2016, some journalists were hailing Silicon Valley as the future. They said this because something dramatic had changed. The list of the top companies used to always be dominated by oil and manufacturing, and a few financial giants that relied on their sheer scale to dominate. But these companies had now been replaced by Google, Amazon, Tesla, Apple, and Microsoft, pushing out the old guard. However, despite their immense valuations, these companies still weren't nearly as profitable as they should have been. From 1995 to 2015, Amazon only made $2 billion in profit, despite the company approaching $1 trillion net worth. Now yes, this move was meant to dodge taxes, yet it still portrayed a significant disconnect between Silicon Valley and the rest of the world. Rather than focusing on profitability, Silicon Valley companies were much more focused on growth, and the best example of this is Uber. You see, Uber spent years focused entirely on growth above anything else. They embodied the Silicon Valley mantra, breaking laws in industries to cement themselves in the market. With a massive leak showing that Uber executives were shown instructing their employees to use chaos and violence to uproot the taxi industry and put pressure on governments. And of course, they had big problems with actually making enough money. I mean, their business model still has incredibly low margins, even after they started to squeeze every penny they could and raising all of their prices, which has caused Uber to be in a worrying situation. With market saturation, their stock price is plummeting, and the company's dreams of market dominance are now fading into the ground. But Uber does still have a slight chance, as Silicon Valley overconfidence has led to way more destructive collapses, specifically in the case of WeWork. In early 2019, WeWork was seen as an innovative new company that was set to change the world of work.
I mean, he's just posting the L's of Silicon Valley, which, by the way, Uber, WeWork, every single one of these companies is just trying to deregulate a market and claim it's disruptive. And of course they were going to fucking fail. Like, that's it.
Work. Although it was founded in New York,
and then slapping on the tech banner. The only company that has been able to withstand that scrutiny has been Tesla, to its credit. Like, I'll admit. That's it. Tesla is the only company that has been able to slap fucking the tech logo onto it to greatly boost its valuation, and then simultaneously simetimes not fall apart or crumble. Thus far,
Silicon Valley mentality had definitely gotten to its founder, Adam Neumann. The charismatic CEO was so good at convincing investors that he pulled in billions. And only a few years after its founding, the company had raised over $1 billion.
And by the way, when I say thus far, I fucking mean it. Why? Why? You have to understand that 2023 is the year that Tesla is no longer the dominant force in electric vehicles. Every single major car manufacturer is now making fully electric vehicles. Some of them are going to be much better than the Tesla. It's not just the Porsche Taycan, okay? They're going to be more affordable than Teslas. It's not going to be a bitch and a half to fucking fix because they have dealerships and networks and all of that stuff, the infrastructure to take care of vehicles like that. It's going to be cheaper than Teslas. It's going to be more reliable than Teslas. The only thing that Tesla will be able to, the only thing that Tesla will have by the end of like 2025 is their supercharging capabilities. Okay? Their supercharging capabilities. And if things were fair, that would have already become universal. If Elon truly was the world-saving global genius that he claims to be, that he wants to save the universe through electrifying our grid, through using electric vehicles, through all this shit, through focusing on renewable energy initiatives, what I'm mentioning would have already been the reality.
For their office space company. And I say office space company, but WeWork was still listed as a tech company. And so WeWork managed to raise over $1 billion for the company, and this was despite mass layoffs at the company and poor financial performance, because simply enough, investors were just in love with the idea, rather than the product in front of them. In fact, WeWork lost over $2 billion in 2018, and yet the hype continued. Analysis stated that the company was now worth over $40 billion. This was more than...
But who knows if the superchargers even work though? No, they do work. That's, look, come on, fair is fair. If there's one thing that Tesla has, if there's one area where Tesla is like very good at, it's fast charging, which is a gigantic component and or a gigantic hurdle rather of electric vehicles. Now, the inverse of that, of course, the other side of that story though is that superchargers may or may not kill your battery. So there is that too. Like even Porsche, I got an email from Porsche the other week saying we're only going to charge your car to 50% battery, because I think like a big part of the problem with electric vehicles right now is they're not as reliable over a long-term period. One, because battery technology is constantly improving, and two, because you're if you fucking charge your phone, like your Apple iPhone, for example, when it first came out, if you charged it full all the time, if you were trying to always have it at 100% without like, depleting the battery, you would kill your battery life over the course of a year or so. DC fast charging has a minor effect on longevity. There have been studies on the consumer level. It is not worth worrying about. Currently, you can't recycle EV batteries, which is one of the big problems for them. Yeah.
Giants like Airbnb, and by September, the company attempted to gain even more investor money, beginning the process of an IPO or initial public offering, and this would open the shares of the company to the public, raising even further billions for WeWork. And yet even with this enormous amount of investment, the IPO started to gain scrutiny as investors started to see that the company was really making no money, and it portrayed the true reality of the Silicon Valley business model: massive debt and low revenue propped up by other people's money. And so their $40 billion valuation was cut by...
Wait, are you serious about the Apple charging shit? I always have it charging. This guy, Chatter, just realized what not to do. It doesn't matter. Apple iOS already like shuts it off, I'm pretty sure, to make sure that you at least get your 5 years worth of battery life expectancy. Can't recycle batteries? That's insane. Batteries are the most recyclable thing you can do. Crazy misinfo. There's no battery swapping in Western vehicles, Western EVs, as far as I understand. That was something that Elon Musk claimed he was going to do many, many years ago, and he never did it because I think it was like too expensive.
Three-quarters in a matter of days, resulting in 20% of the company being fired, and Newman, their CEO, and other executives were all forced to resign, and the company was forced to cut back on its massive growth plans. Reality hit the company hard, and today people are questioning the expiry date of WeWork. But yet again, Silicon Valley didn't learn from this example. Despite the very same business practices being used across tons of tech companies, this was just seen as an isolated case by tech elites. Besides, now wasn't the time to consolidate and slow down, and then as 2019 came and went, the world was forced into the pandemic.
First US case has been detected. There's confirmation the coronavirus has reached Australia.
And it was here that tech companies would double down. COVID-19, as it was for so many other billionaires and corporations, was a massive opportunity for big tech. The pandemic saw tech companies' values rise by hundreds of billions. They made so much money, they barely even knew what to do with it. And it was the belief at the top of these companies that this is just how things were. Tech dominance into the future seemed all but guaranteed. Zuckerberg and others would be risky and short-sighted in their investments, assuming that revenue levels would stay strong after the pandemic. And that's why Meta's workforce grew by 28% in just a year, and Amazon massively expanded their own operations, seeing their profits soar by over 220%. Apple spent an extra
be fair, at one point Elon said in an interview that his goal with Tesla was to disrupt the car market enough to force all of the car manufacturers to make electric cars, hence helping the environment. The problem is that Elon has become more greedy over time. First of all, Elon has been a charlatan since day one, and that statement in and of itself literally betrays Elon Musk's primary form of generating any kind of revenue for Tesla. He just said that, but that was just marketing, which you seemingly believed. If that was the case, then why the fuck was Elon straight up generating revenue through credit swaps, through green credit, through initiatives that the government had set up as through carbon credit swaps that the government had set up that functionally subsidized the operation for many, many years when they were literally at the verge of bankruptcy.
$90 billion just buying back their own stock during the pandemic, betting an amount worth more than the GDP of Sri Lanka on their continued success. You see, tech companies made massive investments into themselves, betting that the good times would never end, and it was this overconfidence that meant that when their profits finally did start to slow down, they wouldn't be able to cope with it. But overconfidence wasn't the only problem that worsened during the pandemic. You see, the culture war was getting more and more intense as people spent more time online. Unwinnable arguments raged as people's lives got measurably worse, and whilst the pandemic was lucrative for tech companies, they were some of the only winners, with lockdowns completely destroying the economy, putting millions out of jobs and businesses out of business. And it's impossible to measure the negative effects of the pandemic on people and their mental health. However, what was measurable was the heating up of the culture war, and eventually the result of this would be social media fatigue. People were just sick of the culture war, and China was now also closing in on Silicon Valley, as over the pandemic, TikTok grew by hundreds of millions of users, surpassing 1.1 billion in 2021. However, all of these combining factors hadn't affected big tech yet, but it would only be a matter of time. Meanwhile, the tech billionaires were enjoying their moments in the sun. Jeff Bezos spent millions on a personal space trip, whilst Elon Musk became Times Person of the Year for 2021. But all of this would turn out to be some of the last good news these tech billionaires had, as once the world finally opened up again, it signaled the end of Silicon Valley's boom, even if no one believed it. For example, at Meta, revenue growth had risen to over 50% in the summer of 2021, but
Did you just say fuck Bezos? Sorry, Hasan. Bitch, you think I give a fuck about Bezos? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, fuck Bezos. What do you mean?
dropped sharply over the next 9 months, falling to just 5%
He's like
by
a
the
literal
first quarter of
villain,
2022.
dude. He's
Amazon
literal
also
villain
saw a
of
sharp
society.
decline, from over 40% to around 7% in the same time span. Even usually stable companies like Microsoft or Apple suffered the same fate, seeing their growth levels fall off. So what happened here? Well, all of the growing problems that Silicon Valley thought they could ignore.
He hates Bezos so hard he wants you to use your Prime subs. I mean, bitch, if you have it, use it. You know what I mean? No, you know what? You hate Bezos so much that you have an Amazon Prime but don't connect it to your Twitch account. You know what I mean? Like, the fuck are you proving at that point, idiot? There is no way to avoid someone like Jeffrey Bezos. You know what I mean? It's just he has his tentacles in everything.
Were finally making their mark, and whilst they had been shielded from the pandemic recession by artificial demand, that was all over now, and the economy was only getting worse, so people began to spend much less on products. People didn't care about ads. Essentials became more expensive, so people had less disposable income. Services saw a boost as well, as people made up for the lost time. And on top of this, the culture war had burned tons of people out as well, leading to less usage of social media. A Canadian survey found that less people were using Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter in 2022 than in 2020, and the only tech company that was spared from the decline was TikTok. Their growth was unimpeded, maybe because they're artificially propped up by the Chinese government. But it was clear for everyone in Silicon Valley that they were losing their audience's attention, and with this dramatic reduction in attention came dramatic cuts in their profits. And this is when the crack started to show. Tech companies had become so focused on growth that when it dried up, it hit them much harder than other industries. Over the course of 2022, tech companies lost more and more money, leading their CEOs to make some erratic decisions. Musk took over as CEO of Twitter after years of negotiations and legal battles. He started off by firing large parts of the workforce, leading to massive technical glitches and problems with the app. Things were going so badly that he was forced to resign from the company. Google had put much of their focus on their new Stadia cloud console, but as with every other big tech company, 2022 also saw its demise, being forced to refund everyone who bought it without Google actually getting the products back. Additionally, Uber saw a sharp decline in their business, the ruthless competition, massive leaks, and higher prices. Meta stock value dropped by around 60%, with Tesla's dropping by 70%. So once 2022 was nearing its end, tech companies realized it wasn't going to get any better anytime soon. They needed to cut costs, which is why you started to see articles of these big tech companies firing tens of thousands of workers, like with Microsoft firing over 1,000 employees, then Stripe, a growing startup, letting go of 14% of their workforce.
Why is nobody talking about TikTok's lack of creative rights enforcement as the core of its success? That's actually a really, really good take. TikTok literally flipped the fucking copyright concept in and of itself. Of course, a Chinese app would do that. Not surprising, but not only did the lack of copyright protections actually make the platform so popular, but it literally turned it around and people started paying influencers to play their music. TikTok has become one of the most successful ways of like churning out hits. It also literally cucked the music industry to TikTok, I guess, if that's what you mean.
Elon was forced to lay off nearly 4,000 people from Twitter, with Meta following shortly after, laying off a further 11,000 people. Amazon cut their numbers by 10,000, and all of this has happened in just over a month. Eventually, Amazon would double their numbers in December, as clearly they hadn't shrunk enough. And these weren't minimum wage employees either. They were both high-skilled and incredibly expensive employees. And in total, over 1,000 tech companies fired over 150,000 workers. But Silicon Valley had made their bed with their risky investments and growth-focused ethos. The same companies that had fought over these workers in the talent wars, which was just a year or two ago, were now letting them go and incurring massive costs in the process. And it wasn't just going to cost them at the time either. These firing sprees represent a massive amount of people with incredibly valuable skills. A job board called Tech Jobs for Good has seen massive increases in skilled job seekers off of the back of these layoffs. People who have seen the fast life of big tech companies are now instead looking to make a difference despite a small hit to their paychecks. And this is one of the ways in which the collapse of big tech will inadvertently benefit the world. But perhaps this is symptomatic of a much larger trend in our economy. As going into 2023, with the UN predicting we're going to be in a massive recession, it seems like Silicon Valley can only expect more and more suffering. The future looks grim. Ad buys are low, which has hurt all of the social media companies like Meta, and supply chain issues are now threatening hardware companies like Apple and Microsoft. Governments are also now souring on big tech, seeing their influence as destabilizing. Microsoft's $69 billion acquisition deal for Activision and Blizzard is being debated by monopoly watchdogs around the world. The FTC has already tried to block it. Meanwhile, the whole tech industry is waiting for another court verdict on recommendation algorithms. Google is being sued for recommending videos made by terrorists, which then incited an attack in France. And if they're found liable, this will upend years of legal doctrine stating that digital platforms aren't responsible for what people post. The results of the case will dictate what's allowed for years to come and will possibly cripple companies like Google and Meta. It is very clear to everyone in the tech world that 2023 is going to be the true test for these tech giants. And so far, only a week into the year, and Amazon is already shedding 18,000 more jobs, with more cuts expected in the next few months. It should be clear by now that it's going to be a very rough year for Silicon Valley, and only time will tell whether they're ever going to be the giants they once were.
It's an open secret at Amazon that they try to get you to quit. They increase your severance every year to get you to move out. This is for their non-warehouse jobs at least. No, it's the same for their warehouse jobs too. You know why though? You know, so if you stay in the workforce for a super long period of time, you are more likely to start trying unionization efforts. So that is precisely the reason why they want to make sure that there's constant turnover, right, of employees, except because of how much Amazon has grown and how it's literally everywhere, and because of like what it does, deliveries, right, logistics, it has to technically be everywhere. That has created a process where they are now running out of new people to hire. They're running out of people to hire in some areas because they've hired everyone at a certain fucking point. They've run out of people to exploit adequately. I was watching this with XQC, and all the juices were spamming Hasan's Paradise Aware. It was hilarious. I mean, dude, this is like a dub for China overall, so I don't know what they're talking about. it's weird because it like shows how capitalism is failing, and then it shows how like this supposedly communist country is like taking advantage of like the limitations of capitalism. Okay, it's endless interest in like profit seeking, and beating the capitalists at their own game by having like a state-sponsored enterprise, which like the fundamental difference in the way China operates and the way America operates is that the government is not subservient to corporations. The corporations are subservient to the government. That's the main difference, okay? In America, our institutions are basically taking money. Our government takes money from you in the form of taxes and then subsidizes corporations in a way that is still somewhat centrally planned, not in the same way that other organizations of the economy would work. But like, that's it. The main difference between China and America is that the Chinese government does not work for the corporations. The corporations work for the Chinese government. And as long as the Chinese government is like interested in marginally improving the overall living conditions of Chinese citizens, they're fine. That's what they're doing. Our farming is centrally planned, of course. But if you look at both of these processes and without even like taking into consideration capitalism or how this is supposed to work or whatever, if you look at both of these situations, like, doesn't it kind of make sense that, you know, it's better if there is a government that is supposed to be on working at the behest of like improving American prosperity, let's say. Like, if I were to describe to you Chinese terms by swapping out the word Chinese with American and swapping out the word communism with capitalism, 90% of the people in the chat would be like, that's fire. I love that idea. I love that concept. Like, American prosperity is something that we should care about, right? Prosperity of Americans, the overall benefit of the entire citizenry, no matter how poor they are, no matter how rural they are. There's an issue in America with like rural hospitals. There's an issue in America with infrastructure. We are not spending enough money on our infrastructure. We're not fixing our infrastructure. That would greatly benefit the American economy, and it would genuinely improve the material conditions of every American citizen, right? Another effort with American prosperity could be in the form of a voluntary donation made to the state. Let's say you speak out against the state. You say, hey, this country fucking sucks. I hate this country. It's the worst country ever, you say, as a billionaire who has robbed the American people blind, okay? And then the American government can come to you and say, oh, yeah, that's really cool. Come on, let's take a quick trip real quick. And then you're disappeared for like 3 months. And then you come back whenever the American government decides that you're supposed to come back. And all the while in that process, they've asset stripped your company. They've made you fucking forcibly sell your mega yacht as an American billionaire. And if your company is like slated to go under, let's say your company has made some crazy real estate decisions. You're a real estate developer, okay? And your company is on the verge of bankruptcy. So much so that you, as an American businessman, go to your fucking American workers and say, hey, we are going to take money from your pockets right now to be able to at least pay off a piece of the debt that we have. Then the American government steps in and says, fuck no, you're not doing that, in order to show us, the American government, that you truly are genuinely interested in getting out of this debt, getting out of this rut, and fixing the problem that you have created. We are going to make you personally asset strip your own artwork to the tune of millions of dollars. We're going to make you sell your mega yacht, which is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, in order to pay at least some of the interest of this debt back. Okay? I feel like no one would say no to that, right? Every single thing that I just mentioned to you literally happened in China. Okay? Every single thing that I just mentioned to you, all the way down to the Chinese prosperity concept, which is something that continues to run the Chinese engine, the Chinese government. They are not great. On a lot of issues, okay? They are certainly awful when it comes to, they're certainly not great, and I would say awful when it comes to, for example, monitoring the every individual citizen to the best of their ability. It's hard to do regardless, but, you know, they still find a way to do it. They're awful when it comes to, you know, information. What kind of information that you are able to see. There's a lot that they do internally that I disagree with. But as far as I understand, most people are just like, if you're not watching fucking Falun Gong or whatever, or Falun Gong propaganda, most people that live inside of China, inside of Chinese borders, who do have legitimate concerns, but beyond like having normal legitimate concerns with your government, who doesn't have concerns with their government? Let's be real. We talk about all of our concerns with our government here in the United States of America every day. They understand that as long as you keep your head down, the government is looking out for you. You know? Don't disrupt the process. The government is going to look out for you. And ultimately, they have delivered results. So it's an inarguable results. Impossible to argue against the results that they have delivered. In the sense, I mean, when you consider how much they have improved the material conditions of every single person that was in abject fucking poverty only a couple decades ago. American capitalists or Western capitalists love talking about how capitalism has brought you know, so many people out of poverty, delivered, fortunes to so many people, billions of people that used to live in abject poverty. Without China, that metric is awful. That metric literally shows that capitalism, with the exception of China, has only delivered more death and destruction to the rest of the world. Straight up. They love shitting on China while simultaneously reaping the benefits of Chinese improvement when they talk about their metrics. Metrics that are already like fundamentally flawed to begin with. Anyway. Bro, authoritarianism is never justifiable. That much is true. But what you consider to be authoritarian, or what level of authoritarianism is like going to always happen in any form of governance is where you and I have disagreements, probably, I would suspect. Now, I'm not saying that the Chinese level of authoritarianism is adequate or acceptable. I'm not saying that at all. But I do believe that if you look at it from like an anarchist perspective, all matter of states is going to have unjustifiable hierarchies. They're going to always reinforce unjustifiable hierarchies. They're going to do governance. Governance is authoritarian inherently. Okay? Depending on how fucking anarchist you are, showers could be considered an unjustifiable social construct that is being reinforced by capitalist society. They want you to be clean. They want you to be presentable. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's continue with Tucker Carlson. Fox's war on the woke mind virus.
This is a virus. It's infectious. It destroys your brain.
Almost every corner of our society is now sort of being infected with some of this wokeness.
When woke infects something, it spreads its tentacles.
We are seeing a woke ideology spread like a disease.
The wokeness is very potent.
Look, this is I don't disagree with this. Where is it? Fuck, hold on. Before we move on, last thing about the China conversation. Where is it? The economic system of state capitalism, if that's what you want to call it, has objectively been hugely successful system over the Western style imposed on the third world. Yes. That engine also runs with nationalistic fervor. That is the downside of such. That is the legitimate downside of it. Okay. Like, you know, you have to be a little bit of a Han supremacist in order for this to like work out, because there needs to be some kind of like additional, I guess, spiritual glue that is idealistic and not inherently materialistic for it to work in the sense that in the way that it does. Okay? Something has to make people go, you know what? I feel like we're prospering together, and that's working. The fuck are you on about Han supremacy? It's not Han supremacy necessarily, but it's just like, okay, let's just say nationalistic supremacy. Like, we're all in it together. We're all working together. If you think that like the average Chinese person is considering like uplifting the working class globally, you're out of your mind. That's not the goal. If that was the case, then they would not be already shifting their resources over to other developing nations in an effort to ensure that they still have a decent profit margin for their manufacturing that they've set up so far. It's just, you know, that's how it is. Ultimately, though, if you are looking at it, I do agree that the state is not an infallible institution, and there aren't any like adequate safeguards. Okay, there aren't super adequate safeguards against like a government that could decide to be like super corrupt and not actually take care of its citizens. And then the only safeguard in that regard, and this is something that Slavoj Žižek talks about, is if you are okay, there's two different methods of control. You have the neoliberal method of control, and then you have the more authoritarian method of control, right? But in the authoritarian structure, in the authoritarian information dissemination, you always understand that the state is basically controlling you. You get it. You recognize it. In the neoliberal structure, you don't understand the state is controlling you. You don't understand that capitalist interests are controlling your lives, and you have this level of freedom, or this level of perceived freedom, if you will. Okay? So the downside of the authoritarian, if you want to consider it that, the authoritarian level of control comes with people understanding that there is always that arm of the state that's holding you down. So when the state fucks up and the state decides not to genuinely improve your lives, and then you lose confidence in the state, like many Americans have lost confidence in the American state under the neoliberal methods of control, okay, you rise up and you rebel and you burn shit down. In the neoliberal method of control, when you lose confidence in the state taking care of you, you don't do anything with that anger. There is no mechanism because you don't even know that you're being controlled to begin with. That's the difference. Now, I'm not saying one is better than the other. I don't think. But if your concept is that like no such control should ever exist, well, there has never been an institution. There's never been a form of cohabitation, no form of organizing, no form of governance that has destroyed that form of control. It's going to happen whether you recognize it or you don't. Historical teleology shows a trend towards more centralized systems being able to solve an even more complex problems. Just like capitalism came out of the failure of feudalism to deal with more complex crises, state capitalism is slightly more able to deal with modern complex crises. Yes. And if you want to be super, super, super charitable, then the state does not get destroyed overnight, but it ceases to exist when there is no need for it, I guess, which is why communism is supposed to be a stateless, classless, moneyless society. The end goal, if you will, I guess, that you finally get to after a transitional state of socialism. Communism is not stateless. I mean, it's borderless. So what the fuck are you talking about? What is a state without borders, money, anything? The way that you understand states would not exist under communism. If it's borderless, if it's moneyless, and if it's classless, then it's technically stateless. You can have the concept of a state if you want to have like a different flavor around it, but ultimately it would not exist. Anyway, now we're going to get to Fox's war on the woke mind virus, though. I think that's more fun to cover than anything else. All right, let's do it.
Woke mindset virus.
The wokeness, this is all we should be talking about.
Californians are getting woke.
Yeah, I'm in a woke city here.
Small towns are under siege from left-wing wokeness as well. The woke sensibility has everybody on the run.
Woke celebrities are coming out in droves. Neil Young, so woke, he actually canceled himself.
Colin Kaepernick, LeBron James, all of them are super woke.
Actor David Schwimmer is getting majorly woke.
Apparently caught the brain virus and went completely insane, became woke, and then became bloodthirsty.
We're woke out of our minds, vomiting out every woke platitude.
Eating each other alive because people aren't woke enough.
The woke monster is here, and it's coming for everything.
Cinderella, they've given it a big woke makeover.
Minnie Mouse going woke. She's going to be wearing a pantsuit.
And James Bond gets a makeover from the woke left.
You make a woke little 007, men won't turn in. We are attracted to other masks.
I mean, this is what you talk about if you don't have state propaganda be like the primary mode of information dissemination. You know what I mean? This is how do you look to this and go, wow, this is like, I mean, there's a specific purpose for this. Okay? And by the way, for the record, for those of you who don't know, and this might come as a surprise to many, I differ from a lot of other Marxists and socialists because I do believe that the neoliberal methods of control are more permanent and ensure stability. It's true. People need coffee. People need coffee beans. You know what I mean? You just got to supply them with that. You got to supply people with the notion that they have freedom. Stability for whom? Stability for systems to exist. Yes, commodity consumption is better at satiation of a population than direct threats. Abso-fucking-lutely. If you want to convince someone, it's better to make it seem like they came up with that idea on their own than it is to tell them what to do. That is the neoliberal dad, communist dad, I guess, argument. It is better to make people feel like they came up with the idea And if your end goal is to try and get someone to do something, okay, then it is infinitely better and more sustainable to build a system around making people feel like they have freedom. What the fuck? What good is socialism if it does not give you jalapeno poppers? Is my take.
Figures.
And American Boy Scouts are the next to go woke.
Professional sports have gone fully woke.
Major League Baseball did some woke virtue signaling.
I think the NFL wants to convey to us, listen, we're woke. We think a lot of our fans are racist.
The NBA is supposed to be this woke league. Should the average American be upset about this? Absolutely.
The Olympics are getting off to a woke start.
But what's going on with the wokeification of NASCAR?
And who knew golf balls could be woke?
Halloween going from trick or treat to woke and weak.
The left is redefining Thanksgiving with the big old serving of wokeness.
The woke left will not stop, even on Christmas.
Not even a toy Nerf gun is acceptable, according to this woke mall Santa.
Wokeism is like a religion, and that it is on a culture clash with Christianity.
They supported riots and worshipped wokeness. The woke mob is a cult.
The woke mob is never satisfied. They always want more scalps.
What's so scary about the woke mob, how often you just don't see them coming.
Woke vocabulary infecting every corner of our culture.
It's not French fries anymore, it's woke fries.
They've been woke with the emojis for a long time.
Finally, your autocorrect now going woke.
We need to evolve and change our language in order to satisfy the woke warrior class. It's wokeism.
The hyper woke.
The ultra woke.
Uber woke.
The woke karate.
The wokers.
The woke folk.
The woke-topians.
Those wokesters, wokeaholics, wokeristas, woke gone wild.
You know, woke is
Super wokeness. So what does this pushing for woke get for schools?
Schools have been infected with an extremist woke ideology.
Woke story time.
The so-called woke math movement.
Reading, writing, and wokeism.
Woke school policies are literally getting our children raped.
We call it woke grooming.
You now have all these, woke kids coming out of high schools and colleges that have been taught to hate America.
The new, younger, woke generation that just thinks they should be able to attack and mock anybody.
This woke 18-year-old spotted her own mother in a viral video taken outside the January 6th riot. Her daughter then called her out in a tweet.
A victim of the woke internet.
Woke
How fucked up? How fucked up of her daughter? What has America come to that you can't even fucking go and do an insurrection without your bitch ass daughter calling you out, dude? That's fucked up, man.
Employees, they have lost all touch with reality.
There are woke people behind the screen at Facebook.
These little woke snowflakes in San Francisco working at the Twitter headquarters.
I do love that, like, conservatism revolves around this, like, inherent fear of change. Where, like, you're this big tough guy, right? You present yourself as this, like, big tough guy, but then you're, like, also shitting your pants and pissing every time you think about, like, existence in big cities. And these guys have basically created this, like, weird propaganda where they're crying all the time. Like, literally, non-fucking stop. They're just like, my daughter don't want to talk to me no more. Like, that's like 90% of their fucking propaganda. How is that anything different than, like, being a fucking snowflake, dude? You're pissing and shitting your pants because you saw, like, a rainbow-colored flag. You've lost your fucking mind. You are so insanely sensitive. In a weird way, instead of going in the other direction and being, like, extra fucking aggressively and overtly racist, right? They're just constantly fucking complaining about how progressive things have become over and over and over again, and how triggered they are by what they perceive as, like, society changing.
Workers across the country have waged war on their bosses.
So many big companies have become captive to their employees, these woke employees.
Woke corporations
are caving to the left. So-called woke companies like Ben & Jerry's ice cream.
The woke companies, Apple, MasterCard.
Walmart is going woke.
M&M's going woke.
Microsoft playing to the woke crowd. There's another brand name slurping from the woke trough. Mr. Potato Head.
And still ahead is Coke too woke.
They believe in cancel culture. They believe in woke everything. They don't seem to believe in capitalism.
Woke capitalism. That's the focus of tonight's angle.
BlackRock, it's one of the largest investment firms in the world. They've gone full woke.
Wall Street going woke.
This woke investment strategy.
Yeah, the left doesn't like fake woke rainbow capitalism either. It's just bullshit. It's nothing. It's meaningless. It's marketing. That's the difference between me and like these motherfuckers. I understand it's marketing and I move on. I joke about it and I move on. These guys make it their entire world and make it seem like it is genuinely changing society. It's like, no, it's not, man. Calm the fuck down. Like when you say Amazon is doing woke leftist agenda, or, BlackRock has gone woke now and they're actually leftist, you're a fucking idiot. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's going too far.
These banks, it's a problem. They are super woke, and they're like 2 seconds away from freezing your checking account if you're a Republican.
President Biden made it clear today he'll be...
Like, at this executive level, what bank has, like, liberal woke people in charge?
A woke president.
He's gone full wokerista.
Biden's woke Washington, it's not gonna end well.
Now we see the wokeification of the Department of Defense.
Biden's woke State Department.
Now NASA has gone woke.
It's scary when you hear the Federal Reserve go woke as well.
Meanwhile, the Biden DOJ is bringing the woke crusade to America's police departments.
It means a woke militia policing our cities, enforcing Democratic Party orthodoxy.
As all this is happening, the Pentagon is more concerned about being woke than about preparing to kill our enemies.
The West Point Military Academy is going woke.
The Secretary of Defense is forcing wokeness training on everybody on active duty.
Raytheon, biggest defense contractor, one of in the world, they're going woke. The people that are building missiles to kill our enemies are now woke.
And this slippery slope towards military wokedom continues tonight.
I think this is when you're supposed to understand that this doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? Like, it's got to be this. This has to be the point where, like, some people got to be like, all right, you lost me. Like, I get that Disney's gay, because it's always been gay. I get why they're woke, right? But when you start talking about the American military being woke, and that, like, Raytheon is now Gaytheon, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? We're doing war crimes, but in a gay way. We need to stop it.
Continues new tonight.
This crazed woke approach to everything.
Woke politics.
Woke diversity consultants.
Woke prosecutors funded by George Soros.
Woke critics on Rotten Tomatoes.
Woke lady superheroes.
Woke immigration activists.
Woke mayors.
Woke anti-Semitism.
Woke movie remakes.
Woke library displays.
Woke bail reforms.
Woke time capsules.
Woke protesters.
Woke nonprofits.
Woke economics.
Woke media.
Woke generals.
Woke judges.
Woke comedy.
Woke, etc.
Woke journalists. Woke scientists.
Woke millionaires, woke billionaires,
Woke HR department.
Woke CEOs.
Woke Oscars.
woke newsrooms,
Woke publishers.
Woke Hollywood.
woke music, woke dating.
They're all extreme. They've all been infected by the woke virus.
Okay.
How do you know if you're woke if everyone's woke?
For those unfamiliar with the expression,
Brilliant.
The Urban Dictionary defines woke as being aware and knowing what's going on in the community.
I've got mad street cred now. Faux shizzle. That's cool.
Community.
Woke was originally supposed to be just being aware of social issues, social justice issues.
I admire it now. Now I think I'm going to be pro-woke.
America is waking up. Perhaps we are even woke.
We're
I think
both
you're
woke. You and I are both woke.
I think you're woke.
Woke, woke, woke.
Uh-oh. The woke mind virus is one.
We gotta be woke. The woke movement could be the next great U.S. export.
You know, we've gone totally woke here. That's all I can say.
I'm learning from my millennial woke peers.
You're exactly right.
And what you just said to me on camera, that is systemic racism.
Was the woke a response to you because you had the politically correct?
Woke means you're a loser.
Right.
Everybody ultimately loses with woke. I think we're almost coming out of a woke coma.
The pendulum is swinging the other way.
Wokeness pervades and gets into all of these systems in a very weird way.
Woke destroys the internal organs.
Suffering from an incurable brain disease called wokeness.
This woke mind virus.
Woke cancer.
Rapid onset woke dementia.
You are so woke that your brain just falls out of your head.
If masks protected you from a woke mind virus, would you wear a mask?
The problem is woke.
Woke re-education camps.
A joyless, woke dystopia ruled by grim martinets like Kamala Harris.
Wokeness will destroy this country.
I hate the woke. If it wasn't for the woke, we would have no content. Woke people, stick around.
No, it's not. I don't think it's Vic Berger who made this. All right. Updates on Andrew Tate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and we're talking about Andrew Tate for a brief moment. Now, yesterday, I was planning on talking about the Top G, or the day before, rather. I was planning on talking about the Top G because he released a statement stating from his Twitter account that he was allowed 5 different visitors. And one of those visitors is friend of the show, Aiden Ross. That's right. Now, let's take a look at what's going on with Top G, who definitely is not balding and is not bald and cut his hair on his own. Aiden Ross, wait, this is Aiden Ross's response? Okay, before.
Was having a magnificent week.
2.4 million views.
Day, month, etc. 2020, 2023 is amazing so far for me. It's going by kind of fast, though. We're already almost done with January, which is insane, right? I don't know if you guys saw what happened today, but Andrew Tate on his Twitter account, someone I think runs his...
Aiden's banned on Twitch right now? Wait, really? He is?
Account at 7 a.m. LA time.
I mean, it doesn't matter. This is literally newsworthy. So
made a tweet basically saying, I'm allowing 5 people to visit me in my, basically visit me in jail. 4 of which are family members, and the 5th person is Aiden, me.
Dude, what the fuck? He's in love with him, dude. He is literally in love with him, bro. What the fuck? This is crazy.
Man, I woke up to that and I had just the biggest smile on my face. I'm like, oh my God, this is real. This is crazy. You know, I already told you guys, I you know, with Andrew, he took me in and you just showed the uttermost love and respect to myself and my peers around me. And he's never given me weird, creepy vibes, and he's never, you know, never given me like the shoulder in a way. He's always just been open arms and loving. But yeah, man, I've been feeling amazing and just so happy in life. And I wake up every day and I'm just so grateful and appreciative and thankful for everything in my life. And you know, everyone is expecting to see results and all that stuff, and they want to see what's going on. And I'm putting in work every day, you know, in the gym, and I'm working on my mind.
You hate sincere feelings like the way Aiden feels about Andrew. They're just 2 boys trying to love. It's true. You're right. Aiden Ross is the biggest pool of suckers as a viewer base, and Andrew Tate is just maximizing. Yeah.
Mind and everything. So I'm just letting y'all know right now I'm locked in. And the answer to everyone's question, if I'm gonna basically go see Andrew in jail because he did put me on his visitation list, the answer is this. Andrew Tate, I'm on my way. I will see you in Romania, G. I have to drive there with my exotic car. I don't have a Bugatti yet, but you know, I'll get there one day. Maybe you buy me one if, you know, I help you get out of, I don't know. We'll see.
Dog, all of his properties are seized, dude. What the fuck? He ain't got no Bugatti no more, dude. What the fuck? Yo, there's no way. Regardless of what happens, his impact on your life is great. On top of the commitment is insane on your part. He's literally like, he's just keeping the Andrew Tate like concept alive by saying, I took his words to heart and I bettered myself. So he's just like, without, I don't know if he realized it or not, but he's just like doing marketing for this fucking guy nonstop. I thought you were exaggerating when you said he's being groomed, but holy motherfuckers need a daddy shit.
All right, brother. I love you. Peace. Yo, guys, last thing. I'm not going to be posting a whole lot of updates on the Romania trip on Twitch and YouTube. So I'm going to pop it up right here. Make sure you guys follow my Instagram. I'll be posting a lot of stories and probably some hard posts as well of my trip. So Instagram is going to be where it's all seen first. Just letting y'all know. I love you guys.
I looked at the comments. They like they see him as like a good role model. Kathy B, go Aiden, be safe. You rock. I can't wait to hear updates. What the fuck? Just like, I'm imagining this being a real person, you know what I mean? Like a Midwestern wine mom who just loves Andrew Tate and Aiden Ross and the relationship that they have. This is like, I mean, this is wild stuff, man. I don't fucking know. I don't know what the fuck to say about this.
Bring you some breaking news just from the last few minutes. We're hearing that prosecutors in Romania have extended the detention period for the social media influencer Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan until the 27th of February. Now that comes as teenage girls in Romania have described how he, Mr. Tate, and his brother contacted them online, apparently using a standard formula. The two women, who were 16 and 17 at the time that they were approached, have been speaking to the BBC about the methods used in the messages. Now, the Tate brothers have been held in Romania while police investigate allegations of trafficking and of rape. They deny wrongdoing. Our correspondent Lucy Williamson has this report.
Behind the screen, Andrew Tate is speaking. His utterances followed by a tiny audience of prosecutors, lawyers and police. The rest of the world stands waiting as police investigate allegations of trafficking and rape. One of those allowed through the gates today was his brother Tristan's girlfriend, arriving with his daughter. Investigators have just over a week to present evidence that a crime has been committed here. Neither Andrew Tate nor his brother have yet been charged, but their public image has been complicated by the things they say and the way they behave online. Daria was 16 when she says she received a private message on Instagram 2 years ago from Andrew Tate's account. It read simply, Romanian girl, followed by a strawberry emoji.
Riz, bro. Such Riz. Excellent. The fuck, dude? That is so gross, brother. Jesus Christ.
It was very obvious we were high school girls. Like, we had our high schools like in our bio and everything. I feel like he was just trying to find girls that seemed as like innocent or naive as possible, in my opinion.
Daria, who's now at university in the UK, says it's important she speak out because so many young men idolise Andrew Tate.
And I don't think that at this time this is being regulated at all. And this is a big problem because we can't wake up in 20 years with like 2 million Andrew Tates.
I just say...
In a video, Andrew Tate outlined his method for approaching women online.
Sometimes, because like I said, intrigue, I'll put a completely pointless emoji on the end. Some cherries, or an orange, or a strawberry. Because it doesn't mean anything. Then my reply, why do I never see you? Where are you hiding? 99% of them say, I'm not hiding. That's what nearly every one of them says.
I think it's really funny that the BBC is posting one of his fucking crazy videos with like Grand Theft Auto playing underneath.
Because it doesn't mean anything. Then my reply, why do I never see you? Where are you hiding? 99% of them say, I'm not hiding. That's what nearly every one of them says.
Am văzut pe TikTok
Another woman who didn't want to reveal her identity on camera showed us screenshots of an exchange between her and Tristan Tate when she was 17 that appears to follow Andrew's script. She was first contacted last May. His initial message reads, "You're beautiful." He then moves on to say, "I feel I've seen you around town before. Where have you been hiding?"
Bro, grown-ass men, dude. What the fuck? At least he didn't hit her with a Romanian girl, Strawberry.
It's likely, she replies, "I didn't hide."
I know he was writing the same thing to a lot of girls.
Oh, no. This comment came shortly after Romanian court's decision to extend Andrew Tate's custody by an additional 30 days. Andrew Tate's lawyer cast doubt over Aiden Ross visiting him in custody due to the lack of familial relationship. Oh, no. I'm sorry, dude. El Topo Loco, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. I guess they have to get married now. Just saying, that's the only way to do it.
Including a friend of mine. He used the same approach, always starting the conversation with exactly the same line. "You're beautiful."
In publicity for his online courses in manipulating and exploiting women, Andrew Tate has said his job was to meet a girl, sleep with her, get her to fall in love with me to the point where she'd do anything I say, and then get her working on webcam so we could become rich together. Schools here in Romania are talking about the issue of online safety, sparked by headlines around the Tate case. More than half the girls in this class had already been contacted by an adult stranger online. Teachers say they're in a battle to shape the next generation against influencers like Andrew Tate. Lucy Williamson, BBC News, Bucharest.
Okay, so we got an update on that. Oh, yeah, dude, I'm going to talk about the Elon Musk thing in a second. That's awesome. It's a Dexerto update, so let's see. Andrew Tate's lawyer has cast doubt over the Twitch star Aiden Ross being able to visit influencer Romanian custody despite being added to his visitor list. Tate recently revealed that he put Twitch streamer Aiden Ross on his visitor list. Ross quickly revealed that he's working on organizing a trip to Romania soon. However, Andrew Tate's lawyer has cast doubt over whether or not Aiden would be able to visit the controversial influencer. On January 20th, Andrew Tate's defense attorney commented on the Romanian publication Gondul regarding the Twitch star's possible visit to Tate. Why isn't it automatically Google translating right now? How the fuck? Why isn't it translating? I right click. Where is it? What? Wednesday's canceled? What is this? Siktar stomach reactions eating Percy Hines White in our new favorite shows finally. Who the fuck is Percy Hines White? I don't know what this is. What? Translate to English. There it is. Brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate remain in custody. The judges of the Bucharest court extended their preventative measure by another 30 days. Wait, where does it say? Same decision was made in case of the former policewoman and the other woman arrested in the millionaire's case. The court ordered their detention between January 20th and February 27th. The measure can be contested, but it's enforceable, so the brothers remain behind bars. Today, we had the request of the prosecutor's office to extend the measure of the preventative arrest, a request that the defense considers to be obviously unjustified and totally exaggerated, especially in conditions where we continue to maintain that the evidentiary material is completely lacking in this case. What's been disseminated in the press is nothing more than completely and totally exaggerated, disproportionate interpretation of some harmless discussions from the private environment and of the respective persons. It's just totally harmless. Dude, that was awesome. You guys clapped that guy. That was pretty funny. That guy tried to say that not this guy that I'm highlighting, but the other guy said, oh, don't you guys feel weird? Wait, where is it? Is it this guy? Hold on. Does anyone else feel like Hasan goes hard on people like Tate? Yeah, with Andrew Callahan, he seemed empathetic a lot of the time. Brother, did Andrew Callahan build a fucking webcamming business on the basis of like grooming women and sex trafficking them? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, yeah, Andrew Callahan did some fucked up shit. But if you think that like, I mean, you waited in here for 17 minutes specifically so you could write this idiotic take thinking that this was, you cooked it up, thinking that you were going to get a goddamn good ass fucking, you thought that you were going to, you thought you cooked this up. You thought you whipped this out. You were like, this is good. You really thought this was a good take? You really thought you were spitting, dude? Commie Cold, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. You thought you spat, dude? Is that what you thought? I mean, that's like a record. You know what I mean? 17 minutes into the chat, literally at the top of the hour where the 3-minute ad break is coming. You know what I mean? And he gets insta-sniped and insta-banned before I could even read the fucking take. But of course, if you're banned, you can't subscribe and avoid the top of the hour ad break. So he will be watching the 3-minute ad break. Now, if you, on the other hand, are not banned, you can subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. And that way you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. You can also get gifted a sub by Woke Militia, thank you for the 5. Trinrek, thank you for the 5. And Comical, thank you for the 50 gifted subs, allowing 60 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, except for the banned chatters. Use the 3-minute ad break now. High-End Milk, thank you for the 5 Tier 1 gifted subs. King 9 Henry the 4th. King Henry the 4th, thank you for the 10 gifted. Glizzy Gobbler, thank you for the 5 gifted. Anyway, we continue to maintain that practically at this moment, the Tate brothers are being arrested for a crime of opinion for what they said at some point in the online environment, and not for what they actually did in their private lives. We have to somehow point out that after going through all the documents and all the criminal investigation material, our position is firm that there is no evidence to indict the clients we represent. Lawyer on the visit of the famous American vlogger Aiden Ross. From my point of view, he does not have the opportunity to visit Andrew because they are not related. Oh no! The lawyer of the Tate brothers also explained the reason why the request to extend the pretrial detention was judged, even though the first term did not expire until January 29th. That's how it happens, and it's right. It should be judged at least 5 days before the expiration of the mandate, because today's solution can be appealed against so that the judges have time to justify their solutions. Andrew Tate's defense attorney also spoke on the visit of the famous American vlogger Aiden Ross, who announced that he's coming to Romania. I received this information yesterday. I visited Andrew yesterday evening, but I did not ask him. And from my point of view, he does not have the opportunity to visit Andrew because they are not related. So the prosecutor did not grant a request, he clarified. Unless they get married. Hello? And the timing. Speaking of which, Twitch partner Aiden Ross has now been unbanned. Hold on. I'm going to send him a text message of this real quick. I'm going to send him a photo of this. Let's see what he says. Aiden should have them swab his nose for DNA. Maybe there's some fart molecules left. What? Kodak Britt, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Where is it? You got details on recognition of like non-familiar relationships for people visiting prison in Romania? Hold on. Anyway, the 2 British millionaires. Oh, we already know that part. Okay, so we got it. Aiden might not be able to go after all. I'll keep you posted if he responds. Probably hitting the gym right now. But that is the update.
Now we're going to turn to
now let's talk about Alec Baldwin.
The Rust film set shooting. Prosecutors saying actor Alec Baldwin and the film's armorer each facing 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter for the deadly shooting of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins. Lindsay Davis is in Santa Fe, New Mexico with the latest for us. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning to you, Michael. Stunning charges here for the actor and the armorer. The district attorney says that they're warranted, though, citing a criminal disregard for safety. She says that there's a point where negligence becomes recklessness, and in this case, it caused.
If Tate put your name on the list, would you go over there just for the content? Fuck no, man. What are you, crazy? Why the fuck would I do that? That's insane. Why would I go to fucking Romania, dude, for Andrew Tate? Like, yeah, dude, I definitely. I fully believe Hasan would go. Yeah, totally. Dude, I've had infinitely better opportunities for travel, for like actually fun shit. Okay, to more fun countries to visit as well. Aiden can always start a dance group in front of the prison Tate's in. I hear that's the next unique step in showing loyalty. Okay, first of all, what this person is referencing is Nexium, the sex cult, and that actually did happen in Brooklyn. So not wrong. That probably will happen. All right, let's watch the Alec Baldwin situation.
Alec Baldwin is waking up to a new reality this morning. The Oscar-nominated actor faces criminal charges for the 2021 fatal shooting on the set of the movie Rust.
A person died because of this negligence, because of this recklessness.
The Santa Fe, New Mexico district attorney announced that Baldwin, along with the film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, will be charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter in the death of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins. The film's assistant director, Dave Halls, is agreeing to a plea deal for negligent use of a deadly weapon.
3 different people, if they had only done their job, we wouldn't be standing here.
Gutierrez-Reed's
for those of you who don't know what happened, like in Hollywood, they use blanks, okay? It's basically a bullet, but it doesn't have the actual bullet that like fires off. So it only has the first half of the bullet, and it still explodes, okay? It still explodes like an actual bullet. You have the cartilage or whatever it's called, but no projectile, okay? It has the casing, not cartilage. In this circumstance, isn't that how Bruce Lee's son died? Brandon Lee on the set of Crow died because one of the casings was stuck inside the chamber, and the second bullet fired, the second blank that fired basically shot the casing through like a projectile, as you would with a bullet. Cartridge is what I was thinking of, not cartilage, but it propelled it forward like a bullet, because ultimately a bullet is just like a piece of metal, like, you know what I mean? That's what it is. That's what shoots you. It's packed with fucking gunpowder. The thing that flies out of the gun is just packed with gunpowder, and it ejects. So if it doesn't actually shoot anything at the tip of it, and if it's just a gunpowder, full of, it's a gunpowder-filled casing, then it's nothing. You just get the same effect of a real bullet exploding. In this circumstance, I believe that was it that I don't remember. I need to refresh myself on this case. But in this particular instance, I think it like we don't. What was it? Was it actually fired in close distance, or if et lib explains gun shit? I mean, I can explain fucking your mom in terms that you would probably not want to hear, because I do know that. Your mom loves this effeminate liberal shit, okay? Suck my cock. Stupid. Which is what I said to your mom, actually. Not stupid, but I said suck my cock. She likes it when I talk to her like that. Yes, blanks can still be dangerous at point blank because it's still like firing off something. You know what I mean? But in this instance, I believe there was a live bullet.
Attorney released a statement saying these charges are the result of a very flawed investigation and an inaccurate understanding of the full facts. Hannah will be exonerated of wrongdoing by a jury. Baldwin's attorney says the actor relied on the professionals with whom he worked, who assured him the gun did not have live rounds. We will fight these charges and we will win. The 64-year-old actor was holding a prop gun and rehearsing a scene when the Colt 45 revolver discharged, firing off a live round, striking and killing Hutchins and injuring director Joel Souza.
Why did you believe and ultimately decide that you had a strong enough case to bring charges against both Hannah and Alec?
They were not doing the things that they should have been doing in order to have a safety conscious and certainly with guns, a gun conscious movie set.
According to court documents, both Halls and Gutierrez-Reed handled the gun before it was handed over to Baldwin.
I'm not gonna lie, unless there's additional details that I'm not privy to, okay, it is kind of wild that like Alec Baldwin gets clapped on this. Like, there might be extra details that I'm unfamiliar with, like he knew the weight of the gun or something, but like it is like it's not his fault as the person who probably had no fucking idea that the gun had like a real bullet in it, a live bullet in it. As an executive producer, he bears some level of responsibility, but I don't know. Like he bears a level of responsibility because like he bears a level of responsibility on everything that happens on the work site because you're like technically the boss of everyone. So the conditions that on that work site are still technically conditions that he has control over. But ultimately, there are plenty of producers involved in a massive project like this, and I've only seen, and I might be wrong, I've only seen Alec Baldwin be charged with this negligence or involuntary manslaughter.
Do you feel guilt?
No. I feel that there is. I feel that someone is responsible for what happened, and I can't say who that is, but I know it's not me.
Months after the incident, Baldwin told our George Stephanopoulos that he did not pull the trigger.
It wasn't in the script for the trigger to be pulled.
Well, the trigger wasn't pulled. I didn't pull the trigger.
Prosecutors say otherwise.
What? The trigger had to have been pulled. So.
Wait, what? Bro, what the fuck is going on? If I recall correctly, after working on film sets, every person who handles a gun, including the actor, is supposed to check it individually, so it gets checked at every step. These are industry protocols, but it is still surprising to me that he's charged. Wait. What the fuck? I think the issue lies with the fact that the gun has been reported to be misfiring and there was safety negligence on set. There were 3 previous discharges before Helena was shot. Crew was walking off for safety concerns. He pulled the trigger. It was impossible for it not to be pulled. Yes, I remember these aspects of the production, and this is like his liability overall. I don't know if it's like if it meets the metal of legal scrutiny, but his liability overall in this circumstance, in everything that happened, everything that took place, was that he created the conditions for an unsafe work environment. But as a producer on this, he played a role in creating the conditions for an unsafe work environment. But I also don't know. Okay, I want to see the.
Jesse Weber
I want to see
joins
someone else describe this
us
shit.
now. He's an attorney and the anchor and host with Law and Crime Network. Really good to see you because you always give us such great insight, so I'm really glad you're here. My first question was when I heard what the charges are. You know, when someone is killed, there are various charges. Murder wasn't one of them. Why manslaughter?
Everybody knows this wasn't intentional. Nobody is saying Alec Baldwin intended to shoot this gun. This was a mistake. The question is it a criminal mistake? And I think what's really fascinating about this was he wasn't just hit with one charge of involuntary manslaughter, but two. Now, let's be clear. Charges haven't officially been filed. They will be filed.
Bro, him fucking hiring scabs and union busting is not a fact that I'm avoiding. But as it pertains to him, like, as it pertains to his, like, legal liability and involuntary manslaughter, I don't think that I do not think that this is irrelevant. Okay? You keep mentioning this, but, like, that's an irrelevant conversation piece. Okay? Like, we're talking about whether or not he is criminally liable.
But it's been indicated that it's going to be 2 counts. That gives a jury even more room to find him guilty because they could say either it was negligence or it was something even greater than negligence. So this is not a case of murder. This is just a case, did he have a duty to do something and did he violate that duty? And it's going to all come down to whether or not he pulled that trigger. I will tell you this right now, this is going to be a battle of the experts. You're going to have experts saying there's no way that gun could have gone off unless you pull the trigger, and someone on his side saying, well, if you cock the gun back, it could have accidentally gone off. That's going to be up for a jury.
Guys, it's fucking not relevant because, oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, everybody shut the fuck up. 100% in a capitalist court system, no one is caring about routine scab hiring practices as it pertains to a legal matter. What the fuck are you talking about, okay? You're talking about like a moral conversation, which I agree with. Yes, it is immoral to hire scabs on its own, okay? And this is one of the many consequences of hiring scabs is that you have a less safe work environment. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about this as like someone died. The main point of contention here is Alec Baldwin supposed to check the chamber before firing it, okay? Or did he actually cock the gun and the gun fell and fired? Ultimately, though, if there is no reason for him to fire in that scene like they're saying, and he didn't actually fire the gun like he's claiming, and it actually fell or something, okay? Which, by the way, there's cameras everywhere. Holy fuck. There would be footage of the process. Okay? Ultimately, should he have known? Should he have checked? Or should he not have checked? That's what the conversation is about. A scab is a non-union replacement. Okay, the armor, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, was inexperienced and negligent. This was her second movie as head armorer. Got the job because her dad was a big name armorer. I remember that. But I also think that she was a union armorer. I don't think that she's non-union. Am I crazy? She's non-union? I thought she was union. I thought the The people that were working. Okay, oh my God, we're talking about like aspects of this conversation that we'll get to in a second. Hold on.
Jury.
And just quickly,
why you just say shit? Because I fucking covered this. I covered this like last year, and I don't remember it. I don't remember a lot of the key details, which I'm trying to fucking make. I'm trying to get a better understanding of right now, and it's the worst thing to do when it's a story that came out yesterday. So all of your other favorite content creators have covered it with their own flavor and their own fucking seasoning. So now you're just repeating their talking points to me in the most contentious manner possible while I'm trying to fucking comprehend what exactly happened. And when I ask a question, you literally still shove shit down my goddamn throat instead of letting me get to it and understand the exact details of a situation, okay? I do not have an infinite amount of motherfucking hours to basically cover every single thing. Sometimes I have to cover it in real time. Sometimes you might have already developed your opinions because you watched another content creator cover it. That doesn't mean that this is your opportunity to try and debate lord me while I'm trying to fucking understand what happened. Am I having a meltdown? Stunlock, scabs on my cock. Fuck you.
what sort of sentence would he be facing?
Okay, so that's a great question, because for that second charge, there's a firearm enhancement, which means if a jury finds him guilty, that is a mandatory 5 years in prison. That's what makes this so significant. They're really going after Baldwin here.
Now, you know, Alec Baldwin is not one to sort of hold his tongue. And as you know, he's done interviews and he's been kind of all over the map about the gun in his hand, what he knew, what he didn't know. Did he even pull the trigger? But this whole time, I thought there's someone on the set whose job it is to manage these guns. It's the armorer. She is now facing charges as well. But why is Alec Baldwin and the armorer both facing the same set of charges when it was her responsibility on the set of a movie to keep track of these firearms?
The argument would be that there was failed responsibility across the board. How did the bullet get into the gun? That's her whole job. And we know that that bullet wasn't the only live round that was found on the set. I believe there were 5 other rounds. So it was her job to make sure that that round never even got in the gun. And Alec Baldwin, as an actor and a producer on that film, he shouldn't have cocked the gun and pulled the trigger. At least that's what the allegation is. So there's blame to go around. And Dave Hall's taking that deal, in my eyes, he's going to be the star witness. He's going to be a cooperating witness testifying against Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed.
Jesse Weber, we have to let you go for now, but I know we're going to probably pick this conversation up later on as things get underway with.
If you fire a gun, you're responsible for whatever happens next. You're right, except this is the one instance where you don't think you're firing a gun with a fucking bullet in it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's not a fake gun. It can and has shot real bullets. But you also have to understand that this is literally one of the few instances where you are literally under the assumption that, like, if an accident even happens, it's not supposed to, like, literally fire a bullet. Anyway, several ATSA crew members on the New Mexico set of The Western Rust, where cinematographer Halyna Hutchins was killed on Thursday by a prop gunshot by Alec Baldwin, reportedly quit the production because they felt producers were not following safety guidelines, according to numerous reports. Rust began shooting on October 6. The safety issues that several crew members walked off the set for was over gun safety procedures, other safety issues, and COVID protocols not being followed. Other safety issues, which meant crew members had to go for much longer treks back and forth for cheaper hotels. I remember that stuff. That literally leads them to have less downtime, less fucking time to sleep. More mistakes happen in that process. The production had also allegedly refused to pay for hotel rooms in pricey Santa Fe, asking some crew members to stay in Albuquerque instead, a 1-hour drive from the ranch. That's huge because that cuts 2 extra hours from your sleep time. Okay? Especially when you're on an insane especially when you're doing like 17-hour days. Like every fucking hour that you have to sleep is profoundly important. This is like a big deal as it pertains to this issue. Okay, this is a big deal. This is something that I covered, something that I talked about at the time, as I recall. Okay. Producers called security on the crew members who submitted their resignations to ask them to leave the location. The fatal shooting is said to have occurred about 6 hours after the union crew members left. After the accident, a 911 caller was heard telling a crew member they were supposed to check the guns and placing the blame on them, TMZ reported. Hutchins and Steadicam operator were the only original crew members who remained in the camera and electrical departments, and the other positions have been replaced with non-union members, according to a source with knowledge of the situation. Okay, so they did hire scabs. They got people, and for those of you who don't know, scabs are usually less experienced, hired help at times when there's like a walkout or any sort of strike, any sort of work stoppage. The Capitol owner in this circumstance, Alec Baldwin being one of the people, will go in and hire new people to come in. Oftentimes they're not as experienced. Oftentimes they don't have enough time to understand the severity of the situation. Okay. And accidents can happen. If we're talking about guns being used on the work site, this kind of accident is even more likely and even more costly. A crew member said that there had already been other prop gun misfires before Thursday's fatal accident. There have also been social media reports from people identifying themselves as members of the Rust crew that claim the production was poorly funded and lacked sufficient oversight. The Rust producers released a statement Friday saying they were not aware of the complaints, but would conduct an internal review of the procedures. The safety of our cast and crew is top priority. Ironic. We will continue to cooperate with the Santa Fe authorities in their investigation and offer mental health services to the cast and crew in this tragic time. The New Mexico Occupational Health and Safety Bureau released a statement saying it's investigating the incident. And they learned through the New Mexico Film Office of a workplace fatality and an injury to a second person that occurred during filming of a movie set in Santa Fe County. And the OHSB is investigating the incident in coordination with law enforcement, the employer, and employees. No additional information will be released at the time. Yes, this example is one I cite often when talking about scabs. John Deere tried hiring scab workers and immediately had a tractor crash in its plant. John Deere had a work stoppage. UAW was on strike at this facility, and they brought in front office people. They brought in front office people and other scabs to come in and do the fucking heavy machinery work, and they did not know how to control the machinery, and they had a bunch of workplace accidents. Okay? As the owner of that business, do I think he is morally responsible for the events that took place? I do. Okay? Do I believe that a court system in the United States of America would charge a business owner, like a capital owner in that process? I don't think so. Now, are there additional steps that Alec Baldwin was supposed to take, like checking the gun himself? I don't know if he's supposed to check the gun and he didn't check the gun. If it was a scene where he was not supposed to fire the gun, does that mean he's criminally liable? I don't know. Does that make sense? Because in a situation where, like, it's clearly defined that when you have a gun on set, okay, even if it has a blank in it, you're supposed to check the gun. Whether it's a scene that has a gunfire in it or not, then Alec Baldwin is liable, criminally liable. Okay? if it's supposed to be that you're supposed, if there is a rule that you are supposed to check it, if it's a scene where you're shooting it, and this scene did not actually feature him shooting it, then maybe he's not liable. I don't know. If it's a scene where he was not supposed to shoot it, but he still shot it personally, is he liable? Yes. I think so. Anyway, let's see what the rest of this is, though.
Alec is wrong.
Lisa Tarraco, the attorney for Assistant Director Halls, who helped arrange his plea deal, says her client now has closure.
He can move on, and the Hutchins family can move on. This was the best resolution that could happen, because at least a part of this case is resolved, and it's going to be peace for these people.
Crew member Thomas Gandy was near Helena Hutchins that fateful day.
My trust in anybody handling prop weapons, it's much thinner than it ever used to be. I would just say don't take it for granted ever again. Ever again.
Despite this tragedy, producers intend to finish the film. Hutchins' husband is now an executive producer as part of a wrongful death settlement.
What is it? It's his fault because legally he had the duty to make sure the set was safe, and the set was a complete mess. They had live bullets mixed in with blank rounds, and he did nothing to correct that. No, he is not supposed to check the gun. There's lots of this. They were reloaded rounds mixed in with the blanks. Why was a real gun needed for a scene with no shot fired? If so, why was it loaded? Why was the assistant director handing Baldwin a gun? Why did Baldwin take it? Who told him to do that? Seems negligent, but it's not malicious. I mean, it's still involuntary manslaughter. As far as the main armor goes, a lot of chat jumped down my throat. But was she a scab? Immediately, chat was like, "You're fucking wrong," but I don't think she was. I think she was hired for the film as the unionized armor. She's a Nepo baby, yes, but I don't think she was a scab. I don't think she was scabbing. So why the fuck? I don't think it's clear. Union workers said that the corners were cut. Yeah, I know. But why the fuck did people go absolute bananas mode on my ass when I said that the main armorer was who was a nepotism hire, certainly, was a unionized, was a inexperienced but still union worker. Yeah. Oh, by the way, this is the difference between a blank and a regular bullet. Like we've shown this before on this broadcast. Protocol, according to Baldwin, as explained in this video, started 1311.
Welcome back to the Emily Show for the first episode of There is an email from September 21st between Baldwin's assistant and others, saying that Baldwin wanted to find out who's in charge of the guns. So instead of reading the complaint, I'm just going to read the email that they enclosed in the complaint. The formatting on this is excellent, by the way. I mean, there's not a drop shadow. You know how tickled I get by a drop shadow in a complaint. It's always a delight. But the formatting on this really has been excellent, with all of the emails, text messages, and other discovery that they've put directly into the complaint. It's quite a lot of information. So this is an email back and forth about Alec Baldwin's fitting from September 12th, 2021. Good morning, Jonah. Thank you so much for setting up and testing the Zoom thing with me. We had perfect reception for Alec's look over the clothes. He wanted me to ask you to find out who was in charge of the guns on this movie and get him some shooting lessons. He also mentioned that whoever is in charge of the gun belts, I believe that is props, should research to see if they had shoulder holsters, because he would prefer that to a big waist belt. So I'm assuming they're asking about shoulder holsters being time period appropriate and wanting to wear that versus wanting to wear a big gun belt, which can be uncomfortable, I suppose. They also then go into a bit about the size of his shoes and other items with regard to costuming. So he's asking again for training. They then talk about the hiring of Gutierrez Reed, that Baldwin had no role in hiring her, that Gutierrez Reed reached out to Seth Kinney to ask whether he knew of any available armorer jobs. Kinney connected her with Zachary, Sarah Zachary, the head of props, who then passed her name along to the Rust production managers, who ultimately hired her. Procurement of ammunition and prop weapons. Zachary and Gutierrez Reed were responsible for sourcing and procuring the weapons and ammunition used on the Rust set. Kinney and his company PDQ were, doesn't that mean pretty darn quick or pretty damn quick? Isn't it just like, is this what we're doing? Pretty damn quick. It's just this. One would think. So Kinney and his company PDQ were the primary weapons and ammunition supplier for the movie Rust. In early October 2021, Zachary and Gutierrez Reed met with Kinney to collect prop weapons and dummy ammunition to be used on the set of Rust. Police photos, and for those of you listening on audio, I will try to timestamp this so you can come over to where this part is and look at the photos that show the prop house in disarray. It looks like a house location or a house converted into a business location to me. But it is not well organized, though. One of the things does look like a pile of like
yes, Cinemarxism. I was going to point to this. Is a good find. Something like this happened 10 years ago, where the Hollywood director, pled guilty to manslaughter in Midnight Rider saga. Early last year, when 27-year-old camera assistant Sarah Jones was killed on a railroad bridge in Georgia, film director Randall Miller was charged with involuntary manslaughter and criminal trespass. His team had been shooting a scene for Midnight Rider, a storybook about rock star Greg Allman, when a train traveling about 55 miles sent the crew scattering. Jones was killed. Miller pleaded not guilty. Then he changes his mind. Miller, perhaps best known for the director of Bottle Shock, pleaded guilty on Monday to both charges and was sentenced to 2 years prison, followed by 8 years of probation. Film's executive producer Jay Sedrish also pleaded guilty and accepted 10 years of probation. The moment marked a rare one in Hollywood film history, when a filmmaker accepted blame for a fatal accident on set, entertainment industry attorneys told the Los Angeles Times. So obviously it's not like an exact comparison, given that this is like an accidental discharge, but it's an instance where someone who has control over the set is pleading guilty to the unsafe work conditions that he is creating. Now, but this is someone pleading guilty and accepting a plea deal versus choosing to fight it. It's so that's the difference. Do you know what I mean? Like, if these people were to choose to fight it, would they have won? I don't know. Garland told the Washington Post that Miller accepted a plea deal to spare his wife and business partner Jody Savin from the same charges and to bring an end to the uncertainty. The couple have 2 children, and Miller did not want to risk his wife being put behind bars. After sentencing, he was taken to Wayne County Jail. Although we had defenses, Garland said, he knew it was appropriate for the head of the film company to accept the responsibility for the unfortunate accidental death of this lovely young woman. Filmmakers were preparing to shoot a dream scene with Hurt, who was to play Allman, the Doctortown Railroad trestle that stretches across the Altamaha River in rural Georgia. The crew put a metal bed frame on the tracks where Hurt was supposed to lie down. Miller's attorney said Miller was told that 2 trains use that route every day. So after the second train passed through, the crew started setting up the scene. Then an unexpected third train came barreling down the tracks, smashing into the bed frame and sending metal shards towards the crew. The only viable means for the crew on the trestle bridge to escape the path of the oncoming train was to round southwest to get off the bridge and off to the side of the railroad tracks, court documents read. This required the crew to run towards the train. While the crew had been told that they would have 60 seconds to remove themselves, the equipment in the hospital bed from the trestle bridge, the train approached with rapid speed, and the crew had less than 60 seconds to react. That is fucking nightmarish. Several members of the crew, including Sarah, were not able to escape the path of the oncoming train, and some crew members' equipment and hospital bed remained on the trestle bridge as the train approached. Sarah Jones was hit by the edge of the fuel tank and was run over by the train. She died instantly. It was an accident. They thought that there would only be 2 trains. There was a third train that came through, and it killed one of the people there. The defense claimed that Miller had permission to film from Rayonier, a paper company that owns land, but the prosecutor said the company that owns the track, CSX Transportation, denied permission to Miller's crew. Johnson said Miller knew he wasn't allowed to film there. Johnson said the filmmakers even tried to write around that scene, according to the Associated Press. He was on the tracks himself and would never have put himself or the welfare of his wife and children in danger if he hadn't been assured the trains weren't coming. I worked at the Superior Oil Refinery in Wisconsin during scaffolding. The scaffolding companies refused to use yo-yos or cages required by union on the ladders. Some people ended up dying. Yeah, cost cutting. Cost cutting ends up creating these workplace safety issues. And rarely do you ever see a business owner or someone who is in charge of that on the work site take responsibility. Alec Baldwin Alec Baldwin in this circumstance is basically like he plays a more over-encompassing role on the set of Rust, as far as I understand, which is why he would be liable. But as far as his involvement as an actor, if as an actor he did this, I don't think that I don't know if his legal case would be as open and shut. Safety protocols are standard in the industry, including gun inspections, were not strictly followed on the Rust set, sources have said. The DA literally said he should have checked the gun himself and he's being charged as an actor. Yeah. Well, now they're both charged. 3 crew members who were present at the Bonanza Creek Ranch set on Saturday said they were particularly concerned about 2 accidental prop gun discharges. Baldwin's stunt double accidentally fired 2 rounds Saturday after being told that the gun was cold, lingo for a weapon that doesn't have any ammunition, including blanks. 2 crew members who witnessed the episode told Los Angeles Times, I remember this. There should have been an investigation into what happened, a crew member said. There were no safety meetings. There was no assurance that it wouldn't happen again. All they wanted to do was rush, rush, rush. A colleague was so alarmed by the prop gun misfires that he sent a text message to the unit production manager. We've now had 3 accidental discharges. This is super unsafe, according to a copy of the message reviewed by the Times. The safety of our cast and crew. The safety of our cast and crew is the top priority of Rust Productions and everyone associated with the company. Though we were not made aware of any official complaints. Well, someone didn't bring it up, the latter, not knowing, not sure if they would even listen to those considerations if they were brought up. But, you know. The tragedy occurred Thursday morning during filming of a gunfight that began in a church that is part of the old Western Town Ranch. Cinematographer Halyna Hutchins was huddled around a monitor lining up her next camera shot when she was accidentally killed by the prop gun fired by Baldwin. The actor was preparing to film a scene in which he pulls a gun out of a holster, according to a source close to the production. Crew member had already shouted "cold gun" on the set. The filmmaking team was lining up its camera angles and had yet to retreat to the video village, an on-set area where the crew gathers to watch filming from a distance via a monitor. Instead, the B camera operator was on a dolly with a monitor checking out the potential shots. Hutchins was also looking at the monitor from over the operator's shoulder, as was the movie's director, Joel Souza, who was crouching just behind her. Baldwin removed the gun from its holster once without incident, but the second time he did so, ammunition flew through toward the trio and around the monitor. The projectile whizzed by the camera operator but penetrated Hutchins near her shoulder, then continued through Souza. Hutchins immediately fell to the ground as crew members applied pressure to her wound in an attempt to stop the bleeding. So, a crew member had shouted "cold gun" on set. In what situations would you need to use live rounds on a movie set? I don't think you ever need that. Ammunition flew is such a goddamn weird way to say he fired the gun. Yeah, because the reason why they're using neutral language in that situation is because, like, what do you think he intended to, like, pull out the gun and shoot the fucking the cinematographer? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, yes, you think Alec Baldwin was like, I'm gonna fucking kill the cinematographer? Like, come on, guys. I'm not a fan of the fucking guy, but, like, Jesus Christ. Like, oh yeah, he was like, I want to taste what murder feels like. Like, that's insane. Stop making such jokes about a situation that's, like, very serious. A lot of the chatters are saying he has the responsibility to check the gun. I'm not certain on that. I don't think so. What the fuck does Alec Baldwin know about blanks versus real bullets, too? There's a reason why you have an armorer on set. Like, I don't think that as an actor, he is supposed to. If we're operating as though he's just an actor, like, what does he know? Does he know the difference between blanks versus real bullets? Can you tell the difference between a blank and a real bullet immediately? especially if it's inside of a revolver, without unloading the gun and then putting it back in, putting the bullets back in piece by piece? You can't. You literally can't unless you are turning the barrel around, or if you take the bullets out and then put it back in. If anything, they probably would tell the actor not to even fucking check it. Especially because if it's being handled by someone who is not professionally fucking able to understand what they're controlling, that's how you get another fucking bullet lodged in the chamber. If you don't reload the gun properly, that's how accidents happen. So I would be very surprised if they actually were like, the actor literally has to check the gun. The fuck does the actor know about the gun? Why the fuck did they hire an armorer then? Then yeah, no, it's supposed to be the actor. Key info on cold gun details. Yeah, this is huge. An assistant director handed Alec Baldwin a prop firearm and yelled "cold gun" before the actor fired the weapon, killing cinematographer Halyna Hutchins and injuring director Joel Souza, according to the court document. The cold gun remark was meant to indicate that the weapon did not have live rounds, according to an affidavit for a search warrant for the movie set filed by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and obtained by CNN affiliate KOAT. According to the affidavit, Baldwin was handed one of the 3 prop guns by assistant director David Halls that were set up in a cart by an armorer for the movie Rust. I don't even know why the assistant director is the one who's giving him the gun. Halls did not know that there were live rounds in the gun, the affidavit said. That's what the first AD does? I thought that, like, when it comes to special effects and shit like that, or when it comes to guns, every single element of that is supposed to be handled not by, like, any of the other people, but specifically by the specialists. Maybe I'm wrong, but there's a reason why you fucking hire a specialist. Like, can you imagine? Does the AD also do the pyrotechnics? You know what I mean? That's insane to me. I don't know, but I'm looking at this critically, and it feels crazy. Now, you can make the argument that the AD is not supposed to be handling the gun, but is handling the gun in that circumstance because the production is dog shit, and they are literally fucking running on fumes. They've walked away from the site beforehand. They have scabs on the fucking set. But I'm pretty sure when you're handling a gun, there are rules. Specifically rules surrounding who touches the gun. Because when you have someone giving you the certainty that the gun is cold, that someone can't be a random individual. Like, it can't be the fucking editor. You know what I mean? Like, they're not. I thought that it was supposed to be that the armorer is supposed to literally give the gun directly to the person. Maybe I'm wrong. I talked to my friend who works in Hollywood when this happened, and my understanding is that the armorer is supposed to handle it first, then clear it, then give it to the first AD, who should then double clear it, and then it's handed directly to the talent. But what the fuck does the AD know about clearing a gun? It was dummy rounds. They were supposed to be not blanks. A dummy round is a prop ammo meant to look real, but with the powder and primer removed. The dummy round is for down the barrel shot for the right look. First AD is the #1 safety representative, but also just one of the cogs in the wheel of responsibility that failed in this case. But when the actor fired the gun, a live round hit Hutchins, 42, in the chest and wounded Souza, 48, who was nearby. Hutchins was pronounced dead at the hospital after being airlifted. Before Thursday's shooting, some crew members quit the production over concerns related to safety, including gun inspections and COVID-19 protocols not being followed. Directors are only in charge of the actors, and ADs handle every other aspect of the set in direct communication with the art and prop departments. It's a multi-stage process. Also, most ADs are prop masters. They deal with props and weapons specialists. Is most about procuring the weapon and making sure it's error correct. No F on my end. I don't know why it F'd on your end, chatters. If you're handling a lethal weapon, it doesn't matter who says what's on you to check, be careful and safe. Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay? I need people to understand one thing, okay? If you have delegated a task to a specialist, it's like saying, bro, it's on you as like the fucking, it's on you when you're getting surgery to like double check what your doctor is doing. You know what I mean? This is a fucking very serious thing. That's why they hire specialists. You know what I mean? You don't know what the fuck you're doing with a gun. Most actors don't know what the fuck how a gun works. Most people don't know the difference between a blank or a dummy or a fucking a live round, okay? Most people, even weapons experts, okay, who are maybe sleepy because they have additional treks to go through, the additional hurdles to jump through, because the production cut costs, are going to have issues on site. If anything, Alec Baldwin's dumbass literally looking at the gun and unloading it and putting the bullets back in would make it more unsafe. That's what I'm trying to describe to you. Alec Baldwin, as not a actor, but as a producer, depending on what level of oversight he had over the conditions on the fucking set, is more liable than Alec Baldwin, the fucking actor. Okay? That's the difference here. But having said that, is the American court system going to try Alec Baldwin as a workplace, like as a boss that like cut corners? I don't know.
A lot of people have been wanting to hear my take on the
But if you're thinking like as a fucking actor, he's supposed to check the gun before he shoots it, you're wrong. That's not how that works.
And I've been a little hesitant because I didn't want to make speculations. There wasn't much information, and I really wanted some more information to come out. Now there have been some court documents released, and I believe I can discuss the protocols that were breached, which led to the firearm killing cinematographer Halyna Hutchins and injuring director Joel Souza. For starters, my heart goes out to the Hutchins.
You're supposed to check the gun whenever you pick it up. It does not matter who you are, who gave it to you. No, I don't believe that. Dude, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Anyone who's ever been taught how to use a firearm, if they were taught correctly, was never told to point it at somebody or anything they weren't willing to destroy. Alec did not do that, period. Shut up. You're talking about literally a fucking gun range, okay? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. That is not how movie sets work. Because I understand your basic gun safety attitude. You're correct, okay? But we're not talking about a fucking gun range. You are not there shooting live ammo. The expectation is not, you're not shooting live ammo. The expectation is that you're shooting ammunition that does not actually have a piece that fucking enters anything, a target. And yes, even blanks can actually harm someone, but you're, dude. It is reasonable for, oh my God, that chatter was correct, Hasan. I'm going to fucking lose my mind. The things that you would do at the regular fucking range, okay? The things that you would do at the regular gun range when you are shooting live rounds is not the same as a movie set, which is supposed to be a controlled environment. What I mean by that is, you are not supposed to, for example, reload the gun or load the bullets in yourself. That unironically makes the fucking scene less safe. Are you stupid? You're going to get some fucking dumbass who like was a waiter until 15 weeks ago on set to like load the bullets himself before a situation? Like, what are you, fucking crazy? That's not, you can't make that an industry standard. The fuck are you talking about? That's why you have the fucking armorer there. That's why you're supposed to have other safety people. You're just expecting, oh my God. I don't know. I don't know how you're like, I don't know why this is the expectation. You're the kind of person who would accidentally shoot someone on set. Now we moved beyond like what the adequate safety measures should be to literally, I'm the kind of person who would shoot someone on set. Now we've moved on to that point. Now you're just like imagining scenarios where I kill people. Thank you. The judge seems to think it's not as clear cut as you do. Why are you treating this so black and white? Well, it's not the judge. It's the DA that doesn't think that it says black and white. Yeah, just we're one step removed from people saying like, yeah, it's your fault that Alec Baldwin killed that person. Exactly.
His family, Joel Souza, and the entire crew. So one thing that's bugging me from all the articles is they keep talking about a misfire. Misfire 3 days before the incident. The incident was a misfire. Well, a misfire is when a gun doesn't fire. If what actually happened would be accidental discharge. First and foremost, most important protocol is no live ammo on the set. No live rounds. A live round is a cartridge with a slug in it, a bullet that can kill someone. It appears that rule was breached. And next, once you have your cart set up with your guns, you do not leave it unattended. You always have someone with their eyes on it from your department. From what I've read, the first assistant director walked outside of the set to the weapons cart and grabbed one of 3 weapons that were sitting there on a cart that was unattended. That's a breach. And the next breach in protocol is the first AD grabbing a gun. No one should grab a gun except the armorer or the prop master. They were using Western revolvers. And when we do that, we use real revolvers. And we use blanks for when there's gunfire. And then we use dummy rounds. You shake them, there are BBs inside where black powder normally would be. It's my understanding that it was a close-up on Alec Baldwin's revolver as he pulls it out of his holster and cocks it as he's pointing it at the camera. And since the camera's looking right down the barrel of the revolver, you've got to have dummy bullets in the cylinder. And if you're following protocol, you would take your dummy rounds into the set with an empty gun. You go to the first assistant director, clear the gun first. You run a rod through the barrel to where they see the orange tip come out the other end of the barrel. They know that it's clear. Then you show them all the cylinder holes. They're empty. The gun is clear. Hand the dummy rounds to the assistant director and he shakes each one. He hears the BBs, hands you a round, you put it in the gun the same way for all 6. It's ultimately on the first assistant director to confirm that that gun is safe. But none of that happened. AD grabbing.
So he's saying it's the first AD and the prop person that is at fault here, and not Alec Baldwin.
a gun. No one should grab a gun except the armorer or the prop master. They were using Western revolver.
No, it doesn't matter. The gun wasn't even supposed to be shot. If the gun wasn't even supposed to be shot, there should be no bullets in it. If the gun is actually not supposed to be shot, but it's still supposed to look like it's loaded for the shot itself, if it's a close-up, then it's supposed to have dummy bullets in it, not even fucking blanks, like just straight up bullets that look like bullets but don't have any gunpowder in it. So that would 100% be the fault of the armor or the armor. That's the fault of the armor in that situation. I don't even think it's the first AD's fault in that circumstance. I guess especially because I don't know.
Have someone with their eyes on it from your department. From what I've read, the first assistant director walked outside of the set to the weapons cart and grabbed one of 3 weapons that were sitting there on a cart that was unattended. That's a breach. And the next breach in protocol is the first AD grabbing a gun. No one should grab a gun except the armorer or the prop master. They were using Western revolvers. And when we do that, we use real revolvers. And we use blanks for when there's gunfire. And then we use dummy rounds. You shake them, there are BBs inside where black powder normally would be. It's my understanding that it was a close-up on Alec Baldwin's revolver as he pulls it out of his holster and cocks it as he's pointing it at the camera. And since the camera's looking right down the barrel of the revolver, you've got to have dummy bullets in the cylinder. And if you're following protocol, you would take your dummy rounds into the set with an empty gun. You go to the first assistant director, clear the gun.
And if the gun is cocked for the shot, that means it's super easy to pull that trigger, which is part of the reason why he probably accidentally fired it, even though people are saying he's not supposed to fire it. Yeah, but he's supposed to cock it. And revolvers, when you fucking cock it, you can accidentally fire it easily.
First, you run a rod through the barrel to where they see the orange tip come out the other end of the barrel. They know that it's clear. Then you show them all the cylinder holes. They're empty. The gun is clear. Hand the dummy rounds to the assistant director, and he shakes each one. He hears the BBs, hands you a round, you put it in the gun, the same way for all 6. It's ultimately on the first assistant director to confirm that that gun is safe. But none of that happened. The first AD grabbed the gun off the cart, goes inside, hands it to Alec Baldwin, and says, "Cold gun." And
these gun pervs out here pretending like absolutely anybody should be expected to have educated in proper gun safety. Dude, it doesn't matter because they're wrong. No matter how well educated you are in gun safety, you literally, by the definition, are at that very moment doing something that no gun safety expert would tell you to do, which is point a fucking gun at a human being that you're not intending to kill. Because the expectation in that circumstance and the burden of responsibility absolutely falls on the first AD, which I didn't even know was supposed to be like the security assurance, the secondary security assurance on that, and the prop master. The fuck are gun perverts talking about? They're just so stupid in this situation. I know you're agreeing with me. I'm just like still mad at the fucking gun perverts who are acting like, oh, dude, like, what do you mean? He's supposed to like take the gun out and like look at it. No, that moment, it's compromised. In that moment, the moment that a fucking dumbass actor literally unloads the gun themselves, it's compromised. You cannot use that gun on the set in that very moment, on that shot. Especially because, like, dummy or not, even if it's a dummy round, like he mentioned, every single individual round needs to be checked before being put inside the gun. It's stupid.
Unfortunately, you probably know the rest. And again, my heart goes out to everyone involved.
I got it. Hold on.
Family's attorney released a statement saying, in part, "We support the charges and fervently hope the justice system works to protect the public and hold accountable those who break the law."
The million-dollar question here, authorities say they still don't know how those live rounds made it onto the set. If found guilty, Baldwin and Gutierrez-Reed face up to 18 months to 5 years in prison. Guys.
Thank you, Lindsay. And let's bring in ABC News Chief Legal Analyst Dan Abrams. And Dan, what is your reaction to these charges?
They had the book thrown at them. I mean, this is the maximum possible charges that could have been on the table, because you're not just talking about involuntary manslaughter. You're talking about another theory of involuntary manslaughter, which has an enhancement for using a weapon, which means that if convicted, a mandatory 5-year sentence. Prosecutor didn't have to go with that. I think that's an overcharge here. Why? Because even if you think Alec Baldwin ought to have been charged, even if you think involuntary manslaughter ought to apply, the enhancement for a gun, this more serious mandatory 5-year, isn't supposed to typically apply to a situation where the gun is the crime. It's supposed to apply to a situation where, for example, there's a robbery, right? And someone is killed in the context of the robbery. And you say, let's issue an enhancement here because they used a gun in the context of the robbery. Then you get the more severe potential involuntary manslaughter. So I wouldn't be surprised if that particular charge would get dismissed before any sort of trial, if there is going to be a trial at all.
And Baldwin's lawyer, he signaled they're going to fight this. What will his defense be?
The first line of defense is going to be with the judge to say the charges should be dismissed at a preliminary hearing. He's going to say this was a mistake. You can't criminalize an...
That's not good legal analysis. Prosecutors will always charge as high as possible. That's not true. No, prosecutors also charge what they can win. You're literally not right about that. Like, what? It's not true at all. Prosecutors will, prosecutors want to create a plea deal, which is precisely the reason why they do end up charging high. But if you go overboard, then you can, they don't want to get the case dismissed or anything like that. So no, they have to, it's way more delicate than the way you're presenting it. This chat literally has no idea what the hell they're talking about. Absolutely schizophrenic. Yeah, prosecutors go for wins, okay? My source is that I made it the fuck up. Meanwhile, I'm out here out of my fucking mind forgetting the top of the hour ad break, dude. What the fuck? 14 minutes in? How about you get charged with the top of the hour ad break, bitch? Which comes at the top of the fucking hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Okay? How about I charge you with that? Unless you charge your credit card a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime in an effort to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Maybe if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub too. Black Kakarot, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Just a 3-minute ad break now.
An error here. I relied on other people to tell me that this was not a gun with a live round.
And then you had the assistant director. He pleaded no contest to a separate gun charge. His attorney says they believe he has nothing to do with this. So what do you make of that? And what does that mean for Alec Baldwin? What does that mean for Gutierrez-Reed?
I expect he'll be testifying against them. Now, he pled no contest here. What does that mean? It's effectively a guilty plea without taking responsibility. It means you're saying, I think.
Low key, like the assistant director seems more liable in this circumstance than Alec Baldwin himself, by the way. Which is weird that like the DA was or the prosecutor was like, yeah, no, you're good, actually. Like they cut a deal for him. I mean, it's not even low key, it's high key. Why the fuck is everybody so open and shut on this? I haven't even looked at all the details of this matter, and chat was already up my fucking asshole, giving me information that like wasn't even fucking true, with expectations that were not even supposed to be like placed upon the actor in that situation. Chat was so certain when I first came in here. The Gravy, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Chat was so fucking certain, like, oh, Alec Baldwin is supposed to check the gun. The absolute expectation is that you're supposed to check the gun. All the fucking gun perverts in the chat. Check the gun how, bro? Unload it? What are you, crazy? Check the gun how? By looking into the barrel like this? It says, check the chamber, dumb fuck. Hey, idiot. The shot is supposed to have bullets in the gun. So what are you checking the chamber for? The shot itself is supposed to have bullets. It's supposed to have dummy bullets in the gun, and he's supposed to cock it back to the hammer. So what are you talking about? Just because you read an article, or a streamer that you love read an article where it says the gun wasn't supposed to be fired in that case, doesn't mean that, like, the gun could not have been accidentally fired in that situation without the actor's actual fault. Yeah, I mean, in case you want to show chat how similar dummy rounds are, here's a comparison. You can't tell the difference between a dummy round and a live round unless you literally take it out and shake it, as the other prop guy explained. You can't, because a dummy round is supposed to look like a live round. It's the entire point. But a live round has gunpowder in it. A dummy round does not have gunpowder in it. Okay? The entire point of a dummy round is that it's supposed to look like a live round. Shinigami Jules, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. No, do dummy chatters have gunpowder in them? Maybe. Honestly, if you mess with that gun, you should have it rechecked by the armor to make sure he didn't screw it up and won't blast off on his own hand. Yeah, like, the irony is, like, Alec Baldwin. Everyone's like, Alec Baldwin is the fucking faulty party here. Alec Baldwin could have accidentally shot his dick off here, okay? Like, low-key, he could have shot himself just as easily as he accidentally shot the fucking, the cinematographer. If you're talking about unsafe work conditions that Alec Baldwin, and I don't know what level of responsibility he had over the production there, because executive producer and producer doesn't always mean what you think it means, in Hollywood especially. Like, I have managers, right? And back in the day, I had different managers. And my different managers, whenever there was a project that we were putting together to take out the market, like when we were talking to production studios and whatnot, would demand executive producer credit. They don't fucking know anything. They're not touching the project itself. They were just getting it for credit. So, like, in Hollywood, there's a lot of people who either finance the movie that are considered producers but don't touch anything. There are executive producers who don't do anything. Okay? So I don't know what Alec Baldwin's, like, direct involvement is on the case. That could change the matter. That could change, like, the workplace safety conditions. But if he was actually one of the bosses, one of the main people in charge that actually created an unsafe workplace, then he could be liable in that regard. But if we're talking about it, like, Alec Baldwin's, liabilities as an actor, if he was just a straight up actor, then no. I think that would be insane to charge him. Straight up. As simply just an actor who fucking thought the gun was cold and fired it. If your expectation is that, like, actors are supposed to violate safety protocols and, like, personally check the gun, you're wrong. Okay?
I think that if this case went to trial, there would be enough evidence to convict me. That's a no contest. But I'm not pleading guilty per se. I think that's probably a technicality here in the context of not wanting to admit it for a civil lawsuit, but he could be a very important witness in this case.
Well, we know you'll be on top of it for us. Thank you as always, Dan.
Well, hey,
Should the actor be responsible for knowing if the firearm was properly checked before pointing it at someone and firing it? Well, if you violate workplace safety protocols, like handle a gun that hasn't been given to you by the AD or the prop master, if you are handling a gun without getting the prior go-ahead that it's a cold gun, then yes, you are liable. Okay? If you took out the gun and you took out the bullets out of the gun and checked it yourself, you're more liable in that circumstance.
For the first time in nearly 30 years, a person was killed on a film set after being accidentally shot. Is Alec...
No, this is from a year ago. I don't think this says all of the, I don't think this says all the fucking things in it. Yeah, I'll listen to the DA on CNN.
Going to fire a projectile and kill someone without...
Here.
Director was injured. Josh Campbell's back with us from Santa Fe. He's with Santa Fe's district attorney, and this is her first...
Oh, XQC said the actor should check. Okay, that's why so many motherfuckers kept repeating, like, the actor should check the gun. That's insane. That's just objectively false. No.
TV interview since the charging decision. Josh?
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, thanks. I'm here with the district attorney. Madam District Attorney, thank you for speaking with us. I just want to start. How did you come to this prosecutive decision?
Well, along with my special prosecutor, we got the report from the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. We initiated an extensive review of that, and I will say that it was a well investigated case. But we had some follow up that we had to do, had to speak with some experts, and once we read through everything and researched the case law and the law here in New Mexico, we realized that we believed that there was probable cause to charge Alec Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed with involuntary manslaughter.
And what were some of the key pieces of evidence that you used that factored into that decision?
Yes, it is a bit sad when you realize that you're fucking debating mentally stunted juicers for the past fucking hour for no reason. When XQC himself is infinitely more agreeable, and if I were to have this conversation with him directly, I'm sure his mind would change, but his juicers are fucking arguing in a completely non-agreeable capacity.
Well, that there was such a lack of safety and safety standards on that set, that there were live rounds on set. They were mixed in with regular dummy rounds. Nobody was checking those, or at least they weren't checking them consistently. And then they somehow got loaded into a gun, handed off to Alec Baldwin. He didn't check it. He didn't do any of the things that he was supposed to do to make sure that he was safe or that anyone around him was safe. And then he pointed the gun at Halyna Hutchins and he pulled the trigger.
You talk about the safety on the set. As part of your investigation, was there one thing that was done or one thing that was said that sealed it for you, that this should be prosecuted?
No, actually, I think it was the totality of the circumstances, that this was a really fast and loose set, and that nobody was doing their job. There were 3 people that if they had done their job that day, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. And that's David Halls, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, and Alec Baldwin.
What do you mean, Alec Baldwin? Bro, what the fuck are they? Yo, I'm not gonna lie, it's crazy. It's just, what do you mean? What is he's not, his job isn't to fucking figure out whether the gun has a bullet in it or not. What the fuck? Once again, fuck Alec Baldwin, but like, how the fuck is that the expectation? That's crazy to me. I don't know. That's wild.
If they had just done their basic duties, we wouldn't be standing here.
Can you help our viewers understand? So the state officials did a report. It was signed by the chief medical investigator saying that there was no compelling evidence that this was
Not even on some ecstasy dick rider shit, but both parties should have checked to ensure the weapon was safe and didn't have live rounds in the gun. It's literally the first weapon safety rule. They drill you in the military, treat every weapon as if it were loaded. I'm gonna literally get a military gun and fucking kiss myself with it if I have 17-month subscribers who are failing to demonstrate basic competency here. Just please, I don't know what happened to you at basic training. I don't know what's going on. Please understand, you as a dumbass actor, okay, handling the gun would be a violation of safety protocols. Please understand, okay? I know this motherfucker was in the Marine Corps. There is no way this is a healthy diet of crayons that you consumed. Your responsibility as an actor is not to check the weapon, because if you check the weapon yourself, okay, the revolver, what are you supposed to do? Take the gun out? I mean, take the bullets out? What are you talking about? At that point, it's over. You can't use that gun. You can't use that gun. You need to immediately drop the fucking gun and have the proper professional look at it, okay? That's crazy. What if you fucking... Like, there are so many components in this story that would make it so dangerous if an actor was routinely checking the gun before using it on set. He didn't do anything that he wasn't supposed to do with the gun, as far as I can tell. If you're saying he pulled the trigger, again, he thinks that there's dummies in there. If you cock the gun back, or if you cock the hammer, okay, on the revolver, you now have a hair trigger, okay? He's supposed to cock it back for the fucking scene. He's shooting the scene. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing. If he on accident touches the fucking, if he on accident touches the trigger, at that point it is on, in my opinion, the AD and also the prop master, or rather the person who, you know, put bullets in the fucking gun. Now, we're talking about Alec Baldwin's responsibility as someone who has control over the filming. If we're talking about his secondary responsibility, I don't know how much control he has over the process. I don't know how much he was like fucking pushing people personally. I don't know how much he can do as a producer. I don't know what his exact production credits are, okay? But understand that as a producer, if he is a genuine producer on the set who's like pushing people, creating an unsafe work environment, cutting corners, then yes, as a producer in charge of the project, he could be legally liable for creating the unsafe work conditions. Okay, not just as a funder. People are saying he funded it. That doesn't matter. If that was the case, you know how many people fucking fund a movie? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, shut up. You know how many people are producers on a fucking movie? Shut the fuck up. The DA didn't mention all 11 other fucking producers, I assume, on a movie, okay? Only Alec Baldwin's name was mentioned that isn't the AD or the person responsible for putting the bullets in the gun. I need to understand what the DA
intentional, right?
Right.
So help our viewers understand, if it's an accident, which most people seem to think it is, why is that a crime?
Because just because it's an accident doesn't mean...
Yeah, if it was a non-celebrity actor, if it wasn't fucking dickhead Alec Baldwin, people would be defending the actor as a worker put in an unsafe situation. 100%.
That it's not criminal. Our involuntary manslaughter statute covers unintentional killings, unintentional homicides. The rest of our homicide statutes cover intentional, but unintentional means they didn't mean to do it. They didn't have the intent to kill, but it happened anyway, and it happened because of more than mere negligence, because of they didn't exercise due caution or circumspection, and that's what happened here.
And what's your response to, there might be people in Baldwin's camp who say that you were overcharging this?
Well, we disagree, and we're going to be taking that in front of a judge and allowing the judge to decide on probable cause. But we think that there is enough there, more than enough there, to move forward on these charges and possibly to get through the preliminary hearing stage and on to trial.
And can you just break down the specific charges? So I was reading through your announcement. You say that.
Yeah, look. Alec Baldwin is a producer. I didn't hear Casey Brandenstein's name be mentioned. I didn't hear Matt Del Piano, Tyler Gould, Matthew Helderman, Matthew Hutchins, Nathan Klinger, Angel Negum, Gabrielle Pickle, Ryan Donnell Smith. Where are the fucking names of any of these other people? Why are they not charged? Why the fuck is Alec Baldwin the only person charged? That's so funny that her last name, or his last name is Pickle, but that's unrelated.
That both Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and Alec Baldwin have been charged with 2 counts of involuntary
Oh, they added him as
manslaughter. Can you
EP
unpack
after
that? What
the
was that?
incident. Okay.
Well, and those are 2 counts in the alternative. So
Matthew
when
Hutchins.
this goes in front of a jury, the jury could find they're guilty on both, but since they're in the alternative, they will only be sentenced as to 1 count. The first part of the involuntary that we'll be charging is that they acted without due caution and circumspection, meaning they weren't just negligent in their duties, but that they were on notice, that they had duties, and that they should have done or not done something that didn't happen on that set, meaning they should have checked the bullets, they should have checked the gun. They shouldn't have even been using a live gun that day. They should have been using a rubber or a plastic gun. All of these things go together and show that there was just this complacency.
No, that's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. Yo, that's fucking bullshit. What the fuck is she saying? On what level do you shoot a close-up? Why are there dummies then? Dummy? Why are there even dummy bullets then? Because it's supposed to look realistic. It's a close-up shot. That's so stupid, dude. Fuck this DA. Yo, suck my dick, dude. Get the fuck out of here. You said you're supposed to use a plastic or a rubber gun? What the fuck are you talking about? It's literally a close-up shot. Why the fuck do they have dummy bullets then as a concept? Even if they're setting up the shot, even if they are setting up the shot, even if they're setting up the shot, ultimately, the person that is responsible for this is 100% the person who gave Alec Baldwin the gun and said it was a cold gun. I don't know why there were live rounds on set.
Lack of care on that set, and it's more than negligence, and I would say it rises to recklessness. The other is...
Anyway, I'm not even, for the record, I'm not even saying like, I'm not even saying Alec Baldwin is not liable in this situation. He's just, I don't think he's liable as an actor, okay? That's my point. I hope everybody understands. If we're talking about Alec Baldwin as simply an actor involved in this, he is not liable. That's insane. That's insane, dude. Like, any moment that the expectation is on the actor to know what the fuck he's handling is a moment that you don't even need you don't need any safety protocols. Fuck it, YOLO. All actors should just be trained with guns. And not just guns, by the way, because, you know, every fucking jarhead in the chat chimed in on this issue. Not just guns, but trained in prop guns. Maybe even pyrotechnics. Fuck it, dude. We should just make the actors also line up the shots themselves. Fuck it, YOLO. Do you agree all producers are liable for the unsafe set then? Not all producers. depending on what level of involvement, because I already just mentioned Alabama Tanky, that producer is a very vague term for Hollywood, especially executive producers, okay? Producers could be responsible for handling one part of the process, a bunch of different components, or nothing at all, and they're just simply getting a producer credit. Now, that's usually executive producers that get the EP credit without doing anything because they're financing the movie. But ultimately, like, even a producer could get absolutely nothing. A producer, an executive producer, will have no responsibility whatsoever on the set. Alabama Tanky, I'm being wildly mentally ill about this. What? That is such a dumb take. Come on, man. We want better safety on sets. No. Oh my God. I wanna kiss myself with a dummy gun, okay? Dude, you are so stupid. Shut the fuck up. Please, shut your mouth. Just stop. He still had safety duties he didn't do. You do not know what you are talking about. You're just literally thinking about it from your own personal perspective. If you have the expectation that, like, every actor needs to fucking check a gun, I don't know what to tell you. You're just delusional. You're wrong. That's why there are people that are supposed to check it for the actor. Please, stop. Oh my God.
Goes hand in hand with a misdemeanor, a petty misdemeanor here in New Mexico called negligent use of a deadly weapon. And that is that someone handled or used or touched a gun in a negligent manner. And once we show that, then that can lead to the second alternative theory of involuntary manslaughter.
Does it matter for an actor? Obviously, there's been this discussion about safety on sets. The last time I interviewed you, you even mentioned, like, you were surprised to learn that these sets operate like this in some circumstances. But if you have an actor with what he or she thinks is a prop gun, not a real gun, is that actual negligence if it turns out that gun can actually shoot?
It's more than that. Every person that handles a gun has a duty to make sure that if they are going to handle that gun, point it at someone and
yeah, this is dumb as fuck. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. Shut up.
Pull the trigger, that it is not going to fire a projectile.
That's so stupid. That is so that's so unacceptably stupid. That's so dumb. Oh my God, this is the dumbest fucking take. Yo, this has to be for PR. There's no fucking shot. This has to be for PR. Oh, people saying she's right. Just fucking, I'm done. I can't talk about this any further. Okay. Everyone agrees that guns are insanely dangerous, okay? In this community, at least. I love shooting guns, I'm telling you. That is delusional for this specific instance. The burden of responsibility being set on the actor in that instance is fucking insane because from the perspective of the actor, he's not shooting a real gun. He's shooting what has already been cleared by safety protocols, a fucking gun with no real bullets in it, okay? He's not even supposed to be shooting it. He's just cocking it back, but even that is as dangerous as shooting it. Because if proper safety measures were being taken in this circumstance, then there would never be an instance where you're pointing a fucking gun directly at the head or vicinity of someone who you are not intending to shoot. That's safety 101. You point your gun downrange. You don't point it at anyone that you do not intend to shoot and kill, okay? Every gun lover that shoves a Glock in their fucking asshole to come knows this rule, okay? Every single gun pervert in the chat that's chiming understands that it is the #1 rule. So fundamentally, the moment that you're talking about a fucking lineup shot where you're supposed to be doing a close-up of the cocking of a gun, you've already violated the gun safety rules In this world, there is no more close-up shots on guns, okay? That's what the DA wants, I guess. A world in which you can't have a close-up shot. Because that is insane. It happens in movies all the fucking time. And because there are close-up shots on guns and shit like that, okay, and plenty of other instances where guns are being used on set, there are safety rules specifically designed around this. And those safety rules dictate that the actor does not touch the fucking gun. How the expectation that the actor should know what the fuck to do with a gun is insane. It's insane. It's an insane statement. That's crazy.
And kill someone. And this is really about justice for Halyna Hutchins. We've talked to many actors, A-list and otherwise, that have said that they always check their guns, or they have someone check it in front of them. So it's not an actor.
That is what you... Oh my God, I'm spitting. That's what she got her entire case around. That's awesome. The open and shut case, man. Thank you, DA.
Doesn't get a free pass just because they're an actor. And that's what's so important, is that we're saying here in New Mexico, everyone's equal under the law. Everyone has to follow their duties and do what's right.
This is, dude, this is a Republican clout. I don't even know what her political background is, but it seems like a Republican clout shark. 100%. That's insane. That is insane, dude. Yeah, totally. Okay, good luck with this, guys. An individual cannot have the kind of duty. They're operating under the assumption that bullets are fake and have been told by hired professionals whose job is to ensure that it's fake, especially when the other side of it is idiotic. Especially when, if the fucking guy who is handling, she's a Democrat, okay, doesn't matter, career move regardless. If the fucking guy, if the safety measures that the actor is supposed to take involve the actor touching the gun, you violated the actual safety measures. And I can give you examples of this. For example, let's not say it's a revolver. Let's say it's a regular fucking gun. Okay, let's say it's a Glock. Okay? Let's say it's a Glock. You unload the bullets yourself to check, to make sure. You open up the gun. You take the fucking, you take the magazine out. You look at it. And you look at the bullets individually. You inspect them. First of all, you have no idea if those are the dummies or whatnot, but let's say you do. Okay, this is a hypothetical, not an example. No, it is actually an example. I'm going to give you an example. Because what happened with Brandon Lee was a similar thing that would happen as an example from the hypothetical that I'm mentioning. Having a fucking dummy, or having a dummy lodged in front of having a dummy bullet lodged in front of a fucking blank would cause the dummy to be fired like a projectile, as if it is a real bullet. Bro, I don't know why you're hellbent on defending Hollywood and Alec Baldwin. You should make it so that anyone, even if an actor wields a firearm, they don't point it and aim it at someone. If you need to point at a cameraman, you tell the set and clear from behind the camera. Oh my God. I'm done. We can't do this.
And take that safety into account so that this doesn't ever happen again.
And is Baldwin being charged as an actor who was holding the gun, or as a producer on the set who was negligent about the safety standards? Can you help describe that?
He's being charged as both. He was the actor that pulled the trigger, so certainly he's charged as an actor.
No, that's bullshit. As a producer, fine. As an actor, bullshit.
But also as a producer, he also had a duty to make sure that the set was safe. And we know from our investigation that there had been accidental misfires prior to this, that there were people that were complaining about safety on set. And so he should have been aware that safety was an issue on set.
Yeah. All these gun safety freaks who love guns and hate Alec Baldwin because he's like a typical lib who fucking shits on guns a lot. are horny as fuck. But what they fail to recognize, as you're correctly pointing out, Vine Maple, is that Alec Baldwin checking the gun himself would be a clear-cut violation of the set's safety rules, is Hollywood's safety rules. You would be violating it if you fucked around with the gun.
And then as an actor that day, he should have checked that gun, checked those projectiles.
And just a couple more questions.
But if he's being charged as a producer, why aren't other producers being charged? Why aren't other producers being charged? If he is charged as a producer in an creating an unsafe work environment, which I agree, I don't know the elements here. I don't know how involved he was in rushing the project or whatever the fuck. But why isn't the production company charged? Why isn't anyone else on the production company charged? Why aren't any of the executives that also add additional pressures charged? Let's be real, okay? Should they be? Yes. Yes. Anyone that created an unsafe environment in that regard should be charged. If Alec Baldwin is, as a producer, rushing the set, making sure that, like, cutting corners, cutting costs, and making sure that, like, they're on time and genuinely pushing them to do unsafe shit, should he be charged? Absolutely. Alec Baldwin as an actor, insane. Insane fucking take. Insane sentiment. Insane take. Shut the fuck up. Seriously. You're out of your fucking mind. Okay? You're out of your fucking mind. This person is unbearable. They are absolutely doing this for clout. They are a clout-hungry DA. Many such cases of clout-hungry DAs exist. They're going after a high-profile target. It's evident by the fact that they gave the primary party, the AD, okay, the primary party who was the most responsible, a way out, basically, for cooperating with her. Try and set a case. I think Alec Baldwin has enough money and enough clout to fucking eat her ass alive. Okay? That's my take on it.
I know your time is short. Do you expect any type of plea agreement from Baldwin or Gutierrez-Reed? Have those discussions started?
That's not something I can comment at this time. It's unethical for a prosecutor to talk about plea negotiations or potential plea deals.
Were they given a heads up that this was coming?
Yes.
They were?
They were.
How did those discussions go?
We have been in, I would say, almost constant communication with the opposing parties' counsels for about the last 6 weeks. They didn't know exactly what was coming, but they were aware that we were contemplating charges, and they were aware of what the contemplated charges were.
And just two more questions. So what happens next? So once these charges are filed, which I assume is tomorrow, right? Is that the plan?
It'll be before the end of this month.
Before the end of this month. So then what happens? Are these defendants then required to come back to New Mexico, or will they be placed under arrest? How does that work?
No, we will not be asking for an arrest. In typical cases in this county, the way that we handle it is we'll send out what's called a summons. From that, the court will set what's called a first appearance, or it's basically an arraignment. And at that point, they will either have to come here or they might do a video arraignment. We have been doing those since COVID. And they will get their conditions of release and enter not guilty pleas.
And finally, last time you and I spoke, which was right after this tragic incident occurred.
Lawyer talks
prop
about
guns can be, how could this happen? Should Baldwin have checked the gun himself? Well, given how complicated it can be to film guns, it's not as simple as discharging live rounds. It's imperative that firearms experts check these weapons. It's also crucial for everyone on set to observe safety protocols. For example, in real life, you're never supposed to point a gun at a person. But typically on the set of a film, actors point the gun at the
Oh my God, maybe people will agree now that Legal Eagle is saying the exact same thing. Wow, amazing. Rule number 1 of gun safety violated for a movie shot. That's crazy. Oh, wow.
the camera all the time. But everyone in the line of fire would be wearing goggles and face masks. They'd also stand behind a Perspex screen. Hutchins and Souza were apparently checking camera angles by looking at the monitor when they were struck during the process. So this is a lot of background, but it's necessary to determine whether anyone faces criminal or civil liability as a result of what happened. So let's talk about the liability of the cast and crew. And let's start with actor Alec Baldwin. When the shooting made headlines, Baldwin's political opponents immediately shared their thoughts. And of course, it's natural to point the finger at Baldwin because he's the one that physically pulled the trigger of the gun in this case. But there's a difference between an accidental shooting on a movie set and an intentional killing. New Mexico criminal law defines murder as the killing of one human being by another without lawful justification or excuse. And we've talked about the mental states required for murder in the first degree, which usually requires malice aforethought, which means that the defendant planned to commit murder without cause or provocation. Manslaughter, on the other hand, is defined as the quote unlawful killing of a human being without malice. Because manslaughter does not involve the mental state of malice, it's considered less serious.
I'm glad Legal Eagle weighed in on this. It's just so funny because all the dumb like gun safety weirdos also absolutely fucking love John Wick. How the fuck do you think movies like John Wick get filmed, dog?
Than murder. And malice aforethought is a criminal term of art that I'm not going to go into the nuances here, but it doesn't mean anger necessarily. I'm going to assume that Baldwin did not intend to hurt anyone here, so that means murder is off the table. Now, New Mexico manslaughter cases are classified as either involuntary or voluntary. Voluntary manslaughter involves a killing that occurs during a quote sudden quarrel or in the heat of passion. As far as we know, that doesn't apply to anyone on the Rust film set, including Baldwin. The crime of involuntary manslaughter involves a killing that occurs in the commission of some other unlawful act or a felony crime. Involuntary manslaughter also involves a killing that occurs while the defendant is engaging in a lawful but dangerous act without exercising due caution and circumspection. And an example of an involuntary manslaughter might be a fatal traffic accident caused by a driver who was texting while driving. And to prove involuntary manslaughter, prosecutors must show three things. First, that someone was killed as a result of an act of the defendant. Second, that the act was inherently dangerous or done recklessly. And third, that the defendant should have known the act threatened the lives of others. And prosecutors don't need to prove intent in New Mexico for involuntary manslaughter because it can be committed recklessly or through an inherently dangerous act. And the primary defense to involuntary manslaughter is that it was just an accident. A defendant can show that they didn't act irresponsibly or didn't know that their action could have resulted in another person's death. So the question is, did Baldwin act recklessly or commit an inherently dangerous act? Did he violate standard safety procedures by pointing the gun directly at people? Well, the early reports suggest that Baldwin didn't just pick up the gun and start pointing it at people. According to the crew members who spoke to the Los Angeles Times, quote, Baldwin removed the gun from its holster once without incident, but the second time he did so, ammunition flew towards the trio around the monitor. This suggests there was something wrong with the weapon, but shouldn't Baldwin have checked the gun himself? Wouldn't anyone handling a firearm check the gun themselves? Well, Mike Trisano, an armorer who worked with Alec Baldwin in the 1998 movie Thick as Thieves, said that, quote, he was great to work with and was very safe. I was surprised to hear it was him. He was always on the mark and very professional. He's not stupid. Industry insiders seem to indicate that it's totally normal for an actor to rely on the rest of the film crew to properly handle the weapons, especially when...
Damn, that's crazy. If only the fucking DA talked to some industry insiders that also gave her that pretty basic fuck... Like, no, fuck that. You can come to the conclusion by exercising 3.5 seconds of critical thinking. You don't even need to talk to industry insiders. You could literally come to that conclusion on your own by asking very simple questions. Can every random Tom, Dick, and Harry that's an actor that is handling a gun on set have the capability and demonstrate like proper safety protocols on their own, take matters into their hands? Okay, are they capable of doing that? Is that expectation reasonable? And then finally ask the secondary question, if they are, then why the fuck is there an armorer, a prop master, and a fucking assistant director there that's actually doing the real safety measures? That's it. That's all you needed to do was ask that fucking question. Like, well, I mean, there's clearly like a safety check here. There's a standard here. Did Alec Baldwin violate it? No. Actors are just actors. They act. They are not doing pyrotechnics. They are not handling the weapons. They're just holding it as an actor would hold it, as the character that they're behaving like would hold it on scene. That's it. Just like a Twitch streamer serves you the top of the hour ad break. That's what the Twitch streamer's job is. Serving you the top of the hour ad break and then telling you that you can avoid said ads by subscribing for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or by telling you you could avoid the ads by getting gifted a sub. Baby Matcha Latte, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Here's the
some of the crew have
3-minute ad break now.
explicitly told the actor that the gun is safe to be used in the circumstances. And that probably makes sense to delegate this responsibility. Actors aren't necessarily going to know all the ins and outs of all the different firearms, especially when different kinds of ammunition are used in the same scene. And of course, if actors did have to recheck every firearm that they were given, that could create even more uncertainty and allow things to go wrong in different ways.
Yup. Thank you, Legal Eagle, for the brilliant analysis. Legal Eagle, if you guys had watched his fucking video instead of like every other one that you watch where you developed your fucking wrong opinions, you would already have come to this conclusion and you could have repeated his good takes instead.
If they didn't reload the weapon.
Why didn't you think of this? These are, oh my God, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, shut the fuck up.
Correctly. So this sort of delegation, in my mind at least as an industry standard, seems like it makes sense. So under the scenario as we know it, for Baldwin to be charged, he'd probably have to know that there was a live round in the gun ahead of time. A weapons expert said once the weapon is loaded, it's impossible to tell what's inside. And Trisano said that it was not Baldwin's job to check the gun. Quote, someone professional on set should have been handling that gun. This makes no sense. So then the only question is whether Baldwin was negligent or reckless in handling the weapon. It doesn't seem that we have any facts to indicate that, for example, he was playing around with the gun or doing things that someone told him not to do, which is probably what would be necessary. So although Baldwin probably won't face any criminal charges, the likelihood that he is going to be sued as a producer of the movie is probably pretty high. But that doesn't mean that no one from the Rust film will face criminal liability. Is it possible that Baldwin or others could be charged with another crime like negligent use of a deadly weapon? Well, negligent use of a deadly weapon consists of 1, discharging the firearm into any building or vehicle or so as to knowingly endanger a person or his property. 2, carrying a firearm while under the influence of an intoxicant or narcotic. 3, endangering the safety of another by handling or using a firearm or other deadly weapon in a negligent manner. Or 4, discharging a firearm within 150 yards of a dwelling or building. Now, subsection 3 may be in play in this case. An early report said that the New Mexico police were trying to determine whether the gun would
This Mike Tristano guy doesn't sound like he knows what he's talking about. Unless he says that Baldwin is guilty because he should have checked the gun himself. Yeah, I agree. Hey, this expert opinion that you got from an armorer who like worked with Alec Baldwin in prior years doesn't know what he's talking about because he doesn't agree with my made up. I know you're joking. I know you're joking. I know. That's why I'm reading it out loud and laughing about it instead of fucking screaming my face off. Unless it agrees with me. It disagrees with me and therefore it's wrong. Anyway. It's weird that this is the biggest story right now. I mean, it's not that weird. I hope I was able to change some people's minds, okay? I hope that I was able to, in this process, change some people's minds. Because this woman is out of her fucking mind, okay? Straight up. If she's charging Alec Baldwin as a producer, which doesn't seem like she's doing that, I think she's charging Alec Baldwin on the basis that he's Alec Baldwin. Okay? If she's charging him as a producer who created an unsafe work environment, that's fine. That's valid. But she's not charging anybody else. That also has that responsibility. Charging him as a actor that did something that he was not supposed to is insane. Okay? Absolutely fucking insane. I'm sorry. This is on the AD. This is on the not the armor, but the prop master, I guess. Like, whoever touched that gun, who's supposed to touch that gun, did the wrong thing. Alec Baldwin, on the other hand, literally followed proper gun safety in the not regular, not the proper gun safety at a fucking range, but proper gun safety and handling regulations on set. Okay? The expectation that he was supposed to do something more would be in violation of the proper gun safety on set, like the rules on set. Also, having said that, Alec Baldwin going to jail would be pretty funny. I agree. It would be kind of funny. I understand the irony of the situation. He's like a big anti-gun guy. He's a huge liberal. Everybody hates him, yada, yada, yada. He's like kind of annoying. But ultimately, if you care about justice being served in this circumstance, you should probably try to get the responsible party, right? And the responsible party isn't going to be who you think is going to make the headlines. Feel me? As communist, pro-choice, mega-vaxxed, anti-gun patriot, how under a no-gun society which you wish to impose would such a shot be able to happen? Just curious. Wait, what? Dude, you fucking troll-faced me so hard. Yeah, you know me. I fucking hate guns. How does it feel to be owned? Fucking heckin' owned, dude. Heckin' Paparino style ownage. You know? Epic ownage. Ownerino! Aiden is a feminist now.
Who could really motivate other females. And you know, females are so important to this world, chat.
He's starting to look good now that his hair is like coming back.
And anyone putting L's and you know, all this stupid shit in my chat, and it's just so dumb. I'm not going for that.
People are spamming L as he says females are more important.
If you don't fuck with that, then I genuinely hope one day you have a kid and she's a daughter, okay? Because you're gonna really understand the future that we're heading down is pure misogynistic, and we need to make sure, I need to make sure my daughters have a future.
What the fuck's he saying? Wait, hold up now. What is going on? What the fuck? Hello?
You know what I'm saying? And we shouldn't be moving back in time, banning laws with men should not be able to ever ban certain laws with girls. And again, I want to help spread certain messages and motivation towards women because they need it. And you know,
he said these females are not motivated. We need to make sure that these females are motivated. What is going on right now? What the fuck?
And I know a lot of you guys in my chat are not going to fuck with that. You don't got to watch me. You really don't got to watch me. You don't got to support me. But I'm not going for any of that shit, bro. I'm not going for that. So, who could really...
How does this man also support Andrew Tate? I don't even know what's going on. I texted him. He did not reply to me, okay? I texted him. I said, his lawyer said you might not be able to visit. Did they break up? Like, what's going on? I dislike that DA so much. She seems so self-satisfied. I agree. She seems like content. He's talking about his daughter with Tate. Okay. As I was saying, though, I think we covered this pretty aggressively, top to bottom. Honestly, I personally feel like, I gave this the fair shake it deserved. And I didn't run immediately and hit the buttons that you expected me to hit, but something smelled a little fishy about like Alec Baldwin being charged in this process. And now that I looked into it a little bit further, I hope I was able to change your minds on Alec Baldwin being tried as an actor that is like responsible for pulling the trigger as though it was his fault. I think it would be a miscarriage of justice if that was the charges that he was actually, if that was what the investigation and the subsequent charges came on. Time to play VALO, Hasan. Yeah, I already DM'd him. And also, you guys are being fucking weird. This is not my behavior.
It's just a grotesque postmodern psyop, and anyone who's fallen for this is brain damaged.
Is this for real? Did Tucker Carlson actually do this? Did Tucker Carlson actually cover Hey Lujan or Lujan? It's fake, right? It can't be real. This guy is gonna fucking lose his mind if I do not watch this. This cat fell 6 floors and knocked out a guy. I'm not gonna look at this story. Okay? It's fake, right? There's no way that's real. This is pretty funny.
Hi. One of my New Year's promises to you was to grow the economy. And today we're announcing the second round of allocations from our Levelling Up Fund. And that's about investing in local areas in order to create jobs and help deliver on that promise to boost growth. Hi.
UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has been fined for not wearing a seatbelt in a moving car while filming a social media video. Lancashire police said it had issued the 42-year-old man from London with a conditional offer of a fixed penalty. Very nice. Here's Elon Musk, by the way, responding to Wall Street Silver, showing Macron, you're screwed. All the people are in the street. Huge demonstration in Lyon yesterday. Talking about demonstrations in France. Elon Musk responds saying, Macron is doing the difficult but right thing. The retirement age of 62 was set when lifespans were much shorter. It is impossible for a small number of workers to support a massive number of retirees. This is absolutely insane that, like, he has the audacity to just openly state this is crazy, okay? Like, you should be scared to write stuff like this, I think. In a just society, you should be unironically afraid of writing something like this or saying something like this in such a prominent platform because of the genuine backlash you would receive. What is Wall Street Silver? Okay, we get it, Lockheed Martin Corporation. You know about Wall Street Silver. Just explain what it is. What does that mean? Protesting is the national sport in France. It is just a way for friends to get together and go for a nice urban hike. It's a cringe account. They're libertarian Nazi weirdos. Yeah, okay. I know Wall Street Bets. If that's what you were pepelaying over, you're so dumb. I thought that there was additional information. See you next year, but in VALO.
Can I actually down some of that?
Hey, Seth, I got a message for you from your mom. She says die. Sorry, I'm being a little sus.
Can I actually...
Damn, the GOAT, dude. This guy fucking clean. Day in the life of a true Brexit geezer. Wake up and play a little bit of League of Legends. Stop acting like you know what he did. I've never played League of Legends. I played Dota back in the day. I understand the basic concepts. It's been so fucking long since high school. But I never touched League, and I will never touch a MOBA game. If you guys think my VALO arc is unbearable, you do not understand what would happen. If you think my VALO arc is bad, you do not know what will happen if I start playing League of Legends, all right? All right, we're done with all this for now. Fuck Elon Musk. If I don't go to OKBUDDY, I think some of you will literally perish. Some of you will cease to exist. So that's what we're going to do, okay? Some of you lose your fucking minds. If I don't play the music in the beginning of Friday, you lose your fucking mind. If I don't actually play OKBUDDY, you lose your... If I don't watch OKBUDDY, you lose your fucking minds.
I'm an incel myself, so...
Hasajani, what did you think about Bradley Martin's behavior on the pod yesterday? Expected. I think he's an open-minded individual, and a lot of people are understandably frustrated that like someone doesn't immediately conform. But you have to recognize that, like, I mean, he's a fucking ape. You know what I mean? He's a goddamn gorilla of a man. It's totally normal for him to not immediately rush to that.
Holy shit, dude.
Was this hot girl actually 16? No, man. What the fuck? My friend. Welcome to OKBUDDY Hasan. We're doing it. OKBUDDY Salty Snack. Year of the Rabbit starts this weekend. Put on the bunny suit, Hasan. I do not have a bunny suit. I do not have a bunny suit. But yes. The year of the rabbit is beginning. New Hasan-related emotes that I made with bonus emote. That's unacceptable. That is good. That's like half the chatters behave that way. Is that a lean beef? What the fuck? Oh, that's the bonus. Fantana will be on tomorrow. Album art is by another poster. Couldn't find them. Dropping tonight. Blammo. That's right. Fantana will be on tomorrow. He's going to be on the Fear End podcast. And then afterwards, I'm going to have him on the stream. What's dropping tomorrow? Yes, that's right. I will be crushing Fantano's head like a melon. Because he is a melon. Failure to launch. A collection of unused blast-off memes. 100 Thieves Valorant welcomes HasanAbi. HasanAbi. LGFG Ideology by Hasan Piker, bringing you the AmeriCorps collection. Oh God, that's so ugly. He is not here. He has risen. Hasan 1115. What the fuck? Why? Why am I kicking the Twin Towers? Surrender. 5 votes needed. Wait, these are kind of fire. Hasan Noir, say blammo to crime. You never sent me these. Hasan Piker taken the debtor's prison. Mega Mansion repossessed after crippling real zoo debts. Politics in the front, Valorant in the back. I literally didn't post this because it was too ugly. HasanAbi every day. I just genuinely could not, in good conscience, post that. Gone but not forgotten. Oh my God. Okay, chill. Hand-stitched himbo? Jesus Christ, that's sick. What the fuck? I need to bring the P.O. box back, dude. Our country.
Jordan Peterson
like a motherfucker.
Is not only a friend, I would go to the wall for him. He's a guy who has changed the landscape of our country.
Folks, Canada's not sending their best. Canada not sending their best sometimes. Sometimes they're sending their best, like Justin Bieber, Drake, Pokimane, Iman, XQC. And then other times, in the political arena, they're not sending their best, folks. They're sending us Mark Stein, Faith Goldie, Lauren Southern, Steve Crowder. Your system. I'm disgusted by these people. If you're fucking Canadian and you come into America and you talk about American healthcare, it disgusts me. Like, fuck you, dude. How dare you? You Canadian motherfucker. You want to privatize our insurance while you have government coverage? Get the fuck out of here. My voice didn't change. You guys, please understand how different. Like, literally, I have... At that moment, I'm using an SM7B. It's the same microphone, but I'm using it through a different processor, okay? The gain is different. Like, these kinds of things make dramatic changes, okay? Holy fuck. Go back to your fucking country, you piece of shit, with your beautiful healthcare. If you're an audiophile, you should know better. Fuck you. Seriously. Is Timbit, dude. What is a Timbit, dude? What language? What the fuck is a Timbit, dude? What the fuck's a Timbit? Lamau, dude deepens his voice. Yeah, I deepen my voice so much. Hasan Feld. What the fuck? What? Guys, I have bad news for some of you. Great news for the Valorant enjoyers. I made an obligation previously at 4 to play Valorant.
Does he wear bland, drab, olive-colored clothing?
Yes. Yes, he does dress a little drab.
He's a communist.
Damn, as a Seinfeld enjoyer, I don't remember that. The communist. Elaine, he's a communist. Day in the life of a HasanAbi geezer.
Geezer, wake up and meet the wife, Susan. My little princess. Isn't she beautiful? Time to take George to football. Rev up the Bugatti. Yee. Quick stop at Toby's and load up that plate. Get a pint. It's grand. Pitch looking lovely today, lads. Just a bit of banter. Chippy makes a 38-0 loss better. Pop down local bride, good old pie, look at that. Susan made dinner, lovely. Pop down, have a couple pints with the lads, and finish up at the Fortress of Dream.
It's pretty good. Okay, Vorlo. Myth escapes the Matrix.
Guys, I have a different take on this.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Let's
I
go.
have a different take on this.
Insane. I can't even talk insanity.
Look. I think that there are some moments where Christopher Nolan's audio actually adds to the depth of a scene.
He literally said,
Interstellar.
There's some things you're not supposed to hear.
Yeah. Yes.
What about Tenet?
I don't remember Tenet.
Exactly. There's like literal conversations that are supposed to be happening.
Oh, Tenet. That's the one where they go. I forgot which scenes were like that.
That's how they talk. And you're like, what? What are they saying? And then it's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay, you might have a point with Tenet, but I think Interstellar did it really well. Guys, I have a different take on this.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Let's
I have
go.
a different take on this.
Insane. Hit that with a like. Haas despair. Take away rights. Believers argue, like, you have no rights, idiot. You don't have any rights. You have no future prospect. You have no rights. They already took it away. You don't have anything. You don't have a future. You don't have any control over your life. You have no autonomy. You are alienated. You are isolated. You're living in it now. Oh, that's my favorite style. It gets me every time. I know it's coming and it still gets me. Last art for a while. Be back soon. Well, guess what? Won't even be seeing that art. Apparently, images are not available. Streamer Dale touching some grass. That's right. Brought my chicken out with me to the wild. Introduced it to the elements, if you know what I'm saying. Gonna be chasing after him afterwards. Our protagonist is a centaur. That's I would be a centaur. I like that. Sons of Malding. We already saw this. I used it as a blast off image. Leftists have 2 speed, but HasanAbi has 1. You think this is what I should use as a blast off? My tapeworm when Hasan is through with me. You think this is what I should be using as a blast off meme? That's what you think? Leftists have 2 speeds. No joking, okay? Or horny. It's great. I love this, okay? They should have this all the time. I just mean, like, I can't even talk. What the fuck? Okay, look. You guys have never masturbated with your buddies like that? Me and Will do it all the time.
I've never heard that term.
Have you?
I've never heard that either. You guys are okay.
Me and Will love just getting together and just baiting it up.
Knocking one out together. We race.
To each other, like separately.
Just like this, you know?
Wait, I didn't even ask you. What the are you guys doing?
If I'm on a date and we go back home, can I suck your cock, please? You're gonna be okay, dude. That was like a really good educational moment where I was teaching chatters that, like, you shouldn't be afraid to ask for consent. How are you gonna turn that around and flip it on me like that, dude? That is fucked up. Very excited at the prospect. Okay? I'm a whore. What the fuck? Blastoise flirts with HasanAbi in Valorant Part 2? What the fuck is that? He's starting to believe VALO edit. Did we watch this yesterday?
Okay. These motherfuckers have been too comfortable for far too long on the internet.
We already watched this yesterday, but it was fire. The Matrix is coming. For the record, I just want to point something, okay? I love this community. When I do OKBUDDY, I lose viewers. And I still do it because I love you guys. I love the memes. I think it's funny. Okay? Same goes for fucking Valorant. So just remember that. Wait, this is the English one. This is literally, it's worse than fentanyl, anime, and TikTok. This is the English version of the Japanese one, isn't it? It's called gaming. Oh, here we go. And they're likely doing it in your home. Join the Navy, and some sickos are even doing it in public. Gaming provides a quick fix of euphoria, which rapidly disappears, leaving the gamer feeling upset and or angry.
Nice! 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 Let's go! Let's go! Let's fucking... Let's go!
Virtual meal, thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
Let's go! No! This is just so bad! What the fuck? This was fucking embarrassing.
Slowly, they'll begin to distance themselves from their loved ones and will lose interest in the beauty of life, which ultimately leaves them with no bitches. No more sex for me. I'm a full-blown gamer now. Little did that young boy back in like 2018, 2019, whenever the fuck I actually posted that, little did I know that this was the case. Thankfully, there are treatment options, limiting their gaming time, refusing to let them use your credit card, religion, Christianity only. But if all of those fail, there's always plan B. Are you feeling unfulfilled, unmotivated? Do you want to be a part of a team and cause bigger than yourself, all while traveling the world? Do you like Camaros? Then join us at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Gaming enjoyer, HasanAbi El Hombre Turco. That's awesome. This is fire. I like this format. This guy's got a good aesthetic. He's got good vibes. The Christopher Nolan audio debate, we just saw that. What the fuck? Why is it? This should be in the Louvre Museum because of how beautiful it is. What? I log on, I post my art, I leave. Have a good one if you're reading this. Fire. This is the same person that does the VALORANT blast off memes, right? HasanAbi One Piece art, wanted dead or alive. Hasan D. Piker. 20 million only? Really? I feel like I'd have like 69 million at least. Like best girl, Nico Robin. You know? You're down in the no upvote dregs. These are all the day of posted, so that's why there's no upvotes yet. 1/18/2023. A dark night for gaming frogs, believers, and HasanAbi. VALORANT friends winning all their games. Hasan, stop. Don't remind me of that shit, dude. It was fucking devastating because Nico Robin enjoyer. Oh yeah. Oh, 100%. I am a Nico Robin enjoyer. I was so happy when I found out the real reasons as to why she did the things that she did. It made me very happy. As an enjoyer and a believer, I never once actually thought that she was doing things under false intentions. Are you shipping Nico and Zoro? I am, yes, because I'm also a Zoro enjoyer as well. You lose viewership with OKBUDDY Cap. No, there are people in this community, and I need you to understand this. There are people in this community exclusively want me to cover politics and maybe sometimes react to stuff, but not usually even that. Okay? And yes, you are wrong. You're a viewership Andy, but you're literally wrong. We went from, as a 29-month subscriber, you should have seen this already, we went from 32,000 to immediately 28,000. Yes, there are people in this community that fucking despise fun, okay? They're just no fun having ass motherfuckers. 40K when I'm talking politics. 30K when I'm watching shit that's not like immediately political. And 28 when I'm doing OKBUDDY. And 20K when I'm doing Valorant on a good day. Little Bear unlocked old Hasan lore. New lore. Hasan used to have a fish cam where if he got enough subs each day, it would get unlocked. Here's a very cute example. Did chat cancel you for this? No. This was before I was like fucking 100 Andy at that point. Like 100 viewer Andy. So no, nobody was, it was way more cozy. It was way more cozy and it was way chiller back then. Oh, me. Sit. Good boy. What are you looking at, dude? What are you looking at, fishy? Huh? Yo, he's the fucking best, I swear to God.
Today, those centre-left parties are imploding, and the exception is...
No subtitle. He's the best boy. Yeah. All right. With the recent closing of Beetlejuice the musical, I present my streamer casting. I don't even know. I've never seen this. I don't know what role that is. He's a winner, baby. Hasan Piker, Los Angeles mullet championships. I would lose, dude. What do you mean? This is like a fake mullet. It's a fullet. Barely a mullet. Was looking through my old art, found this monstrosity. Is this me? What the fuck? Y'all are crazy. Jeff FM works his magic. Before. That's good. Pepela. Saikuno, guys, come on. It's 11-2. What are they going to do? Catch up? This is actually a pretty funny. Okay, I'm going to send this to Saikuno. The aforementioned counter hex, best thread in British accent for maximum effect. Blammo, blammo, toil and trouble, cinema burn and McConnell bubble. Fillet of a gamba snake, in the retweets boil and bake. Eye of Gingrich and toe of hog, wool of Gucci and tongue of dog. Eye of weeb and gay man sting, moon of marks and Turkish bling. For a charm of haters' bane, let the comments hole and wane. Blammo, blammo, toil and trouble, hexes burn and misdeeds bubble. Speak of the himbo who's misunderstood, then the charm is firm and good. What does this mean? Like, what does this? Am I hexed now, or have I hexed other people? POV when he plays Valo, when Hasan's team has Smurfs, when the other team has Smurfs. It's true. This is true. But to be fair, some of my favorite games have been when I've played with people that are, oh, it's Macbeth. Okay. Some of my favorite games have been when I'm playing with like ranked people that are around my rank, like, and we end up getting a Smurfless team, which, you know, it'll be like Leslie, Ray, you know what I mean? Like, these people are around my own rank as well. And then we play against other people who are like Lily. Yeah, exactly. And then we play against people who are also like gold and silver, maybe like some plat. Ray Smurfless, I think depending on the game, like obviously Ray is a much better player than me. Everyone I just mentioned is better than me. But I think that like there are games where I play well, you know what I mean? Also, what was I going to say? Ray is now playing with her main. She's not playing with her Smurf. You're boosted and that's okay? No, actually, I think when I'm boosted, when I'm playing on fucking Smurf queue, I have sometimes a worse game overall because the other team has just such better players. Like yesterday when we were playing, your level, you mean like Myung, Foolish, and Ness? Nessawa is above my level. Nessawa's like a high plat player. He will probably rank above. Foolish obviously is immortal, nowhere near my level, significantly higher. But as far as Myung goes, I would say Myung is like high gold. Like these are you're talking about players who are playing on their main accounts. You know what I mean? Nessawa and Foolish are better players than me. Foolish is completely outside of my skill level. But as far as like, I would say Myung is much better than me, but still, Ray is better than me. Lily, like these are people that I play with regularly. Leslie, these are people that I play with that I think I'm playing at their level. Sometimes better, sometimes worse, but ultimately at their level. Whereas Nesua is higher. By the way, did you give Obama a haircut too? What the fuck's this? Lol, I don't know about that, Chief. Wait, what do you mean? Foolish is immortal? No, I already said that. Yes. Foolish is significantly better than me, and Nesua is a lot better than me. A lot of these other players that I mentioned are better than me as well, but no one is going to be at my fucking exact rank. You know what I mean? I don't know why you're not listening to what I'm saying. Like, I'm already admitting to the things that you're mentioning. Debate lords about this shit too. True, it's hard to be that low of a rank. Yeah, no, I mean, this is true. These people have been playing this game for years. These people have been playing with their these people have been playing for years, with the exception of Nesua. So, and they've played other comparable games for years as well. So for me to be able to play at a competent level alongside them is pretty solid. I've improved a lot, all things considered. Chatters will debate literally everything in here. Yeah, even when, you know what's funny? Chatters will debate everything. You almost always outfrag Ray. Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything because Ray's playing Viper. So me outfragging her doesn't mean that I have better game sense than she does. She has infinitely better game sense than me. Ray literally has like 3 clutches per game. She will have like 3K rounds, especially with an ult. That's insane. Like, the value that brings to a team is way, way, way harder, way higher than what I'm doing. The reason why I also switched to KO, you got 9 kills against, yeah, this was a full plat lobby. Like, the lobby that we played with, this is a Smurf team. Nessa was playing on his main. Ryan Higa, Abe, and Foolish are super high level players. We're playing against very high level players as well. And I got 9 kills. 9 kills, 16 deaths, and 7 assists is really pretty competent, I would say, in a lobby that is like significantly higher skilled than me. Like, there was the reason why I switched to KO is because I wanted to demonstrate more. Like, I wanted to be able to help out more. I realized that I'm not a very good duelist. I can't out-aim motherfuckers, even though everyone I play with says that my aim is not the issue, but I think it is. Lol, 916? Wait. Yeah. 916 is very good. Fuck do you mean? 916 with 7 assists is very, very good. For this lobby, especially, very good. It's time, baby. Will, where the fuck have you been? You can't fucking tweet shit and then, like, not show up. You know what I mean? Your flick speed and control, I think, is more the issue with your aim than crosshair placement. Wait, what do you mean? Whenever you talk about VALO, people start being so mean to you. It's because people are mean because, like, it's one area where they feel like they can debate me because, like, everyone in this community thinks they know more about gaming than I do. Unedited version. Okay, dude. Fuck off, mate. New hair arc. Every masterpiece has its cheap copy. It's because Valo sucks. I don't think Valo sucks. And there are plenty of people who enjoy watching me play. But, you know, I understand that there are others who don't. For numerous reasons. I think I love your gaming because I'm terrible and you're actually better than me, lol. Yeah. But I'm happy with my performance. I think I've gotten a lot better. And I need to stop being so harsh on myself. Me, after I deleted perfectly crafted top of the hour at bait, I spent the last 5 minutes writing to coincide with the specific topic that was being talked about so as to make it more impressive as it resolves around pertinent, nuanced subject matter in place of a 2 out of 10 segue that comes 4 minutes early. Okay. You're huffing on your own fucking farts on that one, okay? All my segues are 10-10. Chatters hate on Valorant but play League. Yeah, it's fucking worse than Valorant, but it has the same, spot the difference. They have better haircuts. You get this, we get another It Takes Two stream. Deal? I love this. I'm not the person that you need to be talking to about this, though. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yo! What are you going to fucking not show up? You're going to show up unannounced and not say what up? Fuck is this? At least bring... Fiona! Fiona! No, it's not Austin. It's Murat. Anyway, talk to Carl. Don't talk to me. I'm down to play it. HasanAbi brought the Twitter suit. Oh, come on. No, I didn't. I would never. Hasan is a Pokemon master. Dude, my experience with lizards and reptiles in general changed dramatically after I hung out with one of these things. What is that? Like, what is that called? A Charmeleon? Anyway, their hands are fucking awesome.
Whammo! 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 Whammo!
Not knowing Pikachu is crazy? Dude, what are you talking about? In reptiles in general, this is a different... Are you serious? This is a different clip that I'm not actually reacting to, chatter. It literally says Pikachu on screen. Please, have a little bit more confidence, you know what I mean? In my ability, I guess.
A false notion, manliness leads boys astray. True manliness is humane.
Oh my God. Dude, I was so fat in Texas, bro. Look at this shit.
True manliness is humane.
God damn, dude. God damn, son. Where'd you find this? Holy shit. I look so... I mean, maybe you can't tell, but I can definitely tell. Pudgy and pasty? Oh, yeah, 100%. Never seen sunlight. Aww. This is wonderful. The 100 Thieves Uno tournament is the biggest you've seen me? No, I had a big beard then too, but yeah, that was beautiful. You got a hug from Sykkuno before Ray? Yup. That's true. And No amount of revisionist history will change that reality. When bears do not recognize Hasan and good vibes. What am I, chilling inside of a bear? What the fuck's going on there? I'm chilling inside the bear because, like, it's dead bear that I'm hiding inside of. I've become bear myself, a Trojan bear. Made a bunch of emails for your sub/chat. Links in the comments. That one is great. This one is my favorite. It's so stupid. Maybe we'll add him. W. Matt, she wasn't lying that asking fart. What a fucking disgusting note to end this beautiful experience on. What a disgusting note to end this beautiful experience on. Here, I'm going to show you Cutie Cinderella's new Streamer Awards video.
I did have a really great time. I had an amazing time.
For the first event, it was a 10 of 10 event.
Mind blown, absolutely phenomenal. You never really get to see an event like this. Like the amount of effort that goes into putting on a show like that.
Be real with you. That event was probably one of the best events that I've seen on Twitch. I mean, it was brilliant. It was incredible.
It was an amazing experience.
Lies, I didn't say that about the event. I probably said only mean things. Let's be real.
The award show was insane. It was pog. Shout out to Cutie. This event was literally bonkers. It is by far the best gaming award show I've been to.
The production was genuinely next level. It was so professional and
This
so
whole
well
event
put
was
together.
beyond my expectations in like every single way. I think she actually changed something in the industry last night.
It was so good. God, I love Cutie so much. She's so cool. So goated.
You gotta admit it. The Streamer Awards, what a fucking event.
Oh shit. Voting starts now. Hog. Fire. You got to remember the vote on stream this time, but this is just the categories. Just the categories. But yes, I will be telling people to vote this time. I will not forget it. And hopefully we'll win. I wonder if I mean, we'll see what happens. Yeah, we should put a best 6'4" streamer category so I can definitely win one, you know? Best political VALO streamer category. This motherfucker's been playing competitive. Oh my god, this whole time. I'm gonna lose my mind. We'll look at what's in my shop in a second. There is no fucking way this guy is in a game right now. I have no one to play with me. Like, what is happening? He literally complained. You ready for Gamble? You got it twisted? I got a 4-stack. Let's play. Okay, that's not happening, chatters. Let's be real. Okay, come on. Come on now. Let's see what's in the shop. I don't really buy. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I rarely ever buy stuff nowadays. Partially because I have everything. Except for this one. This one is pretty fire. I might buy this skin. Oh, fuck. Remember Felix said he'd play with you? Yeah, but like... I can't hit him up randomly out of the fucking blue, dude. He's not gonna... Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at what I just did. Don't wait too long for the best 6'5" streamer, or else Ludwig's gonna update his driver's license again. Ask Mitt to play. Oh, I think Mitt said he couldn't. I'll text him right now. Let me see. Get the sword? No, this sucks. The animation of it is like not good enough. I'm gonna change my sword too. I should do that right now before I go into the fucking shooting range. And try a little, you know? Hi, Lord Jar Jar. Thank you for the 5 gifted. I think I'm gonna go back to the Karambit. Ask Puns to play. He's on right now. I don't wanna bother anybody if they're not like into. I always feel like I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I'll DM him. Please get rid of that awful Spectre skin. It's literally the GOAT. It's the GOATed skin. You're wrong for stating that. XQC or Felix Biederman. Oh, I'll ask XQC to play VALO. I mean, he's not. Is he live right now? Oh, he is still live. What the fuck's he doing? Oh, he's playing CSGO? What the fuck? This motherfucker skipped a step, dude. He's just like, nah, we're not doing this VALO shit no more. Playing a real man's game. Playing Monopoly earlier. I firmly believe the VALO skins are more useless than NFTs. Prove me wrong. I mean, they are useless, but like that's kind of the point. It's a purely aesthetic. You know what I mean? It's a purely aesthetic thing. It's a purely aesthetic choice. And I also still use them. You know what I mean? Like it's like t-shirts. You can buy a t-shirt or a jacket that's expensive. Ooh, hit up Ludwig. True. Let's hit him up too. Fuck, that was hard. Imagine talking about market speculation in Hasan's chat. On what? Ah! Ah! How do I miss those? Those are easy flicks. I miss the easier flicks and I get the harder ones down. It's weird. I don't know how that's even possible. But hey, we're getting better. We're getting better. We're getting better. You know what it is. Flight L? Wait, what do you mean? I just went up from 7 to 11, my friend. Mitch said the Stanley Parable fucked up his brain. That was on my crosshair. How do I miss that? So close. Take the reaction test. I've done it so many times. Brother, what happened? Well, this is hard, chat. Hard is hard. Oh, Ludwig is going to be ready, but in an hour. Would you play CSGO if I tell you that one of the terror skins is based off of a left-wing separatist group? No. What the fuck? Why are people lying? Immortals struggle to get 16? Yeah, I know. I used to average 3 sheet. I used to average 3. I regularly get 20 and I'm high diamond. To be fair, so does Tina. Like, she doesn't get 20, but Tina gets like 18 regularly, and she's like my rank. So I don't think it's even about like aiming, to be fair. The amount you hit doesn't matter after a certain point. Aiming hitting shots is gonna win the game alone. What? The ability to mix aim with strategy will? Dude, I know. I know that. But aim in this, yeah, aim in the shooting range is like ultimately meaningless. Not meaningless, but nowhere near as important as like everything else. The game is all encompassing. You need to be good at a bunch of shit. How am I missing these though? Those like middle ones are easy, you know what I mean? I'm playing worse. I love when chatters start chat-splaining video games to you. I mean, that's like kind of... Let's do medium. Bot armor on. Let's try medium now. Oh, what the fuck? You've actually improved so much is awesome. Thank you. I agree. I mean, look at that. Myth wanted me to hit 16 while strafing, and I'm doing it. Not just 26 on medium, but 26 while I'm strafing. With bot armor and strafing, so headshots only. You know? Why are you lying to your audience? Nobody believes this is you. Oh, shit. Ah! I fucked it up. Practice range content is what fuels me for Valo time. Running aim lab helped you out, and are you gonna run it often? Maybe. I don't think so. What is a spray control warm up? How do you do that? How do you do spray control warm up? You do here? Spray control, go to that other. Is this spray control? I don't know if I want a spraying habit, to be fair. Jump over the screen and go to the bot area? What? Where's the bot area? I mean, no one... I never want to spray like this, dude. You know what I mean? I don't think I'll ever spray like this. It just... That's not bad though, right? Long spray helps best on close fights. It seems like it might be effective enough to at least... Did Will just start that game? He did, yes. He's in 7-8. And God knows when he'll be ready, which is fucking whack. But I think I'm gonna solo queue. I'm gonna do a one game of... I'm not gonna solo queue, but I'm gonna do one swift play game while I wait.
Match found.
Spraying in Valorant only good for close range. Spike Rush is... I don't care about Spike Rush.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Hasan K. Katamina. You can bet if you want on a quick play, swift play, real quick if you want. I mean, if I'm playing with fucking Will, like we're gonna be rolling the dice on 3 random motherfuckers anyway, so. Anyway, don't roll the dice at the top of the hour though. If you wanna avoid the 3-minute ad break, which is coming right now. Gamba's unlocked. Hasan's muted Valo comms. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
It's easiest if I sneak in and kill everyone. Don't make this complicated.
Anybody get a mic?
Yeah.
These guys went A, I'll go B.
I'm out of here.
The way you ask for a mic will always be funny to me. Yeah. Last chance on Gamba. It's about to end. We have no way to know. Remember, skill-based matchmaking is like busted on Swift. So remember that.
3 suppressed.
Decoy. That might be going in.
Right here.
2 mid. KO and... Ooh, 120 on Jet. KO
Flank.
Still mid.
Enemy spotted C.
Killed them.
Gotta go.
This team is kind of ass cheeks. From that range, oh brother.
Spike planted. 1 enemy remaining.
He's 3 health. He's so quick. Let's see if he clutches this. Let's see if he clutches this with free health.
I'm out of here.
I have a ghost on my body.
Spike's dead. You're welcome. Go, go, go!
Some vermin are born to die, like rats in a lab.
This is why I got this one, so I can do this. It helps in my ADHD.
I've cut through. Mag deploy. 2 suppressed.
Shit's still there, possibly A-sided.
You're done.
Enemy A. Right here. Enemy spotted mid.
My ult's ready.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Zucko better watch their backs.
Gun here.
So this is swift play, right? So econ is different. Which means you can buy, you know, a much better gun second round immediately. But yes, I am solo queuing, but I'm only doing swift play as I wait. Friday, you want to play? I'm looking for people to play with.
Decoy. Multiple enemies mid.
Bye-bye.
Flash.
One enemy remaining.
Jets mid. Oh.
Spike down mid.
I think one's on C.
Have fun on your cooking stream. You good one? Why are they covering the same angle? Imagine Sage runs back from our spawn and then cooks his Yoro.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
You will not kill my allies.
One enemy remaining.
Just don't die, you got 50 seconds.
10 seconds left.
Easy.
Anyone else think they can kill a god?
Last
have you watched
round
White
in the
Lotus?
half.
No point.
I recommend. I have watched White Lotus. It is a great show. Every Yoro I've played with has been ass. I'm solo queuing, but I'm playing swift play, so it doesn't matter. And then after that, we're gonna be. X is playing. Play with him. He's playing CS:GO. He's not playing VALORANT.
You want to play? Let's play. One suppressed.
It's pushing B. Those rays.
Out of here. Well trained.
I think she smoked A though.
Cutting through.
Chamber's trying to op or alting B window. Why am I fucking overcoming on a play?
Open up the sky.
Spike down A.
You got a spike on A.
Fake teleport.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Swift play is probably the best warm-up. I agree.
Thanks. Good try.
X switched to VALORANT. Did he not fucking respond to me? Oh, wait.
Switching sides. Match point.
Go, go, go.
What do they think this is? A
He
backyard
did?
scrimmage?
Oh, shit. Okay. Can I just drop out? He has a full squad? Oh, he does? X has a full squad?
Keep hitting them. Shutting them down.
Oh! What? How was that 9? That was not a body shot. Chamber
Last
suit.
player standing. Spike down, attacker spawn.
How was that a body shot? That was literally the top of his head.
Dead.
I couldn't even physically see his body. Just normal, average VALORANT experience. Oh my god, you're cracked. You're so cracked.
No charges left.
He's gonna come from default. Look, watch.
One enemy remaining.
You were right. Oh, I was wrong. Luckily, I didn't tell her that. You know what I mean?
My advice: don't get shot.
Hey, yo. Wait, what the fuck? Why can't we buy?
Reloading.
I guess he's lost.
I'm out of here.
Let's go.
Shutting them down. Still got it. Spikes down.
Spike down, C.
Enemy C. I got spike. Here.
One enemy remaining. Spike down, C.
Get the stinger.
Last player standing.
Where is he? Oh, 108. I should have kept the Marshall. I could have killed him with the Marshall.
If any of you die, I lose a bet with brimstone. So
Damn,
don't embarrass me
the
like that,
4-1
please.
curse. What we got
I'm
going
out
on?
of here. Gotta go.
Go A right now, mister.
Go, go, go.
What the fuck? We were children, dude.
Yeah.
Here.
Also,
Yo.
Yoru. I used to make
got-
Yoru.
Can
you hear me?
Like,
I
when you
got
go here,
children in my chat right now. I mean, in my game. But yeah.
Yoru,
Damn.
like, wait, hang on. I'll show you.
Suppress it.
Just walk here.
Do we have a
You
5
just
stat?
like right there, so like it gets under like.
Launching smoke.
Enemy A.
One suppressed.
No, not you're not. Oh,
Enemy spotted
I think
A.
it's moving.
Spike down, A.
I got spike.
Oh! Raise flank, raise flank. Uh-oh.
Last player standing.
Go, go.
One enemy remaining.
Pop up.
You cracked. Okay, we're done, Will. We're done.
Attackers win.
That.
Do it yourself. You were only in my way.
XQC's in the shooting range. We could do a 3-stack potentially, but I don't know if he's down to play because he did not respond to me. So he might actually have like a. Oh, he's in a game already. I guess he has a team.
All right. Well, we can also
why can't I
match up with Jay Dilla?
I don't know who that is.
Jay Dilla is my friend from Princeton. He's dope.
Okay. Here, let's just duo queue for now. I don't know. Yeah. What do you mean?
All right.
We can't. We either have to 5-stack it or we just don't do it. You know what I mean?
All right. Let's take on this low ELO shit. Let's pop that pussy and shake that ass. How you been?
I've been all right. Let's see how this works. We got Gamba. We got a 2-stack cooking up.
I broke my headphones last night, so I'm playing on some Bose headphones. It's not working.
Why? Doesn't that improve your experience?
Nah, they're not loud enough for some reason. They just sound weird.
Sound weird how?
Kind of like echoey. Almost.
It'll be all right. It's like training weights, bro. The moment that you drop those off, the moment you switch back to your regular headsets, it's over. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I did win the Little League World Series last night, though, which was.
What is that?
Backyard Baseball 2001, an absolute classic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, okay. I asked Ali. He said he wants to run it badly, but he said he got drained from playing Stanley Parable. Pun said
Match found.
Pun said he's working. He's grinding. Oh shit, Lotus. Here we go.
Nah, we can pop off on this. Easy, easy.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see what everyone's rank is like. Anybody got a mic?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
We're gonna definitely have
Nobody
stream
has a
snipers.
Oh, and dodge.
Good dodge. Good dodge. It's okay. Odds are you're back into Lotus, I assume.
Match found.
They're probably pumping Lotus heavy. It's the new map. I was wrong. We are not in Lotus.
Let's do this.
Anybody get a mic?
I do.
Yes, indeed.
Yo, what's poppin'? How you guys doing? Oh, it's Pearl. I can play Euro or actually, play Sky. I'll play Euro. I've actually played.
Oh, we got no smoke, so we got Astro. Never mind.
Yeah, we got Astro. We got him.
Wait,
Let's go.
Don't play. Oh, well,
We
now
got fucking Zoomers in the cut.
Oh, playing Sage. Fuck.
We're fine.
Okay, you guys choose. I wanna give you guys two options: Sky or Euro.
Sage is really good on A side of this map.
Okay, should I play Sky or Euro then? If you wanna heal, I don't know. I can play either or.
We need a duelist.
So should I play Sky? I mean, Euro then?
Yeah. Who should I play?
That's fine. I play like a duelist anyway. I play Breach like a duelist. I rush it.
Yeah, I'll play Euro. Fuck, I should have put that in. I didn't really matter.
Okay, there's too much microphoning happening now. I was wrong. I thought it was good that we have a team that's communicating, and now I'm recognizing the error of my ways. Will,
what have you done?
The fuck? Someone just sent me an invite or a message. Don't know what it is, but they're gonna start asking me for skins. Oh, 100. These guys aren't that young. Oh my God, doubters are winning for the first time ever. Will, they doubt you. How do you feel about that?
I mean, that's kind of fair.
Oh, come on, bro. You're supposed to fucking give like a motivating speech here to be like, that's bullshit. We will win.
Listen,
with your game
sense
to fight.
To undo doubt.
Might as well
and
use
that's
them.
success. You have to outdo expectations. You have to show them hope where there was none. You have to be a different animal than you were 5 minutes ago.
Alright, let's
Some
get this
accept
dub.
the doubt.
Did you win your last
there?
game?
And give it 150%.
Reload.
Come away from it.
Why are you going to A?
Selfish B site from main.
Alright, I'm gonna just go. Okay, so I have been playing Sky mostly, but I tried Euro out
The
on
special
the map. He's, like, hella good on
prosecutor.
the map, so I'm gonna
The
get
special
stuff.
prosecutor from the fucking.
Yeah.
She's on Hannity. Oh, I told you she's a clout shark. The special prosecutor on the fucking Baldwin cases on Sean Hannity. Fucking called it, dude.
Time to jump.
Tate is also super.
Forever.
What the fuck?
Flash out.
I take them out. Plant the spike.
Plant the spike.
Plant it. Hasan, it's you.
Watching here.
Here.
Spike planted.
Got one.
78 on Jet. Heaven. I shot her in the head and she didn't die.
One enemy remaining.
Got her.
For you.
Hey, we're chilling.
Still so.
Got
Nice.
Let's get it.
Nice.
Gun here.
Let's get it!
Reach. You don't respect what you should.
I don't know how she didn't
Let's
die. I
just
shot
buy,
her in the head.
honestly. Can we buy? I can full buy, like, completely.
You guys want to?
Yeah.
Just stick with this thing.
That's wild. Let's
crazy.
let's ease up. I think. I mean.
Let's eat them. Yeah. I think we should just get out of it. Let's do. We can
Go
go
on,
in. I'm gonna.
Bulldog
I'm
hot
not
dog.
gonna buy it all here. Ooh. Fuck it.
I'm
Actually,
gonna throw
I'll
my
just,
shockwave first.
I
Wait,
actually
why
wanna
you
fuck
guys
it.
got
I'll just
stingers?
go,
No,
just a
buy up with the.
Cutting
Oh.
through.
What the fuck are they doing? You're supposed to.
Obscuring concealment.
Enemy kill.
Just plant my smoke. Wait, you have to plant?
I have to go back
yeah.
real quick. My bad.
I dropped your viper.
Double tap that
My bad.
all the way over there that fast.
Gun here.
Jet's good.
One enemy remaining. Trinity.
Gun here.
Good shit, guys.
I'm so glad I bought.
Oh, you almost aced it, man. I took one.
Oh, I didn't kill him.
So glad I
Good
bought
effort,
that.
my friends.
I'm gonna bonus.
Should we go A or B?
Yeah, we got a bonus here. I found a bulldog on the floor from someone's dead body. Whoever that was.
That was me.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, we got savant zoomers in the cut.
Behind me.
Yeah, neither one of us have a kill. We're getting fucking backpack. Let's go.
Plant default. Okay.
Alright, if we can get in, we could. If not, then we could definitely look at it anytime.
Obscuring vision.
She's an art. He threw that from art.
Okay, yeah. I'm going with Breach.
I'm running in.
Enemy spotted.
My dog.
My ult's ready. Gun here.
Damn it.
Can we take this Vandal?
Cutting through.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh!
Enemy spotted A.
One main, one art. One main, one art.
Right there. Right there.
Oh. 81 on only main.
Last player standing.
Oh, sorry.
I would die. Oh my god, that
I was
DP.
I was in my astral thing.
I was at 10 HP.
Oh, do you use your ult there? No.
Yeah.
That's a crazy ult to use there, but hey. I'm sure the zoomers know better.
Okay, I've been by.
Bonus, that was good.
Alright, not a bad bonus.
They
not a
bought
bad
up.
bonus.
That's a big reason.
Yeah,
I
anybody got
I'm on B too.
I don't know. Is that your skate?
What are you looking for?
A Vandal skin by chance? Anyone?
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
it?
Huh?
Oh my god.
I got it. Breach gave it to me. Thank you.
Wait, what the fuck was that audio?
Cutting through. Enemy spotted. B.
Shutting them down.
Reload.
Concealment.
I hate running.
Okay, I'll plant default. Kenny. watch one.
One heaven.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Oh!
Wait, just
80 on Jet Heaven.
Nice.
Phoenix is coming
Last
up the
player
bomb.
standing.
120 neon.
Pulling them, knocking them. You dead?
I hate him when
Nice shooting, nice shooting. No worries, that was good shooting. The gameplay is so different than what I'm used to on VALO time when it's not a 5-stack. It's because there's less communication. We don't know what people's skills are. We don't know how well they can play.
Here, right?
Yeah.
I can light by here.
That's what I'm doing here. Oh yeah, I can actually go Vandal. Okay, I'm gonna go Vandal.
Fulfill our mission.
Wait, you want to force? You want to force?
No, I'm not forcing. I'm not forcing. I'll have enough for next round.
Back soon.
I'm just gonna only use my stars on default, so watch out.
Deployed. Trevor! One suppressed.
If we get close points, we should be fine. Let's just play safe.
Clearing out.
I'm willing to bet she's behind that.
Reloading. Flash out.
Phoenix is definitely on art again. He might come from art or he might come from
just
me.
rotate.
Spike down A.
Spike? How did I get spike?
Let's rotate. Wait, who has spike? Oh, wait, there's one. Oh my, you saved my life, dude.
No, they don't have smokes anymore, so we got it.
I think rotate.
They were right
Get the
there.
spike and rotate.
Okay, I'm gonna flash out. Watch out.
Gotta run out. Oh, nice.
Fuck, you locked me in.
What's he doing? Why aren't they
I need the
rotating?
spike.
I need to heal. Oh yeah, KO. Her smokes are about to.
I'm gonna flash out. We kinda have to. Oh no.
Phoenix is on art. Sorry about that. I didn't realize where the
Okay,
fucking
I'm gonna
spike
flash
was.
out. We kinda have
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
That was sunshot.
Fuck, everyone, man. That's fine.
Salman,
I
can
have
you make
enough
a full
next
in-house
round. This
lobby
round
with all the
if we
people
need to
playing
force.
right now,
Activating
please?
kill mode.
Yeah, well,
That's a
that's
joke.
not.
Kill mode is default.
Will, you there? What's going on? You good?
Right there.
Been quiet.
We were playing a two stack strangers.
Reloading.
Now we got this.
I'm ready.
Let's just put this in.
Time
I
to
can
jump.
alt when we get close.
Concussing.
Knife deployed.
Enemy spotted. B.
Blocking vision.
No one walks away.
Blinding.
84 on Jet.
Watch me. Right here, bro.
Spike down B.
Okay,
Last player standing.
Oh my god! I had to stop because I saw them, I heard them running, but like it doesn't even fucking matter because they're getting their ass cheeks clapped. I should have stuck it for the money. That was a bad move.
I can ult this in. I just need a good. Oh, okay, hold on, never mind. I'm gonna full buy here and then we should you guys wanna go through mid or what's up? I don't know what to do.
I like that. Phoenix covers art. I don't think he pushes up, but we should go mid. I don't know if anyone goes through B link though.
Quiet mid though. Quiet mid.
Slow push.
I'm gonna ult in. I'm gonna ult. I'm gonna go through B. Right here, on door. He just left.
Phoenix art.
No, I fucking clicked the wrong button. My bad. He just wanna
Get out of my way.
You just push back.
Flash out. Gun here. Blasting.
I can decoy in. We're going B, guys.
Oh! Back behind Astra. Oh fuck.
Yeah, but let's go. Okay, just play it safe. Just play it like safe, okay?
Yeah.
I mean Viper.
You're good for 2-1 here, Yora.
Last player standing. One
That's
enemy
right.
remaining.
That's it.
Fake
Link.
teleport.
On link.
I'll return.
You're fucking cracked. You're fucking cracked.
Crack.
You're better.
I know what.
I'm literally
must
better.
be done.
Holy, let's go.
Here, need a drop.
Did not expect that. Let's go.
You get scared?
I don't know. I was a bit nervous. I killed 3 during that.
I got ultis in.
It's so cute. They're so cute.
I got ult.
I told him he had 2. Told you had 2. At least.
I'll cut through.
I can also.
We can ult in, perfect.
Oh.
That Phoenix always throws that molly.
Watch out right here.
We gotta push in after this.
Nice.
Welcome to my world.
Got 1. Got 2. Viper dead.
For you.
Oh.
Dead.
Got 3. Got 3.
147.
No. Res, can you res? No, man. Okay.
Of course you still need me.
Plant the spike. Reloading.
Spike planted.
One backside. Play together.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Last one
Okay.
backside.
Backside. Just don't Sage.
Wait for heal.
Wait for. You
Shutting them
can
down.
like double him.
One suppressed. Flash.
You got it. Nice. Good job.
Nice job. Holy, I killed 4 during that. I mean 3, sorry.
We have plenty of time, here and now.
That was a ass cheek clenching moment
Man,
right
can I
there
get
for
someone
me.
the
I'm
Randall?
getting
Oh yeah,
a little bit of
Breach, can I get your
fucking.
Randall, please?
I'm at least getting a little bit more comfortable here.
I need a drop.
Thank you. Wait, who gave
Can
that?
someone get this?
Oh,
I did.
thank you. Never mind.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
There you go.
I am with you.
I can ult us in.
Okay.
I'll handle this.
Come on in.
Suppressing.
I'm gonna use all my stars.
Blocking vision concealment.
Many enemies.
3 art. Is that 3?
Wall raised.
Yeah, 3 art.
No, my gun didn't pull out. Oh my god, I fucked up. There's 2 art.
So we can win this round.
Planted.
Yeah, we got this. I have my stars on it too. Don't stay pretty close to each other.
My ult's ready.
Nice. We got
Oh,
it.
One there.
I'm reloading.
No.
Backside
Ayo.
Viper.
I know, I saw you reloading.
Last player standing.
Oh
Where?
my
I hit him
God.
120. Did not hit him.
Guys, what are you doing? What do you mean? What am I
Killed me
doing?
before I
I
turned
was
around.
reloading because I had fucking. Was it a 20 bullet reload?
I don't know what just happened, honestly.
I threw my
Play
Because I,
Phantom. I'm just not good with man.
because I sprayed, I thought I had less
My power
bullets.
You can all still buy.
I threw that little bomb thing. He was trying to get close to the bomb. When I turned around, he killed me.
I'm not gonna buy stars this round, okay? So we don't
I think we push
I'm gonna
A.
change my headphones.
We go mid because I don't have smokes.
Okay. I mean, we can. I have alt. That's why I said we could go A, but we'll do
think
mid.
mid is
We'll do
better.
mid.
Keep up.
If I win the gun battle against that Phoenix that definitely pushes up from A, or one of us does, then we're good.
I hear one.
Time to jump.
I don't push too
He's
far.
gonna flash. He's gonna flash.
Bro, what? Do I keep getting headshotted? Someone pick up my Phantom.
Woman's right there. And
Go on. I need
looking
heal.
at
Where's
me.
Sage? Where are you?
Healing.
Reloading.
Maybe you wanna ult now and push on to A.
Oh shit. We can get into A. I can push in from front.
Let me flash.
Reload. Flashbang.
Let's coming from B-Link 1. One's coming from B-Link.
Nice, nice.
Blinding. Got you.
Nice, you got this. You guys can win this. Just
reloading.
Yeah.
Flash out.
Watch R2.
Oh, 40 flowers.
You totally got that.
Last player standing.
Let's.
You have util?
78. You have ult too?
Not worth ulting here.
Oh no, it's not.
I don't like their neon.
How'd she know I was? I mean, I guess they knew. Sorry, boys.
I'll survive a dent or two.
I'm not ordered.
Can't say the same for you fragile humans.
I want to say one.
Alright, we just gotta win 2 rounds. Save for last. I forgot about that. Make sure you guys have enough for last round. Because this is... After this is the last round.
Let's just play like really weirdly. Because I feel like if we win this round,
Just go be here. Keo, where are you?
Coming. Willie's AFK, I think.
Enemy spotted B.
Back deployed. One suppressed.
Flank.
Blinding.
Oh.
Enemy spotted B.
Oh, sorry, didn't start.
Bro, 103 Phoenix, man. 30.
Oh my God!
Spike down B.
Something?
Pulling them in. Last player standing. Flawless.
Sorry, I didn't.
Wow, that's crazy. Alright, we full by here this last round.
Yeah.
Last round before the switch.
Gold is in our heart, but empty your pockets, fools. I'm buying.
I can buy for you. What do you want? I'm buying.
Will, you good?
See, can you get the rental again real quick, please?
All these guys do is swing together. It's insane for this elo. Why is it insane for this elo? You think they're playing well, or you think they're playing
Maybe
poorly?
one goes mid or what comes out to the side.
Cutting through.
I'll go mid since I have a TP.
Watching here.
That's
reloading.
What the hell? I wasn't watching double doors.
Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing.
Dude. Sometimes my head just feels like a bullet magnet.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Spike down,
That
mid.
Omen is checking PC.
Last player standing.
Bro, I'm so...
5 stacks can only queue against other 5 stacks. We're not playing against. We're doing a duo stack. Right? We're duo queuing.
Switching sides.
Everyone else did their own 5 stack.
I had to change my headphones.
We fight once again.
Because mine, I just couldn't hear a goddamn thing. It's a little better now.
I'm gonna. Yeah, let's just win this, honestly.
Next time is now, fam.
I'm not
shutting them down.
Yeah. I'm gonna use my stars.
They're all here. They're all here.
Just don't peek yet.
Yeah. TP it out.
Omen B link. Omen B link. Omen B link.
Flashbang.
Spike down B.
Nice, nice. We got this.
One enemy
60 on jet. Good job.
Let's go, boys.
Take a breath now. Release the tension.
I hit him with that rat shit, Hasan.
I'm gonna save one more and then I'm gonna buy Vandals all next round.
We won. Let's take advantage of that because we're low.
Yeah, you're right.
It's 5-8.
Alright, I'm locked in, Hasan. Now I can hear. I literally could not hear before.
I'm gonna
Can you
dart.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. I'm gonna dart from. I'm gonna.
Two suppressed.
They're B. Either they're doing a separated push or they're B.
No, they're A. They're A.
I mean, not B. Sorry, A. Fuck.
Yeah.
I can smoke.
I hear him.
That smoke's kind of bad. So. Don't peek that Sage. It's maybe not good.
One dead.
Oh, never mind. You're dead.
Oh, let me decoy in.
They might be rotating. Nope. They're rotating.
Flashback.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Viper. Running up to Art.
Wait for it to push.
I blinded myself once.
30 seconds left.
My bad, that's my fault.
Sorry, I was so bad those first few rounds, guys. I could not hear. I had to change headphone mid-game.
Swapping in new fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
We're buying up here, right?
Yeah. Bye.
I'm gonna wait one more round to buy.
Same.
You're
Yeah.
good because you kind of have a lot.
I feel like this is a bonus for me, so yeah, I'm gonna wait one more round
No,
too.
we have to keep winning. We have to push the advantage.
Try not to die.
They're gonna have some good guns, so I would buy a but.
Cutting through.
I'm watching B.
Nothing, man.
We can be
Smoke on. Oh, they're all B.
Rotate.
Oh fuck, I TP'd way too far back.
Just try to hold it.
Yeah, I fucked up. 1 second, going back on site. There should be on site.
They're on site of him already. I'm behind the Viper wall.
Obscuring vision.
121 on Phoenix.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Spike planted.
Oh, this smoke is so bad.
Surprise.
Almost still behind that wall.
One defeat is
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I got let's get that.
Reloading.
For you.
That's what I love.
You guys like that? Chat?
Gun here.
Trust
me.
me.
That? Did
They'll
you guys
know
like
what hit
that?
them.
That little fucking in the smoke. On mod Aviator 24. Sure, you got it. Just because Wimstav asked for it. Just kidding. What are you, crazy?
They might go. I feel like they're gonna go A. I feel like they're gonna go A since they just walked on.
I'll knife through Art right now.
I can.
Don't knife on B. I think. Never mind.
Well, I fucked up anyway.
Do you hear them?
Yeah, they're in here. They're on me. Oh, I got firing squatted. Jet and Phoenix. Art.
Spike down A.
I should have flashed there, Chad. You're right.
Many enemies.
Just
One
Art.
enemy remaining.
Okay.
80 on Viper. She's back there.
Yeah.
Cutting through. Reloading.
Concealment.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
40 on her. My bad. Should be 10.
Welcome to my world.
Bro, that doesn't even help
Opinion Spike. It's
30
a
seconds
terrible,
left.
terrible ult for her.
Yeah. You're chilling. Just watch it so you didn't grab it. Nice.
Nice.
Bro, what was her ult?
It was a
Okay, we're
silly
tied.
Better, you're better, you're better.
Once more into battle.
We're tied. We can win
I'm not
this.
tired. Are you?
That was a silver bronze elo alt right
I feel
there.
like we're gonna go A main, but I don't know. So I'm just gonna go B.
That wasn't even a silver alt. That was a bronze alt.
Damn,
That
we
was-
actually brought this all the way back.
That was a near airport alt.
I'm gonna ult on
Smoke it.
to
Let's get this
Can you
done.
on peak B? Cause I'm. Or wait, what?
No, I'm gonna ult B. I'm gonna ult B.
Okay. Yeah, I
There's
think it's
Viper
B.
wall here. No one here though. Actually, no, two. Jet. Everybody here. Everybody here. Everybody here.
Okay.
Rotating.
I placed all my stars.
Spike
Oh my
planted.
god. Hit 120 jet and 60. 120
I'm
jet
just
with
gonna use my wall
60 Viper. 120 jet, 60 Viper. Nice ult, nice ult. One defuse. Oh, W's.
Who killed me? They're dead. Time to jump.
Watching you, watching you. Nice. This is such a good round. Okay. That's pretty close.
Good shit, guys.
Now
Oh, damn. Right behind you. It's 16.
Bro, Asha has 20
I got
kills.
5,
You're in the
guys.
fucking,
I suck.
fucking back.
I was doing so good before this.
Nah, you're chilling, bro. I'm saying.
Throw that recoil. I'm trying. Yo, I'll go all knife B main. Hold up. Even though I think they might be coming A this time.
Let's have some fun.
Just to be safe.
Maybe.
I think you
Just tell me if you hear them B and I'll
I could hit him with mine.
Suppress it.
Mid. I think it's mid to A maybe.
I'm on B.
Oh, watch
Oh,
out.
watch out, watch out, watch out.
Dude,
Watch out.
Right there.
Stay here with me or... You're good, Kim. Just push in.
Jet art, I
Push in,
think.
Kim. Watch out. Oh,
They
Omen's
might
dead.
rotate. They might
What
rotate.
happened?
They might rotate.
Yeah, I killed Omen. I killed Omen. He poured up behind us.
Oh wait, oh my god, it's still
They're still there,
it's still
Back
it's
up,
still
back up. They try to juke us.
Did not work. So what is it? Planning?
I'm gonna decoy in. Watch it.
Oh, they're
Spike
flashed, they're
planted.
flashed.
So, 60 on
40
Viper on
jet.
site.
Yeah.
60 Viper, 40 jet, perfect.
Just last hit, just last.
Last one, 2 on site.
Last
Got it,
player
got it.
standing.
Jet's on me. Jet just killed me. Art sided.
One enemy remaining.
Nice outside. Oh,
Nice try.
Oh,
Nice try.
Hit 40. How much you hit her for? Just curious.
34. I shot her fucking.
What will it be this
Damn.
time?
74.
They don't have to walk
Patterns
there.
emerge yet.
I'm like maxed
Yeah,
out, so
I needed to hide. I didn't need to reload,
Can I
to
be
be
right?
honest. That's what I
need a
fucked
drop.
up.
Tuck, tuck.
Thank you.
Someone get B link door, and I'll knife it again. Yor, you wanna go B link?
Woo! Let's start.
They don't even ever play it, but just to be safe.
Suppress it.
There's always one there.
Viper wall. Hit.
Got it.
Viper walled mid. I can't see if she comes through. Ooh, I heard a footstep on me.
Yeah,
Got one.
It's ready.
Nice.
I got Phoenix Viper still here, most likely.
Okay, do you want me to
Got
smoke?
jet.
Yeah, or I mean, Viewer, want me to smoke?
Oh, how'd they come me from behind?
Viper is in between.
Yo, no
Spike
shot.
planted.
No shot. Who's on me, bro? No, fucked up. Omen hit 120.
Yeah,
Harper's
Fuck, man, I
covering
can't hit my
Ashley.
shots. I would have had like 2 picks right there. Fuck.
How did I get killed from behind?
I don't know. They can't. I think they went through mid double doors.
Concealment.
From B's to Link,
Pulling,
and then they went from
blasting
there.
them.
So I was watching our spawn.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, push.
Return
Nice.
to dust.
Nice.
Reloading.
Watch me, watch me, watch me.
We'll cover him. We'll cover him.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Nice.
Last player standing.
Oh, never mind. We don't need it. I didn't. I thought that was the last one.
Good job.
I thought that was the last one.
Wait, does he
Yo,
not
guys,
hear him?
we're up now. We're up now. We're up now.
Catch your breath.
Good
Not
job,
that I need to,
Tate.
of
Way to
course.
stick it, man.
Yeah, nice.
Thank you.
Reloading.
But Aster did the hard part.
Yeah. But hey, you were there. It's important.
Watch me.
Good breach.
I swear, when I ask people to like watch me when I'm trying to stick to these, they never do it, but you literally did it so well.
I'm not dominating, which is not great. You know what I mean? I wish I was like more dominant.
Well, I couldn't hear the first half, so like I'm pretty pleased with what I'm
Knife
doing.
deployed.
Hear them, A.
Viper want mid again?
Oh, Jet cooked me. B-Link 80. I was looking at the map. I was not looking at
Watch
the.
him there.
what
They're
is
going
in
to our
front of
spawn,
me.
guys. They're going to our. No, fuck. They're going B towards too. Aw, man. B in our spawn-ish.
Sounds like A.
No, they're like.
Joke's
B.
over!
B.
You're dead!
They're A.
Up, up, up.
No, they're B.
I'll push.
Last player standing.
Why? I hit him. Why does that happen? God, sorry. We're like equal now. Well, we all have money. Or well, at least I can buy if we don't win.
Spike planted.
You win these?
Keep watching behind you. Damn it.
If not, just save. I don't think you're gonna make it in time anyway.
Yeah,
I don't think
Just save 5.
They're definitely gonna
Yeah.
come back. Do that. Just save. You have 0 creds anyway.
They're gonna do B
They're
again, I
chasing.
think.
Go towards your spawn.
My here.
Nice try.
We doing this or what?
Yeah, nice try. Oh, we
Need a
not have
drop.
creds. Oof, not good.
Thank you.
Oh, small shield and a stinger.
Bro, chatter. Like I don't know. Do you think unvaxxed? I'm gonna ask you a question. First of all,
if I can get a pick
your
off
name is
on any of
unvaxxed,
them,
right?
I'm gonna be able
You're
to
also
do that.
asking me about unionizing
this
Home
one, if we
Depot
don't play,
right
like,
now.
aggressive,
Like,
then we can
what the
win.
fuck are you talking about? Like, you think this is a good
I
time
have
Viper want mid.
Knife deployed.
to ask me this question?
See, just don't peek mid, cause
Watch out, KO.
Work
He
for us.
flashes and peeks. Yeah,
I
they're
heard
in our
Jet.
spawn 100%. I heard Jet in our spawn.
Yeah, don't peek that.
Flashbang.
I think they're probably going to A from mid.
You guys are watching that, right, guys? For each stage.
Obscuring vision.
A or A.
Obscuring vision.
Hi! I'm pissed!
Pulling up concussing.
Spike down A.
Time to jump.
Nice stars.
80 on her.
Oh, Phoenix in the water.
Got this.
Behind.
Got him.
Oh, from behind.
Phoenix flank. I told them. What the fuck?
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Spike is here.
Spike
Spike's
down
Yes,
A.
Got her.
Nice.
Let's
Hell yeah.
get it.
If I power down, you
God,
start
we're
me.
battling for
You
this
leave
one.
me for scrap? I'll
Let's
kill
get
you.
it. I can ult. I'm gonna ult B.
Guys,
No,
you're-
everybody push B.
You're
I mean,
talking
everybody push A.
seriously. You're talking
I'm gonna
seriously
ult
to
B
a
and I'll let
dude
you
who's
know if I hear
asking about
I don't know if
unionizing
you
Home
guys-
Depot
They have it
when
gone
his
here
name
for a
is
while.
fucking unvaxxed,
Yeah,
and while I'm
I'm
playing a
not
video
here
game,
right now.
you should be
go
focusing
midway.
more instead on the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Use the streaming ad right now.
They haven't been pushing through there, Sage.
Get out of my way!
Careful, I'll speed this time.
No, Jet's here, Jet's here. Yeah, 3 people here, 4 people here, 4 here, 4 here, 4 here.
Rotate. Watch out, or there's somebody over there.
Got one. I gotta pick her.
Oh! Omen's B-Link, Omen's B-Link.
Got one. Someone reset,
Spike down, B.
It's so safe, I'm watching.
They're all B-main though.
Nice, you guys.
Flash out.
Coming with heals.
Healing you.
Reloading.
Thank you.
Careful here. Careful here. Careful here.
Many enemies.
Flash.
Clearing out. Blinding.
I'm gonna flash again.
Watch it go, watch. Oh no.
Play time, play side.
Jet's backside.
Blocking vision.
I'm gonna set up TP towards A if they have time to rotate.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice, that should be on site.
Flawless.
Wow,
Nice.
Way to go, boys. Way to go.
Astra.
Match point.
Usher them towards their eternal
I might ult.
I want to know who killed Omen. I shot him for a 120. Somebody took that kill. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
it's fine.
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's fine.
I thought you died though. I know KO like got knocked by him. I mean by.
I revived KO.
Oh, nice. Okay. No, I killed the freaking Omen because I thought he turned around and started shooting. That's why I just shot him. I'm sorry if I did that.
I was shooting at him. He turned around. He tried to walk away.
Oh my bad.
I don't know what his plan was.
Yeah.
Omen smoked that A.
Is it A?
A, mid A.
Viper wall. Omen smoked.
Enemy spotted A.
Sorry, no, not me.
I had to TP
That's
back.
so
Come back.
Oh, I hear neon here on me.
108 Omen.
If you don't win this, don't worry.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
No, 40 on Omen. What the hell? How's that 40 though? Okay.
I shot him 108.
40 on top. Nice job. 40 on top. Sorry. You have flashes.
Flashbang. Shutting them down. Freeze the fragment. Flashbang.
Oh.
Nice shot.
I tried to peek.
We have enough to buy. We're chilling.
I will fulfill my purpose.
Hey, I need that reverb, my guy, for me to win. I need a reverb.
I need a drop.
Okay, can you get all your utility?
Oh, I'm 50. Wait, can someone buy breach? He kind of needs the vandal. It's second. It's pretty much last round.
Breach 5.
It is last round if we lose. It is last round if we lose.
Yeah. It's last round if we lose or win. Let's get it.
Kill all your opponents.
Yori, can you come B?
Yeah, I'm coming B. I'm setting up. Sorry.
Okay, I think it's B. They're pushing. That's a B push.
Alright, rotating.
Oh, Omen smokes failed so bad. Do you see Omen smoke? That's terrible.
Joke's over. You're dead.
I'm coming back. Oh no. My TPs go so far back.
Welcome to my world.
Spike planted.
131 Omen.
Your duty is not over.
No 120 Phoenix. No shot.
Throwing charge. Flash.
Oh!
Last player standing.
Oh, almost half of. IoT it is.
Omen kill.
Oh my god. Nice job.
He wins these?
OT. I hit. Two.
Switching sides.
Let's just do
Overtime.
B. We're good at B push.
Look at me. I know I am by your side.
Remember, they fucking throw util from that little window when you run in.
Yeah.
Or Viper walls it. Oh, you want to do B?
Yeah, I think we do best B. The best B. I'm gonna set up right here. Perfect.
I don't think you were best B, but.
Oh my god, this is gonna be stressing.
No, don't worry. That's just.
Not at all. Not at all.
No, we got this actually. We got this. I'm just saying.
Seriously.
There are no Discord bubbles because I'm only playing with Will, chat.
It's
This is me and Will.
It's just.
Don't let up. Time to jump.
Oh, I did that to Behind,
Net deployed.
For you. Concealment.
That was crazy.
One suppressed.
Flash out.
Reloading. Useless.
Do you have a heal, Sage? Oh, never mind.
Concealment.
Flank, possibly.
Last player standing.
I dropped Neon
Spike
elbow.
down B.
Come on. I think you grab spike and rotate. Not spike yet.
I think I see them all there. I saw them all there.
I have the spike.
I'm gonna check them. Oh god, sorry.
This round is very crucial here.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Switching sides. Match point.
Honestly,
If you get first
the fact that they didn't sit directly on top of Spike on that round
They
again
might try mid push again. Watch out.
is
Yeah.
just
If they
like
do a mid
low
push,
elo
don't peek
lobby.
unless you're sure you're
Yeah.
gonna get it. But
I mean, just don't peek, honestly. It's not worth peeking. It's a 50-50 headshot. Right?
Don't worry.
oh,
I'll keep them
Circle
quiet.
is B, by the way. So I think it's a B push.
I'm hearing them a little bit. Upstairs?
Oh yeah.
Mid?
Neon B.
These freaky stars. Guys, can you rotate Sage? Like, pretty fast.
Phoenix 120 mid got me. Feeling.
Got two.
Well, you can get him.
Just play chill, and we got this.
Spike planted.
Covering
Ah.
it. Move that back. Taking that back.
Don't
That's
worry,
fine,
it's a
that's fine.
3B. It's a 3B.
I need heals, Sage. Do you have heals?
Yes.
Oh, you're on the opposite side of my pod.
I just need to stick this.
Oh my god, you guys are
Time to jump.
Phoenix is low.
I have flashes. I'm gonna flash out.
One enemy remaining.
40. You got this. She's backside. Or well, there's one.
80 damage on it. Just breathe on it.
Okay, 2B.
Great util.
Nice. Okay, just stick that, and you got it.
Not your day, is it?
Okay, let's just win 2 in a row.
NT means nice try, chatter.
I'll continue.
Switching sides.
Let's go.
Overtime.
Overtime.
Stand calm. We are VALORANT. We are fighters.
Bro, I could get.
I need a drop.
I think we push A this time.
Ooh, I don't know if we do good on A. That's a problem.
No, I think Omen locks down. Omen locks down with like smokes on B pretty aggressively, but I mean we can push through it if you want to try
Slow,
it. But
quiet if we go.
Yeah, everyone just crouch walk or whatever. Hey. Don't make any noise.
there are already Vipers on the other side of this wall already.
Just
Let her wait here. Used to. Let her wait here. Used to. That's 2 of them right there.
please don't put it.
Hit Phoenix for quite a bit.
Rotate. Fast rotate. Rotate.
Can I get healed?
Phoenix is gonna be mid. Watch out.
Oh, he's low. He should be low, right?
I hit him for at least, I'm guessing 80, but he heals. You know that.
I know I lit up Viper.
Door.
Well.
He's in there. Neon's in there.
Let's come back. You guys have spike. Is that what you're doing?
You have spike. You have spike.
Okay, you have spike.
We got the sight. We have sight.
You have sight now.
Omen's up top. Mid.
120.
Yeah.
148 on Phoenix.
Sorry for
30
the delay.
seconds
I'm coming.
left.
Phoenix.
Reloading.
We got this. Don't worry. As long as we plant.
Oh, I hope I don't die while I'm planting this.
Omen's so low.
Coming from their spawn.
Watching
Our spawn.
Here's one next spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Yes!
148 Phoenix, but I think he healed.
Oh!
Last player standing.
90, he's 100.
Nice!
That was almost.
I was trying to ult because, you know, you can't use it, right?
Oh my god. Kept moving when I was trying to hit him.
Match point.
Okay, we got this. Just do what we've been doing every defense.
I need a drop. Talk.
Are you doing well? We just need to get a win and then we got it.
Alright, I'll go A this time. I mean, I'll go. Wait, where are we 5 seconds here or what? Or no, wait, I'm just gonna TP for.
I'm gonna knife B. Someone get B link. There's always one person B link, like Phoenix or whatever. B link on the doors, double doors.
By herself A though, so if we can rotate fast, then it's fine.
Shutting them down.
Mid and A, or maybe
Sounds like A.
Oh,
Sounds like
I
A.
hear them.
Hey.
It's mid and A. I hear them.
Yeah.
Watch out here, someone. Water.
I'm gonna get better positioning here. Ours closed off mostly.
I just whiffed. That's embarrassing.
Spike planted.
You guys still got this though.
Last player standing.
Neons and Art. Sorry.
Got it.
Our Yoru's good though. He's got this.
Bad luck. Cutting through.
Team A.
Oh, bruh, I should have looked on the left side first. My bad, guys.
We can just don't draw, y'all. Don't draw.
Let's go.
Who the fuck holds that angle is a great question.
Overtime.
That was a weird ass fucking angle to hold.
I'll shut them down. Until then, survive.
I need a drop.
Thank you, Breach. I'm sorry.
Alright, so I think what we figured out last time is we go one side and make them drop all their utility and then flip the other side.
Hey,
Or
if
just
we're going B,
fake
watch
back
right
and then go
here.
again because they
Like
drop
right,
all their utility right off the bat.
Jet hides right there.
Jump.
Can't even-
I'll throw my shockwave right there.
Oh, it's my turn.
Time to jump.
Let me blind this or whatever it's called before you.
Enemy spotted.
Shutting them down.
Blocking vision.
Flashbang.
Oh, you flashed me.
Oh, I'm seeing the
Flash me.
I'm gonna decoy in.
This is a
I'm gonna flash, I'm gonna flash, hold on.
Time to jump.
Plant. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Alright, to the backside.
Multi, one flash.
Nice.
Alright, come on guys, we gotta get
Oh,
this.
we got this.
We got this.
And then get this.
Switching sides. Match point.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're
I need
the
a drop.
only one.
I think if we hit one side and then rotate, I can get one of the orbs and then we can ult onto the other side. But I mean, I'm saying that for next time.
They ain't gonna be the next time.
Hey,
We win
okay.
this.
All right.
We gotta win this.
It's down.
We need people on B. We need people on B.
And I'm TPing there just in case.
Imagine
though.
they
We're
fucking
chilling right
stack
now.
B. Will, don't push up. Oh shit.
Tell me if you hear them.
Knife deployed.
I might play really far defense.
Jet B link. Jet white Viper walled B. I mean Viper walled B.
I'm gonna rotate.
I'm I'm better. I mean, you can stay here if you want, and I have TP.
Wait, they're mid. They're mid. They're mid.
They're coming mid to B, I think.
Spike
Oh,
down.
bro.
Rotate,
we gotta
rotate.
rotate back.
Help,
Rotate
help,
back.
help.
Coming. Relax. Oh my god, there's one freaking sewers. Guys, they're at your right. No one else get picked off, please. Especially by this jet. She got a fucking lucky as 2 people. Shoot default, shoot default, shoot default.
Spike planted.
Oh my
Are you
god,
kidding
no.
me? Where did they go?
Oh no, that did not just happen.
Don't worry.
Last player standing.
More than.
They're all there, Hasan. All 3. They're all there.
What the? Nice.
Hey.
Give E.
Flashbang.
Nice try, unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's kind of my bad, sorry.
Suppressing.
Unfortunate.
Good try, kid.
I continue, guys. I do not
Obviously, don't draw, but if they
Switching
do, then,
sides.
like, what can we do?
No, please don't. No.
No, I ain't fucking drawn, bro. No shot.
No shot. I'm spamming continue. No, please, just.
Is it the other team that's gonna want to draw?
Maybe.
Not going through. I think the other team wants to draw.
Wait, what the fuck?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Overtime.
Overtime. We win. We have to win this one right here. I feel like they're gonna draw.
Someone just gonna
Anything can still happen. Remember.
The heat is
I need a draw.
Breach, you have it.
Alright, we got this, guys.
Oh crap.
Let's just all push B, plant, and then play.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do the normal routine.
Our
just
B
TP
push
right
plan
here.
is so messy.
I feel like they know
I
that we're
don't
gonna
like
push
it.
B. We've been pushing B all the time.
Oh, we could have won A. It's fine.
Cutting through.
That's there, yeah. I feel like they're gonna.
I'm gonna just get a few good shots, okay?
Concealment. Concealment.
No.
But you can plant now that I put my smoke up there. Like, I did that by accident. You can just plant in that, okay? I don't have to smoke with you, so be careful.
They got me.
Spike down B.
Watching here.
No, I couldn't even TP. Fuck.
Last player standing.
Oh, I can't play under these conditions, man.
Knocking them.
Oh, behind us. Unfortunately, we have to win this round. I'd take a draw over.
Yeah, honestly.
Switching sides. Match point.
I mean, obviously
Attack
don't
when
draw,
they're
but
suppressed.
I mean,
I got their options.
they draw,
Yeah.
They make mistakes.
we just have to win this. My man, buddy.
I mean, their team is better. Like 28, 25, 23, 21, 18. Like, I have the
We
third
have to win
highest.
this. This is very crucial here.
They're here mid.
Viper
Neon's
YA.
here.
Viper YA.
Neon just passed through mid. Most likely going to A. Jeff 40 B link. I got domed.
Yeah.
Moment smoke A.
I think they're going A.
Yeah, they are.
Spike
Come on,
planted.
hold up, guys. We got this.
Blocking vision. Pulling them. Blasting them. Obscuring vision.
Time to jump. Reloading.
Can't hear our team.
Deep.
Last player standing.
Oh, 80.
Joke's over. You're dead.
They know, unfortunately. GG's, guys.
You boys, it was good while it lasted.
Yeah, I did. It was good.
Better luck next life.
Yeah, GG.
Attackers win.
Feels
Unfortunately,
bad,
guys.
man.
That was so close. Unfortunately.
Good game, boys. Oh, that was sad. And we
For
got
some reason,
fucking
I
carried
couldn't hear
too.
their comms at a certain point. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh shit, I deranked 30? I lost 30
Yeah, me
on
too.
that. Oh my god, that was like a bronze and iron lobby.
Feels bad, man. Do we have a 5-stackeroni?
I'm done. I'm not playing anymore. I'm done. I'm sorry. There's no shot.
All right, cool.
Love you, man. See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Bright and early for your end.
What? What time?
Dude, there's no shot. You're joking, right? This is a joke. I literally look at the text message between you, me, and March at 11.
All right, yep.
All right. All right. Love you. Have a good night.
All right.
That was embarrassing. That was very embarrassing. That hurts to see. That hurts to watch. That hurts to feel. But, you know, maybe we'll get better. Live and we learn and we get better as a consequence. There's some iron motherfuckers on that lobby. That was sad. Anyway. You're great. You were really meshing by the end. Yeah. All right. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow. Anthony Fantano on the broadcast. Okay? Good night.